That's what I like. You're just my type.
Bury me deep underneath everything I keep inside. Pretty little smile hides every tear behind my eyes. I've held my breath since I was young. I've bit my tongue since I was young, to stop myself from rambling on the thoughts I want to ramble on. Just because I let it slide doesn't mean it isn't pulling on my heart until it's almost white. 'Cause I wanna let you feel strong. Pretty little smile hides every tear behind my eyes. Gave away my power till I was weak between my knees and fell against my will. Woke up hungry, I need to feed my ego pride, so I don't lie awake at night, wondering why the days go by with captured thoughts upon my mind.
Light, feeling it ignite, feeling like fire so bright, in the middle of the night. Light up my rights, life is my freedom is life. Ride my tempo. Now follow. I make a freak in the morning. I make you ride, mate. I make you. Wow for the night.
Fumes are running so high, I don't wanna be alive. There's never a right time disguising the outside. What's going on inside, losing track of my own mind.
It's not my fault that I talk too much, damn it!
If he got a pulse, guess he'll be fine. One of you lot can hit revive. Check a man's head, see if I'm alright. I play coin, victory's mine. I play coin, victory's mine. I play coin, victory's mine. You're wasting your time. There's no point in trying. Victory is mine. Mine. I play coin, victory's mine.
Head to head, combat, play to win, won that. Headshot, you saw that, no assist, on contact.
I lay the man them down on sight. Check a man's head, see if I'm alright. If he got a pulse, guess he'll be fine. One of you lot can hit revive. I lay the man them down on sight. Check a man's head, see if I'm alright. But you waste your time. Don't back down, what's target? No fear, look in my eyes. Don't like it, do something about it. Don't like it, do something about it. I play coin, victory's mine. Don't like it, do something about it. I play coin, victory's mine. I play coin, victory's mine.
my stripes. Waiting for another day to see the light. Breaking rules, taking rides, 'cause you're alive. Looking for another friend, another love. Is it far away? We'll never know. Feeling like I regret, I wanna wait. Are we there or not yet? I have to say, everything we're missing here, I'll take away. It's everything we came to get, flying away. We could fall. I'm so glad we don't feel.
MSI means a lot to me because it's an international tournament and I really want to give Europe some trophies. So I really want to put us back on the map. There's a chance for redemption because we had a quite poor finish in the playoffs and we want to prove that that was just a fluke.
G2 一直都是国际赛队伍嘛，所以我们会打得很谨慎，然后来面对他们。
只要不要犯太多失误的话，我觉得我们是一支纪律性很好的队伍。
Yeah, I think Janja is a really good player, maybe one of the hardest Janjas to play against in the play-ins. I'm really excited to play against him.
你们摸不透我的。
Maybe ban Nidalee or Nautilus.
I think our first match just says that we're like a real competitor. We're a real team. We're here. We're playing well. Other teams won't take us as lightly anymore.
其实我对他们上路没什么印象吧，但是我希望他明天可以给我留下一些印象。
I think a lot of people have him as the best top laner in the world right now, so I think it'll be a lot of fun.
I have a lot of respect for the people who have managed to stay on top, but I do like coming in as the underdog.
我想对他说，如果你不多招点你的队友来抓我的话，我会把你打爆的。但是希望你能去和你的队友好好沟通一下吧。
Welcome back, everyone, to MSI 2023, live from the Copper Box Arena here in jolly old London. I love the fighting talk from Bin. You better call your team for help, otherwise I am going to crush you. Let's see how he does today as you see both of the respective teams stepping onto stage, getting ready. Well, hello there. Today, we'll determine the first two teams qualifying for the best of 5 bracket stage, kicking it off with Bilibili Gaming, taking on the Golden Guardians. Quick shot, joined by Dagda and Raz. It gets serious now. Dagda, I don't really know what my expectations are, but I know there's a lot on the line.
I am so excited to see what way this one's going to pan out. I am kind of surprised to see Bin still trash-talking after yesterday's performance. Could have gone a bit better for him, but glad to see he's still confident.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want Bin to ever lose that. The man is as confident as ever in the fact that he's able to come in matches and be like, no, I'm still the best. I love it.
I definitely want to hear him do more English interviews on stage. Hopefully we get a chance to see that. Now, before we get into today's matchups, let's take a look at how the meta has been shaping up over the first 2 days of the tournament. I think I'm going to start with this Nautilus in the mid lane, because I think it could be a pick we're going to see a whole bunch today. So if you're looking at your screen right now, here's a summary of the changes that have happened on Nautilus. Base damage increases, mana cost and W reduced. The E is the big one for me. The base damage going up. We're seeing some more AP in the mid lane. I'm seeing it played a lot. Dagda, why are teams picking it now?
Yeah, there's 2 big reasons. It's because you're able to survive heavier in lane because of the extra extra shield and the mana cost being reduced, plus just having a huge amount of push now with the Emax Nautilus that we're seeing coming through, and then being able to go for the Abyssal Mask nice and early generally gives you a good matchup in the lane. So you just get to push, nobody can really get you out of lane, and then you can start to roam.
Yeah, that Abyssal Mask point's nice. There are small changes that happen coming into the world. One of those changes was Abyssal Masks, and it's just difficult in general for mages to push you out. That's always been an issue with the mid lane, is that you kind of require a lot of time to scale, and so you can see a little bit of scrapping from the Nas. The fact that he was this close to being able to get this kill and it required some help means a lot. And also, I think the big point too is that it's facilitating for carry junglers. Carry junglers have been a big thing coming into this tournament. We've seen Lee Sin coming in from BLG. We've seen Kindred a little bit from some of the teams. And most importantly, we've seen the Nidalee. And so, like, for me, it has been more so kind of a scrim pick. We've seen it from G2. We've seen it from BLG. And if you kind of come to the conclusion that they scrimmed against each other, whether it's real or not, I actually love some of the drafts going into it, and it's just, you know, BLG and G2 just being more dominant teams, so it hasn't been working for the opposite teams. But, like, I have liked the Nidalee pick so far.
Yeah, I think Nidalee's been absolutely fantastic. The fact that you have so much setup for,
yeah.
And the fact we've seen her, like, play towards top, we've seen her mess up a bunch of bot lanes with this Nautilus pick as well, but there's so much that can enable her. You got the Poppy in this regard that's been able to set up for it. We saw the attempt at Renekton yesterday from BLG, but once you start to get into the enemy jungle, start to get this Nidalee ahead, there's very little you can do. You can see how much burst damage she has in this.
I'm very intrigued to see whether or not this Nidalee or the Nautilus will continue to have presence throughout the entire tournament. I think in particular the Nautilus is an interesting one for me. The Nidalee is also one of those picks that sometimes gets flirted with on the big stage but gets dropped because of the high degree of execution required, right? So look, it's day 3, it's way too early to focus on it. You can see some of the clips coming out there, Naris.
Yeah, and a small thing is the flexing. I actually forgot to mention that the fact that it's not just a great mid laner, that was nice from Shun, but also the fact that Mickey's mentioned it on stage. If worst case scenario, he can take it himself. So it's just been such a good pick for the team, so they can hide it for bot lane counter picks. So it's been fun because we've seen Xayah and Rakan be picked against the Nautilus, but then teams are like, okay, then we'll just smash you with Lucian and Nami and make it harder for you to get to the mid game late.
Okay, so follow-up question here.
Yes.
Obviously, we've seen the two different groups. On day 1 of MSI, we had a very small discussion on the desk around how maybe the two groups may have slightly different interpretations of the meta. I think something like a Tristana, we've seen it pop up on one side. We've seen a little bit of the Poppy, the Viego. These are some of the champions that I've seen in addition to like some Nautilus and Nidalee. What do you think the likelihood is that they're going to be the tournament picks, or what other champions you have your eyes on as we're getting into these BR3s?
I think it very much kind of tells the story of how these teams want to try and play, right? Because we're seeing a lot of the, hey, if you want to try and set up for your jungler to be that carry jungler, cool, let's try and go towards the Nautilus, we'll bring out the Nidalee and play for that. Even the Viego as well to a certain extent, because he's been picked with LeBlancs and Arids and Lissandras that can set him up really well. Whereas it feels like when you're getting things like the Tristana, it's okay, we can flex it for Golden Guardians, but we're using a Gragas or a Maokai jungle to try and facilitate that.
Yeah, and I do think that draft that we've seen from Nautilus and Nidalee, I actually like Loud's response to it. I think you can outscale it. I think if you hover topside for the usual Nautilus dives or bot lane, if you can track it, then it makes it hard for that pick to actually be worthwhile, and the single target damage gets completely nullified by a Tahm Kench. So generally speaking, I think if you have a higher level of competition against what G2 and BLG has been throwing it, it's going to be difficult to execute.
I will say, though, on one pick I really want to see, it's got to be the Kha'Zix. It's been spammed in solo queue a whole heap, and especially for Yike, right the way back when he was on LDLC, he was almost a Kha'Zix one trick. So I want to see if he actually ends up bringing it about, but I do feel like it's a little bit of solo queue special.
I hope so. I hope so. I mean, it's one of those things, it kind of would fit as well. We like seeing Yike on those carry junglers, so maybe it'll be a possibility later on today. Let's take a look at our play-ins starting in Group A. BLG will be taking on Golden Guardians in our first series. The winner today advances to the MSI bracket stage. And for the lower bracket teams who lost, do win or do not continue in MSI. There is no try. When we look at this bracket, expected results, maybe very dominant wins for BLG and Golden Guardians. Now we get to see them test the metal against one another.
Yeah, and very harsh lessons for the teams of GAM and R7. Even hearing from Hanke, the analyst from GAM Esports, being like, just taking a lot of lessons for it. So I'm expecting a lot going into that matchup, but now I'm ready for a matchup like this Golden Guardians BLG. It's going to be a slobber knocker.
It will be. And just before we get into that pre-match, let's take a look at Group B. Dagda, the results coming in there, I think DFM as well as Loud not necessarily living up to kind of what we were hoping for, expecting. The Loud G2 series extremely close in game 1, but then collapsed game 2.
I mean, honestly, a similar story for PSG DFM, right? Both G2 and PSG had to have these massive comebacks to get themselves those 2-0 victories. So definitely a little bit shaky coming in the early stages, but I will say it feels like both PSG and G2 kind of found their footing and are looking to play their style. For G2, hey, look, we want to try and facilitate through mid lane for Yike, whereas you look across at PSG, it's, hey, we want to try and be that facilitator.
I definitely feel like the Group B match is a little bit harder to get a beat on in terms of like 1, 2, 3, 4 but stack ranking, right? And I mean, take a look at this. Average game times for the last 2 days. Both days obviously featuring 2 series going 2-0. 33 minutes, 26 minutes. Incredibly dominant, incredibly favored, and that's going to set us up as we head towards our pre-match. Let's take a moment to hone in on our featured matchup of the day presented by Mercedes-Benz. It's going to be G2 Esports versus PSG Talon.
Our Mercedes featured matchup today is PSG versus G2.
They not seem that convincing. They were close to losing the second game. They're gonna be for sure a hard team. I don't think any team is bad here, but I think we should have the edge over them.
Quieting some of the doubts that plagued the old kings of the LEC, they showed that they are still in international form.
The Handsam are still doing it! Broken blade! They're all bleeding! And G2 find their fight! But it's G2 who finish!
Facing them today is PSG Talon, who similarly started MSI with a bang by dominating DFM on the first day, with Waco's Aphelios carrying this team to their first win at MSI.
Yuma wants to chase them down! The charm is there! A double for Waco!
我们会全力以赴，然后一样会2比0你们。
Now we get to see who drops the first game between these two dominant teams with such high expectations on their heads, and who will reign supreme between EMEA and the PCS.
Let's find out how these two teams perform. That'll be later in the day. It's the second series, G2 taking on PSG Talon. Players that I think I'm going to be focusing on is going to be Yike as well as Shunja. We heard them in that video just at the top of the show. A lot of pressure on these individual players, but I think for Yike, 2 carry games on those Nidleys, and he did step up, Tector.
He definitely attempted to step up.
Early game one did not go well.
Some Niddly Spears went a bit wide, but I definitely think it's just, look, first time on an international stage, get the nerves out of the way, but it is a very different style between these two players. Yike is going to be facilitated by Caps and his picks like the Nautilus, whereas for Junja, it is very much a case of, okay, how can I try and be in a position to facilitate my team and maybe steal away a jungle camp or 2 on the way.
Yeah, I thought G2 did a great job of pooling resources into him, and then later on in the game, Yike really did perform. For Junja, he actually did stumble a bit on his volume performances. I think that he didn't show his best self on that day, and you heard from Broken Blade, you know, a little earlier today actually, that he thinks that Junja is actually the scariest one in the group, at least as a jungler. So for both these junglers, it is going to be a clash, and I expect both teams to put resources into them and see how they play.
And you know, I love my really dumb quick stats. It's the only member of G2 Esports undefeated on the international stages. Yike. Now, let's turn our attention to our first series of the day. It's the LCS taking on the LPL. And of course, everyone's going to remember Team Liquid taking down IG just a couple years ago here at MSI. When we do look at the series scores, LCS and LPL, at least in terms of overall series, relatively close.
Yeah, it's 2-1 when you look at those best of series, and 7-5 scoreline. So in the best of 5s, it's actually been relatively close. So I'm excited to see if Golden Guardians can try and cause that upset, because genuinely, when you looked at BLG yesterday, it didn't feel like they were coming out on all cylinders firing, right? And it felt like a huge amount of it was just around that bot lane. Could they get that lead? And Golden Guardians bot lane popped off yesterday as well.
I don't know if Raz was on camera, but he grimaced so hard.
I like the way you're speaking to me, Doug.
Golden Guardians play style.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it. We talked a lot about Huhi yesterday, but let's start with him and then build it out. What do you want to see, and how have Golden Guardians played so far at MSI?
Expectations versus reality for me was big. I mean, coming into the tournament, we spoke about how Golden Guardians would maybe stumble versus Gamma Esports. That didn't happen, and Huhi, on his set engages, was performing well. There were a lot of times where he was getting stun locked and couldn't get his W off, and that happened, but he was really, it made it so the fights that they were supposed to win, they were set up well to do it, and it felt like the comms between on the team was clear. An engage like this, very easy for them. Even before that engage happened, it was the Licorice Poppy ulti to make it not a 50-50 whatsoever, to take the jungler out of the equation. Just a great idea from the team.
And I think the fact that they're bringing out these unusual picks like the set, like the Amumu, and still finding this massive success on it is going to make such a difference here, because now you've got to be aware, okay, well, they can bring out some of these funky picks, and now they're still performing incredibly well on it. Like, a lot of these team fights were won or lost by Huhi.
And that was his 19th unique pick. It may be have known from him prior, but like he's somebody that's willing to throw something new that a team wouldn't expect.
I mean, that is crazy to see. And of course, because of the fact that he had that impactful performance, one of the beneficiaries was going to be FLICKR. He managed to pick up the Penta. The thing is, I do want to expand this and include BLG's bottom lane. Let's talk about them together because there was a stolen Penta from Alk. Dagda, we're focusing on the bottom lane. I think it can be a huge determining factor in who's going to win this series. When we look at these hype plays, what does that do for your expectations and how they're going to battle today?
I think a huge amount of this was, you know, laning phase was fine for FLICKR and Huhi, but it was really when we got to those team fights and the skirmishes where they really came alive. And it feels like that's going to be a very similar story here once more, where you're going to try to lean into that as Golden Guardians, because that was what brought you a lot of success in the playoffs in LCS. Whereas when I look across at BLG, it was about that lane dominance that really set them up.
It's like 4,000 gold advantage there from Elk just from the bottom lane alone, right? And it's just the matchup, so that's why I feel like we're going to get a lot of information here today. But Golden Guardian success through FLICKR has just been straight up team fighting. So I wonder how BLG will be able to fight back, because look, you're in the LPL, you're BLG, you're winning through team fights, so it's going to be a tough one for FLICKR to kind of show that level of performance yesterday and today.
And it also kind of showed the playbook that BLG like to go for, which is Yago's going to be on a facilitator, we don't talk about the Jace, and then you look towards things like the Nautilus. He was a big Veigar player, he was the Galio player, he wants to try and take that pressure and lean that into the bot side, and you can see the success that they had there as a result. Massive numbers for Elk when it comes to that damage.
What I love is the first two lines like, oh, that looks great, that looks great. Then you look damage per minute, then you look damage share, then you look gold difference. Yeah. Now, I don't think it's 100% apples to apples in terms of relative strength of their competition.
Yes.
As well as the fact that Lucian army, basically the entirety of BLG camped in that bottom lane like so much. There were so many roams down. We've had a bit of a focus there. I don't think we've spoken enough about Licorice and Bin. Strong words from Bin coming into the day. Can Licorice step up to the plate and challenge what many believe could be one of the best top laners, if not the best of the tournament?
There's a reason why Ben's that confident. Got them here to this tournament, right? Against really stiff competition. And Licorice is somebody that's leveled up domestically to get here and perform as well as he is and have resources now, draft resources. I think what's interesting is that the game that we saw him on, he's picking the Poppy. He's absorbing a lot of the, what's it called, the enemy teams.
Pressure,
just in general. So that's nice to see. That's going to be a lot of pressure this time around that I don't think he's going to be able to do well versus.
And Dagda, just to cut you off, we've got a minute and a half. I want to bring these stats up and then come back to you.
Okay.
I just want to highlight some of the numbers that BLG have already put up on day 2.
Nice.
6,000 gold lead at 14, 6.5 kills, as well as 6.5 deaths. Again, it was a bit of a happy game if I were. Again, not indicative, but more crucially, BLG, I think, are the favorites. I think that's fair to say. They're expected to play well today. What do you think about their playstyle?
Yeah, I think, well, when you look at the early game, half of that goal difference of 14 wasn't that bot lane for most of these games, right? We saw the fun game coming through from the Renekton for Bin. We saw Yago not looking so hot in the J, so I think we kind of need to get a correction there for them, but I do agree with Raz. I think when we look towards that top side, you cannot give Bin the Cassante. It's been such a staple pick for him in the LPL.
Yeah.
We got to see it yesterday, look absolutely fantastic, getting solo kills on it into a counter matchup. And then you're going to go and go, if we can just bring Yagao back to basics, like play the Veigars, play these facilitators, don't try and put on the carry pants when you don't need to, that can work so much more.
What would be a good second phase ban from BLG is the Poppy. I think Poppies work really well for, yes, Broken Blade, but 100% Licorice. So you take it out of the equation, so much easier to attack the top side.
Now, we're just moments away from heading to the Castle Dash. Just a quick update that because BLG won the coin toss, they have elected to play on the blue side. We'll find out what they're going to prioritize and whether or not Golden Guardians will have an answer for them. That does it from here at the LNSS. Head to Vedius and Ashin for BLG versus Golden Guardians.
Thank you so much, Trevor. We got ourselves a Celtic cast coming in here now. Vedius, your first day in. Welcome to the MSI 2023 play-ins. And
thanks so much, my friend.
Yeah, it's going to be good. I got you on for a Chinese game. I'm going to be excited.
It's going to be a banger, right? Our first game is between NA and China, and it's going to be a good one. I hope we finally get to see 3 games. So far, it's just been 2-0 stomps for what feel like a lot of the favorites coming into the play-in stage. But I think that many look at this matchup and say that this could be one of the closest that we have in terms of the best of 3, especially after the performance that Golden Guardians showed us yesterday, but it depends if they can maintain that performance against the powerhouse that is the LPL second seed.
That's the big thing. Like, Golden Guardians impressed me yesterday. It was cool, calm, collected. They knew exactly how to do it. Huhi was a monster, as they mentioned on the desk. So BLG, they still looked fantastic, but it was definitely a couple of things we kind of went, what went wrong here? Like, Bin did not look exceptional on the Renekton yesterday, and it does feel like since the LPL finals where he did get kind of stomped by 369, he's yet to find back his mojo, you know, something that can bring him in. But, you know, we're going into picks and bans now. We're going to see what is going to be going on to the Rift here in game number 1, and already we're seeing respect being put onto Licorice's name.
Wow, the Poppy and the Rumble being taken away. along with the Cannon being taken away from Golden Guardians, this is actually what I was expecting to be banned away from them. Things like the Jax, the Annie, the Kindred, the Nidalee, the Nautilus, all these things are sort of higher priority for me, but it seems that GG have had time to think about how they want to answer that Nautilus if it is still a priority. The struggle is going to be that flexibility. You can put it in mid, you can put it down into the support position as well, so how will they be able to manage that flexibility of the champion?
And that's the big thing as well, is that, like, you know, when the Nautilus mid coming in, it kind of fits Yagao to a T. Hard engage, get to be the front line for your team. You don't necessarily need to be a carry, and just super safe. I love the Viego ban coming in here from BLG. They're recognizing that River just kind of had a bit too much control in those jungle skirmishes with that pick yesterday.
That he did. Does mean, though, that Lucian, I was just about to say the Lucian army is up and available.
You did your research.
Golden Guardian's going to look to remove that one. So the question is, what will the priority be for BLG? Yesterday we saw them first pick Nautilus, and then the game after they first picked the Nidalee, right? A very confident game plan, especially after Shun. We know how confident he is on things like the Kindred and the Nidalee, with which both are up, but instead he will be going for the Vi. Nothing that he hasn't played before, but when his comfort picks are up, it seems that they want to have that strong mid-jungle in terms of their ability to set up.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, yes, Shun is no stranger to Nidalee, did very well, but there were definitely times during yesterday's series where BLG Shun found himself just kind of in no man's land, really looking at himself going, wait, I have no priority in these lanes and I get killed? How does that happen? But goes with the Vi, very easy point and click CC with that ultimate. And now the Jinx coming in here for Stixxay, so we're starting to kind of go back to what we, you know, the desk we're talking about, that it is all about those kind of big hyper carries in the bot lane. It's just where the meta is right now. And Stixxay, he showed up yesterday.
Yeah, he certainly did. Elk yesterday had an incredible performance.
Do it, River. Do it.
Out from River.
Yes! Do it, River. Call him out. That's
we
a
actually got the Kindred coming out from River. Definitely not what I was expecting. I thought we'd see something like the Wukong as an answer, something that we've been seeing a lot of in the current meta. But the Ahri lock-in for BLG, no surprise. Vi Ahri is an incredibly potent mid-jungle duo. And the Aphelios for Elk. This is something I've been very excited to see throughout playoffs. This was something that Elk often deferred to, and he is a monster on this champion.
I mean, Elk yesterday came in with a plan, because even when Yagao and Bin were not looking their greatest, Elk was still stepping up. Elk was really putting in the time and pressure to kind of make sure BLG didn't get away. You saw the stats there that Des brought up as well. Huge, massive gold difference, CS difference, even just damage per minute difference. The guy was just everywhere he needed to be and getting all of the advantages. But now with Golden Guardians, looking towards getting their mid lane locked in, they will go to the Lissandra, so good little point and click CC for themselves, and also just safety between that, you know, Vi Ahri mid lane combination.
So a little bit more utility offered. I think that makes a lot of sense. Gives you a little bit more dive threat onto the Aphelios, depending on how GG choose to round out their draft. We're looking for a little bit more frontline from Golden Guardians now. Something like Sion, maybe even an Ornn. Anything that can, like, Malphite is another big pick. Wouldn't surprise me to see BLG look to remove some of those options. But I do think this could also be a great opportunity for BLG to go for more of a carry top. When you have Vi Ahri, great ability to play through that top side of the map, and if your expectation is the Golden Guardians will look to lock in more of a tank side top, then you could look to try and punish it. So see what BLG look to limit. The Blitzcrank being removed heavily suggests that both teams are thinking about that Thresh, and of course GG with that first pick can look to lock it in, so maybe BLG will look to ban it away, but right now their eyes on that top lane.
And something that's kind of slipped through as well is that we saw kind of very heavy presence yesterday was the Xayah Rakan. We're not going to see the Xayah being picked up in this particular matchup as both AD carries are locked in, but the Rakan has made his way all the way through the bans so far, and this is something that On is very, very comfortable on. It was something he kind of almost defaulted to a lot in the LPL regular season, and it's kind of what has to be feared, getting that extra little bit of engage, but we'll have to wait and see. The Nautilus does get banned away, so we will not be seeing that in the bot lane or the mid lane in this matchup.
I think that Thresh pick is looking juicy right now for Golden Guardians, but I think you're right. The Rakan immediate answer seems to be what BLG will be looking for. The question is, what will that final... Oh, they're actually going to look to remove the Thresh themselves. So the Thresh pick seemed fairly obvious for Golden Guardians, given their bans. So what direction will they go? Will they look to lock in the Rakan themselves? Do they want something like the Lulu to offer a little bit more support for that Jinx instead?
See what they want to go for. They're taking their time with this one here. They will get countered into top if they so choose. There's only a couple of top lane bans really, so you don't want to be picking up too early. The Renata looks like it's going to be the lock-in here, so good engagement. It's kind of a secondary. You don't really want to be starting off with the hostile takeover. Can do a lot for the Jinx, but again, it's kind of very situational when you're kind of setting those whole big team fights up.
Well, I think the idea is to provide a little bit more peel, a little bit more follow-up engage if the Lissandra decides to go in, but now I think that GG really need that frontline engage, something like Arcanor, a Malphite, a Scion, just something that can really start these fights off. But there's no reason not to lock in that Rakan for BLG. You talked about it, you talked about how for On this is one of his go-to comfortable champions, and it's just such a great follow-up engage when paired up with divers like the Ahri and the Vi.
Let's see how BLG want to try and bring this comp together. Like you mentioned, they could go with a carry top, and they are thinking about it. Bin didn't look exceptional, if I'm being totally honest, on the Renekton yesterday. Did look fantastic on the Cassante. But we'll see which way they want to go for at the end of their kind of thing. They will be picking this blind, and the Gnar is always just a very, very kind of safe pick in a lot of different circumstances, especially when you know, as you mentioned, Golden Guardians are going to probably be going for a tank. They need some kind of front line.
Certainly do. The Gnar does make a lot of sense. I think that it just kind of fits the comp very comfortably, does give you some potential dive threat on the top side of the map. Some cheeky hovers coming out from Huhi.
It's been a while since I've seen a team over and an actual crowd reaction to it.
What will that final lock-in be for Golden Guardians? The boo. Hey, don't hate on the rock, man. Malphite makes a lot of sense here. I think it's a very solid front line, and I think that it is great threat onto the Aphelios. I remember back in Europe, it was Bwipo that brought this out as a very potent answer into the Aphelios when Jinx Aphelios was so prevalent in the meta. You have so much threat. It's a relatively safe laner. Early game, though, can heavily be bullied. I'm very interested to see if BLG go back to their old ways of just looking to attack that top lane. Yesterday, we saw them attacking bot lane a lot, but I think this could be a great opportunity for them to really shut that top side down in their favor.
Absolutely agree. And I think with the Gnar as well, you have so many kind of options there. The engage is there, the bullying, as you mentioned as well. But also, you know, the Vi and Ahri, even in the mid lane on its own, is so potent at just setting up that single target CC. You get a flash charm in, you hit that into a Vi Q, you can just burst somebody down. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Golden Guardians kind of survive and where BLG kind of want to throw their resources. But the teams are locked. The coaches have said themselves a GG to each other, and we're going to be jumping into this first game. And again, I think a lot of people, I know from my side of things in the LPL, we're a little bit worried about this one here. Golden Guardians is not looking as easy maybe as a couple of LPL fans were hoping.
Yeah, I think that given that we've had such dominant 2-0 performances from everyone, apart from you two, I
they got it in game two.
Expectations are high for both these teams, and a lot of people are excited to see what they can bring to the table. Best of 3 between BLG and Golden Guardians. It's going to be a good one. Let's go into the Rift.
Here we are. It is only game 1. New format, of course. This is the winner's bracket. Win this best of 3 and you qualify to get the Gyos.
30 seconds until minions
Oh, it's
spawn.
good for my soul. I only get those over like a Zoom call. We do it from our houses, but feels good.
The first thing I'll note is FLICKR is being collapsed on right now, and he does not have information. You can see Rakan. I believe it was the Rakan, yeah. Rakan dropped that ward in the top bush and is now going to look to recall, so nothing too dangerous. GG could consider a delayed invade to the bot side of the map, but for now I think that they're just setting up that line of scrimmage. You can see runes across the board.
Have spawned.
Nothing too crazy coming out from either side. The comment on the Malphite does make a lot of sense when you are going into that range matchup. Usually you take a couple more points in your queue to be able to trade. But the first thing I want to know is the moment we got into game, Elk pinged the summoner spells. He was like, hey, Stixxay is running Ghost, right? Like, you can already see that coming into this game, the first thing that BLG is thinking of is what can we do on the bot side of the map. Yesterday, we saw Jun invest a lot of time working with Yagao, getting that mid-fire, looking for the roam. The delayed invade here from River.
I mean, it's just River, but I don't think BLG know that just yet. They should be well aware of it for the moment, but that's ballsy from River, to say the least, to going in with very little support if anyone was to collapse on him.
Huhi now has strong position in the lane, at the very least. Will be able to get a decent trade, and this will guarantee priority in the bot side of the map. And this is something that's really important when playing with a Kindred, priority. Obviously, what you want to be able to do is move into the enemy jungle, be able to threaten those steals, try and mitigate and trade against the Vi as much as you can in the early game to just make her life as difficult as possible. Which means that you need that push. They have push in the bot lane for the time being. They have push in the mid lane for the time being. The double range matchup, along with the fact that Ahri doesn't have the strongest wave clear at level 1, means that there are some options, but for now, River will path up towards the top side of the map. Vi is looking to match in the same vein, and it's scary for a Vi. One of the struggles in this matchup is if you miss your Q,
yeah, you're up a creek without a paddle.
Yeah, it's not good. Of course, the immediate burst, the immediate single target lockdown, very powerful for a Vi, but Kindred can do so much in these later fights thanks to her ultimate to mitigate some of that threat. Now they're looking for a gank mid.
They are looking for a gank mid. The charm is good into the Q, but a good Ring of Frost from Gory means that he only loses his flash, and Yagao used his as well.
Early investment of the flash from Yagao to guarantee that charm landing. Unfortunately for BLG, they didn't quite have the damage to secure that kill. Good route from the W from Gory to then create a bit of space. He does, of course, have the TP, which he will utilize very early on to get back into the laning phase, but already a bit of presence being shown from Jun in the early game. And again, this is very reminiscent of what we saw from them yesterday. Help that mid, try and secure a little bit of pressure, take that flash away from the Lissandra, which then makes it easier and safer for Yagao to then start threatening a roam and looking for options on the map.
Rivers found himself at this top side and maybe trying to burn down Bin, who knows he's in no man's land. He does get a good hop, though, right onto Licorice's head. And now he's kind of just saying, which way am I going to go? He's kind of hoping that the Vi will come up and they are coming in. But now it's a little bit of a turnaround. The River doesn't know that he's there, and now he realizes he's in a little bit of a trouble now. They waited a couple of seconds. Can he get himself over the wall? That is the question. River trying to make sure he doesn't lose his flash. Gets himself over the wall. They cannot get the clap back. But Bin gets first blood. And now you can see with a little bit of damage, can Licorice finish off this kill? He cannot. And there's a big old Mega Gnar jumping in his face. He's got nowhere to be, nowhere to go. Double buffs on the Gnar, and there's a little emote as well. That's for IG. BLG trying to see if they can secure this. They haven't gotten it just yet, but a house to the back of the head means Bin gets 2 kills.
Oh, what a fantastic start for BLG. Bin did the ultimate play that all top laners can do, stand still and wait for your jungler to show up. He was just buying time. You could see the threat, the pincer that was coming down, and he just didn't get involved in the fight. Beautiful play from BLG. Great early advantage. Now look at this River being denied this early Scuttle Crab.
Or is he? Would be hard to deny the smite, 600 damage, and that was who he kind of saying, look, River, we need to get you rolling, we need to get your stacks going, so I'm going to roll up and I'm going to take a hit for the bot lane.
Yeah, it's not looking great for Golden Guardians this early on. Pretty good trade for Gory in the mid lane. You can see him starting to build a bit of a CS advantage, but the problem you now have is Bin can run away with this matchup, right? Yep. You don't need to invest any more resources into Bin. You've got a flashless Malphite, you've got a full level over your top lane counterpart, and it's in the hands of Bin, right? Bin is regarded as one of the best top laners, if not the best top laner at this competition. Of course, 369 may have something to say about that later on down the line, but what a fantastic start for him, and he really has been set up for success. So we'll see what he can do with that lead now. Already has a 150 gold bounty sitting under his belt, going for the early Merc Treads to mitigate that slow that can come out from Licorice's Q. We're getting a look back at this, and you'll notice here, the awkward position, never mind, we're going to go back to live, but the awkward situation there for River was that there was no real way for them to initiate that fight. River is now looking for a play bot. I don't think he's really going to be able to find anything.
It's hard. It's so hard. You don't really, apart from a really good handshake from Huhi, you don't really have that kind of same engage that we saw for him yesterday. They will spot him out now with that the Squire's Bloom, but yesterday what made Golden Guardians so formidable, what it was Huhi coming in with the flash, you know, ultimates from the set. It was him on the Amumu hitting the bandage tosses. You don't really get that as the Renata. Yes, the Renata has her own set of, you know, kind of pros on her, but not that kind of same setup, and it really does feel like outside of the Malphite and the Lissandra kind of coming into that, if you're looking for something bot lane, you're just not going to find it.
Well, BLG, though, they have set up a really nice ward here. With the push that Yagao has just gotten and the control that they have on the bot side of the map, BLG can start to threaten a dive. Bot lane is beginning to stack up a wave. Gory needs to be careful as he walks into Fog of War. Charm.
Charmed, but I'm going to go for it. Maybe thinking of going in himself. The Glacial Path shall not be taken, and they want to continue going for this one. We are going to see a Spirit Rush used here, and that's a lot of damage onto Gory, who immediately has to go into his ultimate. Does have a good Ring of Frost, but he's got nowhere to go, and that's Yagao. Just a very easy kill, picking up in the mid lane.
Just great awareness from Yagao, using the Unsealed Spellbook. He has the Ignite available to him. Lissandra, still no flash available, at least from what I can tell, and it means that with the Charm being able to connect and good damage down, Yagao, a bit of an assistance from Jun. Well, not even actually, it's just a straight-up solo kill from Yagao. And they're able to secure another kill. So BLG really dominating the early game. This will convert into a dragon in their favor. And Yagao can now look to get a very nice pace off and likely pick up that lost chapter.
Again, this is just kind of so much cleaner coming in from BLG. They're not panicking. They're not really kind of giving their, you know, any kind of crazy mistakes over like we did see. And you could pass it off as, you know, first game jitters. There's a lot of, you know, kind of pressure coming in. You're traveling all the way. There's a load of different kind of things you need to kind of take into consideration. But for Golden Guardians, I want to see how they're going to be able to kind of, you know, draw this one back. You're 2,000 gold down at 7.5 minutes is not exactly ideal. And you need stacks on those Kindred. You need that Jinx to get gold and get items before she becomes that monster in those mid to late game team fights. And I want to see what way they're able to do it. You can see, ooh, almost getting the stop on the recall, but not able to do it. But again, Golden Guardians, they got to find some kind of proactivity before, otherwise I feel like this game's going to run away from them.
Of course, Golden Guardians do have some, well, they have a decent amount of late game scaling options. In the early game, our expectations were that when you have this Ahri mid-jungle duo, you're going to have a lot of presence on the map. The unfortunate situation for Golden Guardians is how much they actually ended up falling behind. The fact that they've lost kills now, top, jungle, and mid, has only just further made their early game that much harder. And so right now it's about weathering the storm as much as you can, hoping to set up for these neutral fights. But as you rightly said, BLG just have so much control now over all these neutrals.
So much control, and we can see there On just kind of hovering in that mid lane while the Rift Herald is being started. Gory has got the push for the moment, so first move from mid lane is going to be Golden Guardians, but can they make it work? That's the question. The Jinx rocket shall be blocked, so it's not even going to be able to steal it with that. So now we're looking at a kind of a straight-up fight, but it looks like Golden Guardians really want to go for this. They have got the Malphite ultimate, and they've lost Mega on BLG. They go in, they get the Grand Entrance. There's going to be a steal away, so Golden Guardians get themselves the Rift Herald, and I don't think BLG can take this fight. They just can't get the damage down. It's just too early.
River was able to get the steal away. We'll be able to pick up that objective. Yagao looking for a bit more poke damage. FLICKR still holds on to the ultimate. The Jinx has now made her way up from the bot lane. But Golden Guardians, they're going to walk away with the Herald, and they'll take that.
Absolutely.
That's really going to slow down BLG a lot. When you have such great early game control, unlocking the Herald means that you can unlock top, unlock bot, basically plays you where you already have an advantage and really start to snowball this game. But now, Golden Guardians have an opportunity to get a little bit of gold back for themselves, maybe funnel some more gold into the Jinx, set up 6 days to be this late game carry, and also just ultimately prevent PLG from having another 15-play game, which, you know, is generally a preferred approach for the Golden Guardians.
See, Elk didn't have to roam up, so Elk kind of already finished his call. He's 20 or so CS ahead and having a fairly decent time of it on his own, even 1v2. And again, that's the thing with the Renata. Renata's great in a team fight. In a 2v1, unless she goes for a flash handshake, not really in a position to kind of get any kind of crazy play going for him. But for now, it is just kind of a small little respite for Golden Guardians. Good steal on the Rift Herald means they're going to be able to, as you mentioned, kind of slow this game down, give resources to everyone they feel like is needed the most. Now BLG, they kind of need to make sure that the next time they go for an objective like that, they gotta dot your I's and cross your T's. You can't just let Golden Guardians just walk in like that again.
Yeah, they were really concerned about like the single target burst with the Malphite, the Sandra, the Kindred. The fact that Renata had made the way down as well. The props to Elk. He's just playing with so much confidence right now. He knows that his jungle is in the river. Speaking of river, we'll go for a bit of a trade, but I don't know if you walk away the victor in it. Oh, they're actually running away.
Yeah, they don't want this. They do not want this at all. There's a hostile takeover. It will actually help Shun run away a little bit, but I mean, that's the thing. That's why they kind of started running away, because they recognize that we probably can't take this fight. They immediately have to flash away because there was a Gravitum proc there onto Huhi. If he gets caught there, he's probably dead.
Yeah, very likely. Very squishy Renata this early in the game, really throughout the rest of the game. Renata's not the tanky champion. Malphite has made his way down. FLICKR looking to try and get involved in some of the skirmishes. Dragon in about a minute's time. Gory needs to be careful face checking this river. He should have information roughly as to where both Shun and On are. Yagao though, going to face
River
check.
didn't see him just right to the last second. Yagao did get a very quick spellbook cleanse out of there. And Gory shall take the Glacial Path down. So very, very tentative right now. Both teams looking a bit jittery at the moment as they look for this dragon.
Second flash just kind of wasted, I feel, from Golden Guardians, walking into a space that just doesn't belong to them. BLG are playing around their control well. They constantly have a pushing bot. They have the pushing mid. GG keep trying to access this river and go for these trades, but it's so dangerous.
They're looking for a fight, though. They're going to be able to jump in. There's going to be the Lamb's Respite as you get the ultimate out from the Vi as well. Nobody's gone down just yet as they're all getting a little bit of extra healing. There's the bailout, and finally River goes down. They're looking to try and see if they can catch out Gory as well, who did have to flash over the wall, but he's got nowhere to go as he's rooted down by Elk's Gravitum. 2 more kills over to BLG, and Golden Guardians, I mean, they tried, but like you said, they just had no right trying to defend that.
I feel like that Lysandra Kindred just doesn't quite match the damage of an Ahri Vi does this early into the game. trying to force that contest to try and gain space into the river so you can contest the Drake, I feel like it's the best way to do it. You need to leverage the fact that your Malphite is a really powerful engage tool, does have the teleport available, maybe you could use that to the bot TP, but also it was so much easier for Elk to join the fight because he's just maintained push in this bot lane 1v1. And we're going to see it here. You can see like the target that they initially tried to focus down is Gory. He gets chain CC'd, knocked up initially, and then River at the back. Look at how low he is already. The ultimate comes down. That gets mitigated by the shield of Vi. Then the heal comes through from the Lamb's Respite. Like, River is the one getting completely bullied in this exchange. And the fact that Elk is then able to rotate, commit to the flash to secure that kill as well. Golden Guardians just, they didn't need to force that fight. They didn't need to contest that Drake, and they ended up getting punished for it.
Forcing another fight. They've dropped down Shelly into that mid lane, but we talked about how this is great to kind of funnel resources into someone. They haven't been able to funnel resources into anybody. It will get its charge off. That's going straight over the river. Not the worst person in the world. The hostile taker as decent as been flashed over, and he really wants to take this kill, but the bailout is there, so it's giving an extra couple of seconds. Shut down going over the river, and now the Golden Guardians have sparked into life. Get themselves 2 kills, and that was just BLG just not expecting so much stall out from the bailout.
That is a bit of a big classic. A little bit, you know, he's feeling himself, he sees the play, he sees the window, he sees an opportunity to go for a great kill, and as you rightly said, the bailout punishing him massively there. This actually gives Golden Guardians a window to contest the Drake. BLG weren't able to pick it up earlier, but Elk, level 10, very strong Gory.
They're looking onto On. They'll get him out there with the Glacial Prison as well. And Stixay picks up a kill. He's looking to try and maybe get onto Yagao as he gets excited. Elk is still very healthy, but I don't think Elk can go for this. He's going to have to give up that Dragon, and it's Golden Guardians who get themselves finally on the board. They're still behind on gold, but they're definitely not giving up this game.
Wow. So that's 3 kills and a Dragon, back-to-back, that GG have just secured for themselves, 2 of which all went onto River on this Kindred. And the Herald being dropped in mid is just Golden Guardians. They need to get something back on the map. This Herald's about to expire. Let's just throw it out. And then Bin just gets over-aggressive. He sees an opportunity to chase onto River. He flashes in to the face of Stixay and says, look, this is an easy kill. I can run out off the back of this. But then the bailout comes out, keeps River alive long enough. He's able to get the kill, get the reset, get the shutdown. Then Shun, trying to help his top laner, ends up getting caught in the crossfire. The good news for BLG, though, is because of how well top lane and bot lane has been going, they secured the bot tower, they secured the top tower. All 5 plates went into the back pocket of Elk. He is so far ahead in gold, largely off the back of just securing all of those plates himself.
Well, we'll see the next Rift Tower being set up here now as BLG look to try and make do with the fact that they have got the mid and top priority, but Golden Guardians are kind of feeling a bit of momentum behind them right now. They're saying, look, we don't believe you could just go for this right here, and that's exactly why, because you don't have Mega. You're waiting on this Gnar to get up to his most powerful engaged tool, and with the Rift Tower going down, it is stolen again, and they're going to go straight away. The hostile taker is decent. Shun has taken away the Eclipse onto Bin. They're looking for an engage. Bin with the ultimate of the Aphelios means everybody is turned to dust. Gory will just about get himself to safety. Never mind, Yagao's got your number. And what looks so good for Golden Guardians is disaster for them in the end.
It's a clean ace for BLG as Golden Guardians get baited into that choke point for the re-engage to be absolutely spectacular from BLG. What a wombo combo. You can see River is able to get this steal away, but the priority for Golden Guardians is getting this fight. They commit so much onto getting this initial kill onto Jun. Many ultimates committed, the Malphite ultimate, the Jinx ultimate, but this re-engage here, the On, 3-man taunt to knock up, the Gnar connects onto all 5 people if it weren't for the fact that Elk had already killed 2 thanks to the Infernum ultimate at the start, and then Yagao comes in for the cleanup. Fantastic engage from Bin and On.
Fans aren't happy. Fans aren't happy. They saw a bit too much there. And yeah, I mean, like, BLG just recognized how well they could set this one up. They didn't have the Mega yet, and the yet is the big thing there is On. Now he's kind of caught in no man's land. The Everfrost is good, and he's dead. So BLG, yes, they're still ahead, and yes, they're doing well, but if they keep giving those little kills over, Golden Guardians will get this scaling going, like you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I mean, it's all in the Stixay basket right now. A lot of responsibilities falling on his shoulders, but you look across the 280 carries, Infinity Edge now finished as well for Elk. He was strong before, he's even stronger now. Bin is in a prime position to carry as well, and just all across the board, BLG looking good. And I think that, like, around these neutral objectives, around the Herald specifically, BLG, they were a little bit flustered, but when it comes to the team fights, I mean, this is true from any LPL teams, but like they thrive in the chaos, right?
Hands diff, man. That's just what it is.
Yeah,
it's just hands diff.
You make that overstep, and I think ultimately that's what it was for Golden Guardians. They should have just taken the Herald and tried to walk away, but they committed to try and get more kills. They saw an opportunity to really snowball the game into their favor, and they ended up getting punished for it. They weren't even able to get the Herald, which is the most frustrating thing for the Golden Guardians. They haven't been able to secure a tower yet, and they find themselves in a 5.5k gold deficit. Now BLG will start to move their vision into the enemy side of the map, and they'll start setting up for this dragon that's about in a minute's time. Right now they're getting some vision control around the top side, but I imagine they'll translate this vision towards the bot, largely just so that Bin can push through the top wave. You can see Stixxay and Huhi trying to find a pick. Bin did not spot them.
No, they are not aware on the side of BLG.
Everyone is top.
Yeah, I was going to say, everyone's coming, but BLG think they're going for a fight here. They know that there's more people here. Now they show themselves and they say, okay, everyone calm down. We're not going to take a fight here. It's going to be a 4v3 or 4v4 as Lissandra was in the mid lane. But Golden Guardians not willing to kind of just let this one die for themselves. They're kind of seeing if they can catch somebody out. Because again, we've seen it on multiple occasions, even in this game. BLG will just kind of be a bit disrespectful. They'll walk into areas they're not supposed to be in. And you've got plenty of single target CC available to you on the Golden Guardians. So it's all about being opportunistic here for Golden Guardians. They look to try and trade this one back, but you're losing the mid lane tier 2, and this is just not a great trade. Yes, you'll gain a tier 1, but you're opening up the map so much more. They might even get an inhibitor turret.
They will. I think the BLG just read the map pretty well. They knew that GG had overcommitted too many members onto the top side of the map. I think they won't bother trying to secure the Herald. The heal will be popped from Yagao, but that's not a big deal. That's just come through from the spellbook. And now they have a clear path towards the dragon as well. BLG getting so much more on the map after, again, GG just missed position on the map.
The rapid fire cannon now for Stixxay, and he's not been doing badly whatsoever, but I don't really know if you can just walk into this one here. Gory kind of leading the charge, the vanguard here for Golden Guardians as they look to try and contest this one here. Jinxult's not going to be anywhere close to it, and they know that that one's down, but do you look for the fight? TP going to be coming in, that's Bin off of a reset. They jump straight in on top of On and try and burst him down. He's not going to go down just yet, but they have the hostile takeover. Elk going back in to take down the Lissandra. The dragon is still good to go, and they're trying to see if they can burst this one down. Stolen! Golden Guardians get themselves a dragon, but will they get themselves a fight? Bin jumps in, trying to see if he can do anything there for the Lamb's Respite, doing so much to just delay everything here from the side of BLG. Stixxay still very healthy, and a good handshake keeps him alive, but Golden Guardians lose 2, they gain the dragon.
BLG walk away the victors of the fight once more, and you can see how difficult it is for Golden Guardians to actually execute on these fights. They commit so money onto Elk, but there's so much peel that they really don't have enough threat to really put Elk in any real danger. As you rightly said, the Baron is up and available. They have all 5 members alive, and BLG are going to commit to it. No jungler available for Golden Guardians.
No jungler, and they have no vision either, so they don't know that this is going down. They haven't even pinged it yet. Stixxay takes away the red buff, but this is just going to be a straight off spawn. Baron and BLG punishing Golden Guardians, saying you were not prepared. They're throwing out the ultimate, but it's just too little too late. I will say the smite was a bit off, but BLG get themselves the big purple warren, and that is right at 20 minutes.
Great stuff from BLG, and once again, just another great punish. When you look back at this fight, you can see Gory really commits onto the backline here. The Malphite ultimate only connects onto the Rakan. Beautiful sidestep from Elk, and then immediately the Vi ultimate committed onto Gory. Everything invested from BLG to make sure that their AD carry stays alive. The moment that he's left alive, that is when Elk starts to take over. They get that initial kill onto Gory. The objective is stolen away because the smite isn't anywhere near the dragon, but then Bin sees his opportunity. River doesn't really see a clear way of escaping, so he ends up losing his life. And BLG walk away with the kills, and they walk away with the Baron as well. And I think a lot of this is just Golden Guardians really overcommitting to these objectives. Yep. I think that you can debate, do they need to contest that second dragon of the game? Do they really need to contest the... I think that there was room for them to provide a little bit more space because multiple fights they've now forced themselves into, and BLG have been very quick to punish. So huge props to BLG, looking strong in game 1 of this series. 7k gold lead, and they're looking like a shoe-in to walk away the victors. Yeah, and it did feel like, it kind of felt like Golden Guardians got that one good Rift Herald fight where the first Rift Herald where they contested and they kind of went, oh wait, we can maybe do this, like all this, and then it just kind of feels like they're chasing that high, they're chasing that win that they saw from so long ago, but it's not been happening for them so far. It's a 7,000 gold lead. Your mid lane inhibitor is exposed as well. You've got Stixxay kind of putting in the work to try and get rid of some of these minions, but he's nowhere near a third item, whereas I believe we're going to be seeing a reset coming in now for the Aphelios, who should be able to pick up that LDR and get himself to 3 items. That's an Aphelios that's going to hurt. Yes, Oshin.
Thank you.
That is a
Thank you for affirming that.
Yeah, I think that the real problem is that they don't have any, like, in an ideal world with this comp, especially when you effectively have double AD carries, you want to try and play front to back. And I feel like the Golden Guardians have never really found a way to do that, especially when BLG have so much disruption in the fights too, so much mobility, so much chaos. There are so many ways for them to access the back line. The Golden Guardians ideally want BLG to come into them, and they want to be on the objective first, but this whole game, BLG have been the ones in control of the river because of how well they've used it early prior. The way in which Jun has played through Yagao, the fact that Elk has just consistently in a 1v1 maintained that push in the bot lane. BLG have controlled the river in more ways than one. And,
very clever. Been doing this for a while?
Yeah. Now they're threatening that top tier 2. They've still got 20 seconds left on the Baron. Not sure if they'll be able to secure this objective, but if nothing else, they can keep the pressure pushed in mid as well. Remember, they did take that tier 3 earlier in the game. You think he's in danger, but he's not. He's fine. Just being a nuisance, clearing out what vision he can, and there's that top tier 2 going down. BLG getting a lot of value out of this Baron. I wouldn't be surprised to see them push this one in, look to reset, and then actually set up for the Dragon spawning in about a minute's time.
Yeah, Bin will lose Mega. For the moment, at least, should be able to kind of build it back up before this Dragon spawns and have himself in the perfect position. BLG trying to set up a bit of a trap for anybody who walks forward. They're sitting in this brush, knowing there's no vision and knowing that they can kind of control this area. You're trying to see if Stixxay, with his rockets, doing very well to control the waves around this middle inhibitor, but bot lane's kind of pushing in as well. You're seeing BLG just suffocating Golden Guardians out. There's just no real vision whatsoever available for the side of Golden Guardians to really kind of get anything going for them.
I think Golden Guardians are just praying for a mistake now from BLG. While it's all well and good to use the whole scaling argument, your Kindred is very far behind, your Jinx doesn't quite have the Infinity Edge completed, and even if that is the case, how do you deal with the fact that Yagao, 3 items himself, decided to pick up the Mejai's, has 10 stacks on it. Like, your mid lane just doesn't do any, Gory doesn't do any damage. He's a utility bot, right? All of your damage is going to be coming out from the Kindred and from the Jinx, and the question is, do you really believe that they have the damage to melt through this BLG lineup right now? And the short answer is no. So you're really praying for BLG to mess up, BLG to not be able to close the game out quickly, but I think BLG are not going to have any problems with that. They've picked up the Dragon. River with a small win on, looking for a pick.
Yeah, I'm going to have to see a flash away there. And again, it's these little small mistakes. River, just give up the Raptors. You don't need to contest that, and now he doesn't have a flash. It just feels very unnecessary.
And look, clear window here for BLG to just walk up, take that mid inhibitor. They forced River into the top side. They knew they had the numbers advantage with the range that Elk had as well with the green gun. I thought that they would wait and play for the Baron, but BLG, they're not wasting any time here. And I think that it's really great that they're trying to keep GG as split up as possible. You don't want a full-on 5v5. Why give it to them? Why even give them the risk? Instead, leverage the fact that you have stronger skirmishes, 2v2s, 3v3s. You have a much greater advantage in those situations. And here we are. So they get the mid inhibitor. They look to reset. 45 seconds on the Baron. I'll go back, pick up a few more control wards, and look to secure this final objective, which should very much lead to the end of the games. Overall, BLG are looking good. It feels like that coming into today's series, I almost feel like that they have a much more serious approach. You know, they're showing Golden Guardians a lot of respect. And I think that ultimately, this game was just BLG punishing a lot of the mistakes that we saw from Golden Guardians. And I think if Golden Guardians can calm down a little bit, you know, not try and overforce, or if they do want to force, draft in a way that gives you the tools to be able to force in the early game.
Oh, that was a lot of damage. That was a Q.
Yeah, it was a lot of damage. Yeah.
That's what it is.
That's what that is, yeah.
Glad we made reference to that. But I mean, like you're looking at Golden Guardians comp, you're looking at ways to come back. It's got to be Stixxay. You only have 3 stacks on River's mark, so he's not really gotten to a point where he can actually kind of have that extra damage, have that extra range to be a relevant kind of carry. So it's all on Stixxay, who does have the Infinity Edge right now, but BLG are already on the Baron. You're nowhere near this, Golden Guardians.
Page check coming in from FLICKR, doing what he has to do here to give them some space, give them access.
They're giving it up?
Yeah, they have to. Very well played from BLG.
Close, but no cigar, much like Graves.
Very much so. BLG very cleanly, with great patience, secure the objective, don't even risk it having... Yesterday they gave away, well, a bit of a steal. They did allow the elites to walk in, steal that one away, and they didn't want to let that one happen again. So now with the Baron, they're going to look to end the game. And Golden Guardians have to be thinking about what they can do in game 2. Unless they can find some sort of miracle here.
Oh, we'll see. Already getting super minions in that mid lane. They're going to start knocking on the Nexus doors. Kind of burning them down as well. Yagao just kind of keeping them going. And there's not really many places to go. You got to pick a poison right now, Golden Guardians. You got to figure out what you want to do here, where you want to try and put your last stand, because otherwise you're going to die a death of 1,000 cuts.
Chip damage continues from Elk. Look, Elk is level 16, so Licorice is level 14.
Yeah.
There is no one that can kill him.
No one who can stand up to him, at least.
Yeah.
When you need to be killing him, you need to be killing him very, very quickly. The Shirelia's Revelry will get popped. The TP going to be coming in from the base. That's going to be the RE joining back in as the top lane inhibitor is exposed. They will get a good charm off, and that Orb of Deception hits onto so many people. 3-man knockup, but who's going to be able to follow up? They get everything down onto Shun. They will see if Elk can just kind of survive, but Elk's just not in any threat. He's just going to be able to free fire. He flashes in because he knows no one's going to be able to take him down. I deny that, though. Bin jumps into the backside, gets himself an ultimate. Can Stixay stay alive? Or excuse me, Stixay's already dead. Licorice is the last one back, and Bin picks up a triple kill. Licorice, the last one left standing. Baron's still good for BLG, and there's going to be able to clean up the rest of this base.
A clean fight once more for BLG, even though Golden Guardians found the kill onto Elk. It was not enough, and BLG will lead the series 1-0.
Look at the last kill, just to tick it off, you know, get a little bit of extra KDA there on the last little bit of it there. Yagao picking up that last one onto Licorice, but BLG get themselves the first win. And right there, you saw Bin, that was business. There was nothing personal, kid. We just come in here to win. We're getting ourselves to bracket stage.
Yeah, a swift victory as well, sub 30 minutes. And I feel like that overall, Golden Guardians, they tried to force a lot. You know, we talked about it, like there was that Dragon contest where they ended up losing 2 kills. There was that Herald fight where they overcommitted, they chased for more kills. I think that the composition that they drafted themselves is very difficult to execute one. It's very reliant on both your carries in terms of jungle and AD being in a position where they can get ahead, really snowball. But they lost so much control and priority in the early game that Elk was free farming, securing a bunch of plates for himself. We didn't really see River getting much done in terms of the early game. And I think two of the big things that you mentioned was we didn't see Huhi on a big playmaker, something that can actually initiate fights and start things for Golden Guardians. And I think the other thing was that when you just allow BLG to just do whatever they want in the laning phase, they're going to run away with it. And that's exactly what they did. We saw a couple blunders. We saw Bin in the mid lane. He got a little bit over-aggressive. He did hand over a kill.
Hypey, you know.
But aside from that, there were very few to really no mistakes from the side of BLG. Overall, great river control from start to finish. They never really gave Golden Guardians access to that part of the map, and it made it so much easier. They were always first on Herald, always first on Dragon, and I think that this was something that Golden Guardians really struggled to deal with. So huge props to BLG. They're going to be a difficult team to beat.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Golden Guardians, it is definitely kind of figuring out how to kind of readjust themselves, figure out where they want to try and go for this. But we're going to send it over to Trevor and the Des to break down that game a little bit more.
Thank you so much, Ashin. You're not used to seeing my name there. Normally says quick shot. I do like that. BLG had complete river control in more ways than one, Andy. The game played out fairly BLG favored, especially once they got those advantages in the team fight. So I want to focus us in on the early game and what gave them the lead. In terms of the draft, we kind of like the champions that were being picked on the side of Golden Guardians, but I explicitly said the words, if you had no nameplates on.
Yeah.
Because I was a little nervous about execution. Raz, what do you make of the draft and how GG came into this?
Yeah, I quite liked the draft. It felt like they hit the Malphite pick quite well and neutered a lot of the carry potential that at least you would expect from Bin and forced him into an R pick. And so I was like, okay, quite good, especially since you're dealing with a Vi first pick that is going to get obliterated by literally all of what Golden Guardians had ready for it. So they had a great counter engage, but never got the opportunity to because they got blasted. Not even just on the top side. A lot of the times we didn't even see what was happening bot lane. They accrued about like a 10 CS advantages in the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, it was just domination. I mean, the fact that you managed to get that early gank, not only mid to burn the summoner spells, but immediately just walked up and you're like, oh, cool, we get a double kill for Bin. Bin's now set up. We can leave him on his own. He's going to be able to play the game that he wants. And they just continue to play through Yagao on this RE, setting up bot lane again for more and more success. Like, it just felt like there were the only few blunders that we really saw was when we got towards, like, okay, maybe we're over-aggressing a little bit in, like, towards the Rift Tower, but we don't have mid-push. Maybe we have an opportunity to get caught in a mid lane, but BLG disengaged. There just wasn't really an opportunity for Golden Guardians to collapse fully well.
Yeah, I will make a mention of Shun's early presence. Mid lane gank, forcing a TP, and then, of course, Bin buying about 10 seconds of time while River was on a ward, and so then it could just be a collapse on River, and it was just really well played and put Golden Guardians at a huge deficit.
I didn't see this live, but that was an IG emote thrown up just as that second kill came through. But I mean, look, the impact that Shun had very early on was very successful. And this was the third time that we saw a fight around that river, around that mid lane, and giving BLG the 3-0 lead.
And I gotta say, for a lot of these, it's like, yes, you see Shun and you see Yagao, but On was an absolute beast coming into a lot of these as well. Like, just being able to set up so many of these team fights, work with his team. But I think coming into this specifically, I like how we saw Shun and Yagao working as that two-man unit. And especially when we started to get in past the Rift Trail play, and we saw Bin go for that overextension in the mid lane play as well. I think that's when you saw BLG kind of tick over and go, okay, we've been aggressing that a little bit too hard. Let's pull it back a bit and let's play this by the book.
Let's talk a little bit now about this mid-game fight. I think it's one of the biggest moments where Golden Guardians had a leg up. In the mid lane, they managed to win the team fight. This is after what Dagda was talking about. They weren't able to convert after the Rift Held or the Dragon down bottom, for example.
Yeah, Bin gets a little too crazy there. Probably just completely forgets about bailout there from Renata, and also is nowhere near his own Meganar. So you're just dropping. And so they made a few mistakes, tried to bail him out, and then gets picked off. So then you're like, oh wait, Golden Guardians has a bit of a chance. But then BLG just says, okay, let's calm down and hold the fort.
I mean, this was really great because after they got the pick, they then fall down and they punish BLG again. But as we watch this play out, I think Vedius was saying it just towards the end of the game there. You know, Golden Guardians, they had a couple of moments, a couple of glimpses, but they do need to calm down. They do need to be putting themselves in a better position so they don't get punished for mistakes. Dags, I asked you specifically, like, how did you feel about Golden Guardians like peeling away from that Rift Herald or peeling away from the river? And you were just like, well, that was good, but why were they there in the first place? Is that a fixable mistake going into game 2?
I definitely think so. I think it's a case of almost turning your point back on yourself is like play with the nameplates off. You have a great composition where if you play it slow and you're not trying to over-aggress into like picks that we'll see in a little bit at some of these fights, that you can actually make these fights work. Like, you've got the Lissandra safety, you've got the Kindred safety, hell, you got the long range on the Jinx. Like, play these fights slow. But it felt like Golden Guardians were so worried or nervous about not being able to make anything work. When it started to go their way, they just all in on us rather than thinking it through.
Yeah, and even before the mid lane fight, if you're in a position that you were in because of the early game disadvantage, you can take the Jinx, swap her up top side, and then just decide the trade sides in the map, right? You can't do that for Malphite. You don't really get that much of a benefit. But they wanted to take those fights, and they ended up failing a lot of times.
I mean, I think the early game impact, the advantages that BLG accrued, ultimately decided how the game played out. We do have one pretty highlight team fight, though, that really sealed the deal. Every second counts, thanks to the rival Cisco Network. BLG coordinate a fantastic wombo combo, engaged to ace Golden Guardians the second Herald, and these were not the fights you're looking for.
Because the Aphelios swapping into a blue gun, the flash from On to get straight in there with his Rakan ultimate, same with the Gnar ultimate. Everyone came in at a perfect time. I just really enjoyed this just because they were trying to get and punish. Sure, you blow up Vi, you try and go into a small corridor to kill the top laner and Bin, and you get punished straight from that Rakan ult.
Yeah, it's that horrible moment where you kind of come out of the Bloodlust and you look around and you go, oh no, what have we done? We've got Bin is about to turn Mega. On had been locked up by the Chompers initially, but flying in, like I think On played these fights absolutely spectacularly, but it was just that quick turnaround. And I think that's where BLG are so decisive, even though they lose one in the beginning, that like quick second decision where they just go back in is so difficult for you to deal with as Golden Guardians when you're supposed to be playing it slow. You're not trying to just run into the enemy team every second.
Okay, so I think we've clearly broken down exactly how this game ran away from the Golden Guardians. With them losing, they get side selection in game number 2. If they lose that, they will drop to the lower bracket. If they win, we go to the decider. Golden Guardians have picked red side. So as we take a look at the final stats and the final performances, Raz, I'm going to come to you. What do you make of this red side pick? Do you think there's, you know, they've got something up their sleeve? We saw the Kindred being pulled out. It didn't really get a chance to shine. What would you like to see Golden Guardians adapt for game number 2?
It's interesting because, as we said at the very top of this segment, I just like the Golden Guardians composition. And I think that you can have a debate on which one's harder to play. I think it's just harder from the side of BLG to play simply because of the Vi pick. Yeah. Like, how are you going to engage into Golden Guardians composition? I think they just come out of that game saying, we just need to execute better. So as sad as it sounds, I think you just have to run the same thing and just play better.
And I agree with Raz 100%, and I feel like a lot of the red side decision-making is, can we continue to get that counter pick for FLICKR in the top lane, right? Even though we saw it going, okay, you got the Malphite, you can do reasonably okay, you still fall behind to the Gnar. Getting those 2 early kills just snowball that lane completely out of control. It's out of the hands of FLICKR, so if you can execute better, your top lane isn't going awry, you're not having this Aphelios, you know, picking up those 10 CS that you were talking about in the early stages, and then you can actually come into these fights in a much more even footing that can work out.
And I think a big takeaway as well from both of these teams and their dominant victories yesterday, it almost looked like BLG had the same tier of win against Golden Guardians today as both of these respective teams did against their opponents. So the writing is on the wall. Golden Guardians are in a very difficult position. Can they bounce back in game number 2? We'll find out after the break. Oh man, I tripped over my words there.
They waited a couple of seconds. Can he get himself over the wall? That is the question. River trying to make sure he doesn't lose his flash. Gets himself over the wall. They cannot get the clap back. But Finn gets burst blood. And now you can see with a little bit of damage, can FLICKR finish off this kill? He cannot.
Narcia, we can fight, we can fight. I'm looking here. This is not bad, this is not bad. No. No skill. No. Nars in team. No skill. Bye. Nice.
Straight away, the hostile takeover is decent. Shun has taken away the Eclipse onto Bin. They're looking for an engage. Bin with the ultimate of the Aphelios means everybody is turned to dust. Gory will just about get himself to safety. Never mind, Yagao's got your number. And what looks so good for Golden Guardians.
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena. The realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love. AKA the Cisco Network.
Red Bull gives you wings.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free.
Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
Don't talk if you're not gonna say much. You could have something you don't like the taste of. Don't talk if you won't make it worth it. Did you get far before you hit the surface? With the thought, did you pink up? In your words when it doesn't match the skin tone. So blue, no sight, yellow brick road. Cause for the worst, don't come back to San Francisco. Live and let live, let them figure it out. We can do whatever, I just want you around. Tell it to the world when I don't pick up your calls. And if you're thinking something stupid, don't say nothing at all. Don't talk if you're not gonna say much. You could have something you don't like the taste of. Don't talk if you won't make it worth it. Did you get far before you hit the surface? Don't talk, and if you don't say something, I'm just gonna dig myself deeper. And wish it could have gone a little cleaner. And if you don't say something, I'm just gonna dig myself deeper. But most of us aren't good with that either. Don't talk if you're not gonna say much. You could have something you don't like the taste of. Don't talk if you won't make it worth it. Get far
welcome back one and all to MSI 2023. We are coming off of a dominant Game 1 victory for BLG over the Golden Guardians. And you said it, Des said it, Golden Guardians just need to be simple. You know, don't complicate things. 2 + 2 is 4. It doesn't have to equal a massive equation.
Yeah, and I also just think that if they want to go toe-to-toe with BLG in the other game, draft a comp that lets you go toe-to-toe with BLG in the other game. They had something like the Wukong that was available for them. They decided to go for the Kindred. You understand why they went for the Kindred. As an answer into the Vi, it makes sense. But you're also playing Kindred into probably one of the best Kindred players in the world. So
Killshik might have something to say about that.
I mean, for sure. That's why I said one of.
Ah.
But it's one of those things where he just understands how to play that matchup, right? He has been on both sides of that matchup likely multiple times. He understands the strengths and weaknesses. And I think he just did a great job of playing around that very, very well. So we're going to be jumping into draft in just a few moments' time. You likely just heard a very large sound effect, which does suggest that we are getting closer and closer to the picks and bans. I'm curious as to what the adaptations will be. Will we actually see any dramatic changes? BLG last game chose to ban away the Poppy, the Rumble, and the Viego. So far, they have banned away Poppy, they have banned away the Rumble, and the Kennen has been banned. So far the bans stay the same.
I mean, the Kennen's just become a perma red side ban. The Kennen kind of just found itself in the, specifically on my side of things, in the LPL playoffs. It just kind of became this ultimate thing that you had to ban. Everyone was picking it. There was some great, incredible plays with it. And anytime it got let through, it just meant almost an instant victory. So it has become just a perma ban on the red side. And now, after we see the Annie being taken away as well, the Viego. So BLG are saying, look, nothing was broken for us. We're very happy on the blue side. Golden Guardians, where are you going to try and take this? I feel like the Lucian still's got to be banned, so it's not going to be in the bans we see a difference. It's going to be in those picks.
So Golden Guardians may have left that game and said, we lost that game. You know, they may have said, you know what?
They would be factually correct.
I mean, yeah, but it's from the perspective of they didn't win, we lost. You know, and it was like, we were the ones in control. We were the ones that handed them that victory. We don't need to dramatically change our game plan. A lot of it comes down to the execution. And as I say that already, their game plan is going to change. Vi into Xayah. Xayah gives you so much more control and self-peel into that matchup. And this also gives you a great setup for Rakan. It comes back to something you said in the last game. Kuhi on an initiator. Now he's got his hands on the Rakan. Golden Guardians bot lane already have way more agency than last game.
Absolutely love this pick coming in from Golden Guardians. And again, it was something we mentioned that, like, the Xayah, not only that, you know, obviously seeing it such a priority now throughout most of the regions through their playoffs and now here at MSI, it's also the fact that the Xayah can kind of, you know, just go into her ultimate form. It's very difficult for a Vi to get on top of the Xayah and lock her down when she has so many kind of self-peeling tools. But it's going to be instantly answered on the side of BLG. They'll take up the Jinx and the Lulu, so they're happy to let this game go late. They're saying, look, in Elk we trust.
Okay, in my head I was like, I wonder if they might think about something like a Maokai here. Just a little bit more utility, really great teamfight tools, but deciding to go against it, going for the safe topside pick in the Cassante, and the band's already starting to come through. I feel like Jax is something you also need to think about getting rid of, but then there's the Gwen, then there's the
Camille. Do you know Bin's solo queue name is like, I love Camille?
That doesn't surprise me.
That's literally his tag, so yeah.
Blind picking the Cassante typically would be fine. Against this man, a scary thing to do. We'll see how it pans out for FLICKR.
See what he wants to go for right now. The Kindred going to be banned away this time by BLG. They're recognizing there's an awful lot more tools available to Golden Guardians that are going to be able to kind of maybe enable that pick there. So they're saying, look, we don't think River was bad on the pick. We're going to get that off of the table as soon as we possibly can. I will say for Golden Guardians, they're the ones that are going to have the rotation first off of this. So they're going to be able to kind of keep themselves fairly decently in terms of, you know, what they want to go for, especially if we're going to see more jungle bans. Renekton going in. That's interesting as well because Bin didn't have an exceptional performance on the Renekton yesterday.
Surely this is not a Jax game. I feel like
I hope, man. I don't get too excited because you never know. It might just be Sion.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that he got super, you know, kind of, you know, down on himself after the 369 final, but he was spamming Sion a lot.
I know. Right now, my prediction is the Jax pick. The Maokai ban, there we are. We actually see it come through because that's what I expected Golden Guardians to go for. It seems that BLG on very similar wavelengths to me. We'll see what direction they now go in. Because you imagine that the jungle pick will come through now for the Golden Guardians.
Yeah, you want to keep that last pick there for Gory into that mid lane. There's plenty of jungle still available.
Flex Gragas. Okay.
Flex Gragas,
well,
yes.
you've got two flexes, actually. Kasante can be mid or top.
Very true. And Gory was one of the OGs in LCS who brought that out.
Right, and then also you've got the Gragas that can be mid, jungle, or top. So a lot of flexibility here, and they're kind of pressuring Bin and saying, oh, what are you going to blind pick? Because you don't know what's top lane.
We'll see what he wants to go for here. Might just go straight back to the Gnar, something he picked up pretty much all throughout playoffs. It was his default one to go with. Yasuo locked and loaded. No hesitation from the Golden Guardians. They don't want to drop to the lower bracket. They want to keep this series going.
Wow. Yasuo. That is a bold choice from Gory. I mean, when we think about it, Yagao is always the player that's considered the weak point of BLG in terms of his laning specifically, right? And like in terms of 1v1 matchups, even yesterday he got a lot of criticism for his Jace performance into the Aurelion Salt. Gory clearly feeling confident, saying, you know what, I think that I can bring out the Yasuo. A lot of lockdown coming out from the Vi Ahri, though, means that you're going to have to play a lot through Gory to set him up for success. And even if you do, Elk on this Jinx. He got 12 kills yesterday on this champion.
Tied with Broken Blade for the most of the tournament so far.
His Aphelios is incredible. His Jinx is just as good. This man is an incredibly talented AD carry, and Bin is also having a great series. So like, I respect the confidence from Golden Guardians. They've gone for a very different direction. They want to be able to skirmish in the early to mid game this time round. We'll see how things pan out. We're about ready to jump onto the Rift for our second game of this best of 3 winner. If BLG can secure it, we'll move on to the main stage along with the rest of the MSI teams.
The expectation would be BLG to kind of stamp their ticket with authority, bring themselves to the bracket stage, but Golden Guardians bringing out a new style of composition. They want to try and make this as scrappy as possible. They want to don't want to drop down to the lower bracket just yet, but we will jump onto the Rift. We're going to be keeping a very, very keen eye on that mid lane right now because that is where it's all going to be. And the thing is that normally it's like, oh, it's Gragas and Yasuo. You're going to have to set himself up. You've got Kasante with a knock-up. You've got the Rakan with a knock-up. There's actually a fair bit of setup, so it's not just one or two abilities. You're going to have to be careful here on the side of BLG.
Yep. The wombo combo is very real. Gragas Yasuo, I mean, as an EU enthusiast, this was one of the go-tos, one of the OGs. This was something that Mickey and Perks used to bring out bot lane. It was something that, I mean, all over the world is no one is a stranger to this duo in particular. There was the Diana Yasuo for a long period of time as well. I will be honest though, I wasn't expecting it to come out from Golden Guardians.
It's a bit of a curveball.
But Gory, I know that he's a player that's risen in the ranks of North American mid laners very quickly onto the scene. He was making a name for himself. And while Golden Guardians ultimately had an up and down season, during their playoffs, we were really able to see this mid laner shine. And I'm excited to see him play against Yagao here. Now we do have a bit of a delayed invade coming out from the bot lanes of Golden Guardians. They're
behind them.
Here.
Level 1 from the Rakan is so massive as well. We've seen it so many times where if you can get people kind of...
But now they're awkwardly...
Are they awkwardly though? That's the thing. They're going to jump onto this one. There's going to be the ghost pop by both AD carries. They're jumping onto Elk as they try and get him down. Nobody blowing a flash just yet, but you've got the shielding coming in. Elk trying to see if he can maybe keep himself alive. Good heal. And the tower shot goes in. Stixxay so low. Oh, Stixxay thought he could do it. And now you've got who has nowhere to be, nowhere to go. One more auto attack and it's going to be Elk. Just about never mind. On says, that's my kill. What looked like Golden Guardians having a unique setup. Disaster. BLG get 2.
And he hits him with the emote as well. The sad cat coming out from On. 2 kills off the bat for BLG. What a fantastic start for the bot lane. And honestly, it's a heal diff, right? Yep. The biggest difference was the fact that they waited so long for the Ignite to time out. The heal came out from On, and that was enough of a health disparity that they were able to walk away the victors. Riven out, looking for a level 3 gank in mid. See if he can make this one happen.
Not going to commit the flash there, but does get a little bit of damage back. He's going to land the charm, but he's pretty damn safe. But I mean, look, this is Golden Guardians, and I'm not saying they're at panic stations, but you can see that's rattled them a little bit.
I mean, it's also a situation where Jinx, I believe she did start with the Q. I can double check, but it's...
she did, yes.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you're only gaining attack speed, while in that fight, once you got the 3 stacks, you get more attack speed, whereas Xayah only has that bonus attack speed for the duration of the W, right? So while initially it looked really good for the Xayah, when you don't have those feathers, you're not going to be able to win out on that trade. So at the level 1, Jinx is just going to be able to get the advantage, along with Lulu being that range support who can just keep hitting you, whereas Rakan doesn't have that same advantage. So Golden Guardians, the initial premise looked good, but the execution ends up falling short, and now the bot lane finds themselves in a very comfortable advantage.
And just a great move there from the bot lane as well, because like, no panic, they didn't immediately go for it. There wasn't an insta flash to, you know, break the distance or anything like that. It was cool, calm, and collected. They're looking for some more now as Stixxay has no flash available and he goes down. Oh, LCS fans, look away. This is going to turn into a massacre.
Oh God, it just went from bad to worse.
Yep.
It's one thing to lose in the 2 versus 2. You can argue, you know what, not that big of a deal. We can bounce back from that. It's whatever. To then die again, it's not the situation you want to be in. Now, River is a little stuck here.
Yeah.
Will be forced to flash. What was he doing there?
I don't know, man. Like, look, if it's level 6 for Gory, sure, you get a flash body slam right as you hit level 6. No, we're close. And again, this is what I'm saying. Like, it feels like already we're seeing Golden Guardians kind of panic a little bit, and they just need to calm down. It's not the worst thing in the world, but you're making it worse by compounding all these errors.
What is there to say right now? Back not going to get interrupted because of the shield from On. Well played there. Bit of lead tech for those unaware. As long as the shield doesn't get broken, the game doesn't continue taking any damage, which means that your back will be unaffected.
Sean's coming.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, and who he doesn't have flash. Oh, he misses the Q. That's huge there. Sean with a little bit of a mechanical misplay, which means Stixxay can kind of keep his support safe. That's a let-off for the bot lane of Golden Guardians. I'm gonna call it what it is.
A small reprieve for sure. Flash.
Oh, they're looking for it and they get it. On is just on point right now. Stixxay can't even confirm the kill on the way back of it. And Stixxay has nothing else to do. This bot lane is just getting so much, just keeps getting pushed down, and now Elk's there. You can't even push down on the Sean. Stixxay doesn't have himself a flash. He's got him not gonna get the root. One more rocket and it's 5 kills to none. This bot lane is decimating the Golden Guardians.
I saw a laugh on the face of who he realizes how catastrophic this bot lane is going. And the game is over before it feels like it's even started. River now looking for a play. I don't think they win this.
I think they do.
Oh, they do. All right.
Yeah. You're just a hater. You're just an LCS hater. Well, look, they get it.
Look at who he's faced right now.
Yeah.
Smiles. I mean, at least they're staying optimistic. This is always going to be an uphill battle. But for them to be struggling like this, I think, kind of goes against even their own expectations. You got to keep your spirits up in a situation like this. Huhi is the one that gets the shutdown, which is a little unfortunate.
Yeah.
600 gold over to your support.
He's happy. That's why he's laughing.
Sure.
But look, it's a small moment there for them to go for it. We will see the last breath being used in the mid lane, but again, it's just, unless you're comboing this up with the Gragas, there's just not going to be enough burst onto an Ahri who's just going to be totally fine to kind of soak that one up every single time.
It's just a bit of trading ultimately from Gory for the time being. You can see he's at a small CS deficit, kind of to be expected. But trading health bars, especially against someone with a corrupting pop, does make a lot of sense.
Would see Golden Guardians trying to calm themselves down. They're about 1,500 gold, a little bit more behind BLG, who are just kind of living off of this bot lane advantage for the moment, and Gory kind of needs to be the X factor. He needs to be the person who kind of comes out and makes a big play, catches a multi-man ultimate and works with his team for that. But now, moving in onto River. They might be able to go for this one here. Bin has got the first move, but the Cassante is in tow. They're jumping straight back in. Flash Charm, and that's going to be the Gragas going down. There's 1 kill. Gory trying to 1v2 right now, but he's just not got the damage. They take him down as well. Licorice seeing if he can use the buy as a way to escape. Now he gets 1 kill. He's thinking about going for some more, but they're just too ranged. They're just too damn good. BLG 3 for 1 in that fight.
And it was all over a crab. The bot side was losing initially, and now the top side is collapsing as well. A single knock-up was all Gory needed to throw the ultimate out, and that could have been a very different fight. But unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to find it. And Yagao with the ultimate, along with the damage from Jun, means that BLG walk away the victors. And it all comes back to why Vi and Ahri are so prevalent in the meta. Their early game skirmishing is just so prevalent. It gives you so much control over the river. And BLG are dominating once again. A huge stack of farm in the bot lane that Stixxay desperately wants to get for himself. And look at the range that Elk is playing at the edge of the tower beautifully. I'm going to look back at this fight once more. So the initial damage from Jun, he knows that his top laner gets to move first, even though Gory's there initially. Yagao has the ultimate. And look at this flash charm, make sure that they get that CC down. I guess Gory wasn't in range. I believe that the E did actually come out from River. You can see the damage is just too much. And props FLICKR is trying to get something back here, but wasn't quite enough.
Looking for the
CC
burst.
damage.
Yeah, they get a charm though, and that means that Yagao kind of puts in a lot more damage onto Gory, who's very, very low. They're going to try and see if Bin can do a little bit of a drive-by there. They're trying to see if they can catch out River flash for flash, but Gory's still running away, hit by the boomerang, and should be just going down. Bin finally picking up his first kill of this game, and funny enough, River actually gets out alive.
Wow. Okay, so River actually survives that because Bin decided to come out to Gory, who he has no HP. Did Stixxay die again?
I think so. He's 0-4. Yeah, I was like, well, that was happening mid. Bot lane obviously went, and Huhi's now on Mission Impossible. He needs to get himself out there. On thinking about it, but still has the flash available to him. But it's going to be difficult for Huhi to kind of really confirm this one here. I feel like Yagao is going to find it. Yeah, they're closing in on his location. Did he execute? Yes, he does. Okay. Silver linings. We take what we can here.
Wow, we're really digging in deep.
I mean, man, I'm trying not to be mean. This is LPL. I'm happy as Larry. We're doing great.
I mean, yeah. Oh, so we're getting in a replay. Stixxay. Okay. Oh, no. And then On is just going to... Yeah, okay. I can already see what's going to happen. On going to take tower aggro, right? And then, yeah. Elk is going to finish that one off. On as well has the ultimate. They look to try and get that kill onto Huhi. He's able to get away. I'd say to safety.
He didn't give over any gold. That was the most positive thing we could say about that particular play. And I mean, look, coming into this one here, we were kind of saying, look, maybe Golden Guardians could have a little bit of an upset. Maybe you know people are going to be a little bit kind of unsure as to how BLG will look, but BLG are smashing them. BLG are kind of saying, look, we don't belong here in the play-in stage. We need to be up there with the T1s, with the Gen Gs and the JDGs in the bracket stage, and we're going to get in there as quick as we possibly can.
I mean, I will say, I'm also just very disappointed in Golden Guardians.
Yeah.
I think that after game one, I saw signs of life, you know, and I felt like that if they just calmed down, came in with a solid approach, then game two could have looked very different. For them to be this far behind 10 minutes in, I wasn't even expecting. I knew that BLG would be the favorites, but Golden Guardians definitely not showing, I think, the true potential of what they're capable of. Now, of course, this doesn't mean they're eliminated from the tournament. They will move into the losers bracket of the play-in stage. BLG, what will likely be a victory, will secure themselves a spot along with JDG, Genji, T1, Mad Lions, and Cloud9 in the main stage. But there's still an opportunity for Golden Guardians, and they will have to play their way through the lower bracket.
Yeah, and the guest thing, look, great to see the double elimination coming in here, and of course for the Golden Guardians, it is definitely not the worst thing in the world. I think regardless of how we get there, this is roughly how we, have seen this whole result kind of going down. So not to be too, unexpected, but it is how we're getting there. That's a little bit kind of little bit unfortunate there. But I will say, FLICKR getting a lot of free time in this top lane, picking up 4 plates, while Elk picks himself up 5 in the bot lane. We'll see an engage coming out here onto Yagao, who gets caught up and knocked down, trying to see if they can get the charm down on him, and River picks up a kill. So trying to get shunned down as well, and the Jinx will pick up the rocket. But not going to be able to get anything else off of that, so there's not going to be any response here in terms of kills, and Golden Guardians only 3,000 gold down now. Oh, Gory! On wants that kill. He's 3-0-3. He wants to be the carry of this game.
So Stixxay gets Ohound. They're looking to threaten up top now.
They are looking to threaten him. They're trying to see if they can kill off Bin just before he gets into the Mega, and they will. Okay, Golden Guardians getting themselves a couple of plays in a row, and they finally find themselves a good skirmish.
They certainly do. Look at how much gold they've actually been able to close back. Only a 2,000 difference between the two teams. It was a 5K gold difference.
It was.
And I think that if we get an opportunity to look at the gold difference, a lot of it's going to be sitting on Elk, right? This man is where all of the gold difference currently sits. He secured all 5 plates bot. He's going to get more plates in mid.
He got 3.
And they continue to funnel gold into this AD carry. I know many LPL fans were excited for Elk to debut on the international stage. Now I think the whole world gets to see his AD carry prowess. Another superstar AD carry to come out from the LPL. Don't you guys get tired of that? You know,
No,
producing?
you'd be surprised. When you win 7 out of 10 international tournaments, it never gets old. It really doesn't. But that's the thing with Elk. Like, you think about this guy and where he's come from and how kind of close he's been. I always think of 2021 summer where he went and played, I think it was like 11 best-of-5s from the gauntlet right up until the winners final, then got knocked out of playoffs into regional qualifiers and lost it. I think they went on a 12-1 loss streak effectively in terms of game score and best-of-5s. It was heartbreaking for Elk, and it just really didn't, unfortunately, kind of work out for them. Now he's on the international stage. And this is the thing, even yesterday and today, regardless how the rest of the map is performing, because again, they got those kills in top and in mid for Golden Guardians, Elk has been consistent. Elk has just said it doesn't matter what happens in the rest of the games. I'm going to carry.
Yep. He has been a very reliable carry, and I think that after their defeat to JDG and how, like, you know, you hear any LPL enthusiast talk about how it was largely Bin that was the main success, the main carry of this team. This was a team that primarily played through Bin. To see this bot lane thriving the way that they are, definitely only good signs for BLG. Absolutely. And their ability to contest in this tournament. Looking good. Now, they have made a few small blunders here and there. We were just talking about the fact that Golden Guardians were able to close that gold gap, but Elk immediately going to extend it once again. 3,000 now the difference after he secured that mid tower. You can see 11 turret plates. I imagine that 10 of them went to Elk.
Yes. I'd be surprised if anyone else got much off of that plate in terms of the gold.
He has a 40 CS advantage over Stixxay.
And a 3,000 gold advantage as well. That's where the gold advantage is.
Yes, as we talked about earlier. Of course, FLICKR doing very well on the top side of that, largely because of Bin's roams and the fact they were able to find a dive, all the plates that he was able to secure for himself. Definitely close the gold gap a little bit.
He's in a bad spot. They're going to try and catch him out there, bursting him down so much. You flash it out of the frying pan and into the fire. FLICKR gets himself a shutdown.
Okay, Golden Guardians. I like what I'm seeing right now. Pick after pick after pick. Perhaps there's a window for Golden Guardians to come back into this game. The TP committed into the mid lane from Bin.
Yeah, they're going to go and try and jump on straight on top of him. They don't burst him out just yet, but he's not mega right now. Bin running away as FLICKR tries to take him out, and he will. Feathers will fly as Yagao does not land the charm afterwards. And Golden Guardian's not quite done just yet. Good route to stop Stixxay from getting caught out here by Yagao. He gets slowed up. A lot of damage there from that barrel. Flashes in, flashes away. Yagao will not catch this bird today, and the fox will leave without his prey. There is an ultimate! Oh!
How did he know?
They're just a different level. 6 cents coming in here from Huhi, and Golden Guardians keeping this game competitive.
But shout out to FLICKR. The expectations coming into this series was that there would be a colossal top gap, but FLICKR is playing like a man possessed right now. Nothing but confidence. Look back at this dive. TP comes in, and Golden Guardians say, you know what? We kill him. The Gragas barrel comes out. The ultimate from Gory comes through, and then FLICKR is saying, I've got this, guys. Leave it to me. Incredible confidence from him underneath the tower. Shun is getting very low, and he has to dive away to safety. But Golden Guardians, they're the aggressors in this game. They are the ones determining what is happening on the map. And this is a look that we didn't get to see from them in game 1, but I like what we're seeing in game 2.
Absolutely, and the thing is as well is that yes, Elk is very far ahead, but if a Cassante jumps on your face and you're a Jinx, you don't have many options outside of your flash. You're relying on for this Lulu to kind of keep you safe. Yagao going forward will land the Everfrost, will not land the Charm, so but Stixxay very low. Huhi as well. They're going to take him out as On picks up his 4th kill of the game. Golden Guardians do not know when they really needed to kind of go for that fight, and BLG just kind of punish them hard.
Really good collapse from BLG. Yagao not hesitant to use this Ahri ultimate. Wasn't able to land the charm on the Stixxay, but it didn't matter. The combined damage of Yagao, Elk, and On was good enough. Dragon now up and available. Huhi will be back out on the map, though. The question is, can GG put themselves in a position to contest? We see Bin in the top lane, securing himself level 11.
River, nowhere to go for him to go now. He's full AP, meaning he is super squishy. And they can turn back onto FLICKR, who is very, very tanky, but only so much. They're going to jump straight in now onto Elk, who gets the wild growth on top of him. FLICKR trying to jump in with the all-out. Elk flashes away, charmed up, taking it down. You cannot deny that the Cassante will get his mark every damn time. Yagao without a flash or a Spirit Rush means he dies as well, and Golden Guardians looking for On as well. They're looking for a little bit more.
Gory's spidey senses were tingling, but Golden Guardians, wow, you lose your jungler, but you don't care. You're able to walk away with 3 kills, the neutral objective as well. Stixxay even picked up a kill onto Yagao. They've closed the gold gap machine. What felt like a done and dusted game, what felt like Golden Guardians were out of this series, all of a sudden has swung back in their favor.
You're welcome, LCS, for the caster curse. But let's have a look at how this one kind of goes, because River just straight up gets caught.
So he uses the E initially to try and sidestep. Of course, face checks a control warded bush. He thinks that's safe, and now picks himself up another kill. But Licorice, the Giga Chad in the top lane, says, I'm not going out, I'm going in. Gory quick to follow up. The Wind Wall mitigating a lot of damage. Licorice throws the ultimate down onto Elk. And you've got this Yasuo Cassante duo just working to perfection. The peel from PLG just isn't enough.
And the big thing as well is that it all kind of stems from that TP into mid lane where Bin dies. He doesn't have TP to join that. He's nowhere to be found. So even though, yes, you got the pick initially from onto Golden Guardians, it's a 4v4. It's not a 5v4. You're not at an advantage. And it means that Golden Guardians can punish. So really, really well done for them. They equal up themselves a little bit of gold. They get themselves a dragon as well. And Huhi on this engage has been so much better compared to game one.
I feel like I can hear Dom in the back of my head being like, I always knew Licorice was the best top laner in the world, you know?
He just needed to prove it.
Yeah.
He needed a stage in order to show
what
it.
What a performance from Licorice. An incredible Cassante game. Yagao. Whoa, hang on.
I mean, they're going to be able to catch him.
Oh,
they even get themselves, cannot do anything about it. The Steel Tempest to stop Shun from giving any support, and Golden Guardians have got themselves momentum.
Yeah, you spotted it, Oshin. What a play from him. The second that the ultimate connects to the ground, he throws that Q not at the RE, but at the incoming Vi to make sure that the support wasn't there. Yagao caught with his pants down. And now look at this gold difference. From what was a 6K gold deficit, the gold is basically even. And a lot of that sitting in the top lane. Licorice. What a performance from the top laner of Golden Guardians. Baron spawns in 25 seconds. I don't expect that to be the primary objective. Ideally, Golden Guardians want to get this mid-tier 1 down, open up the map a little bit more, gain more access into the river. We look across the gold advantage for Gory, gold advantage in the top lane, gold even in the mid. 80 carry still where that big deficit exists, but Stixxay already actually has an XP advantage. You can see that little pink bar underneath the icons. Stixxay getting up there. He just needs that second item to start dealing a little bit more damage. Hang on, they're just going to start it.
We're going to keep going with the caster curses right now because Golden Guardians are benefiting off this. BLG don't know. Now they do. It's a slow Baron. It's not exactly the quickest in the world, but they're going to TP in Licorice as well. Bin would have to TP in a little bit before this. He hasn't got Mega Gnar just yet. It's a little bit scrappy. It's only half HP on the Baron. Golden Guardians, are you willing to go this? There's a good charm there onto Licorice, but he is the tank. Taking a lot of damage right now. You can see Golden Guardians, they don't want to stay here. I say that. They're jumping in now onto Elk. They're trying to burn him down. They throw everything in the kitchen sink and they get their man. Now Bin looking to go Mega, but he gets taken to the grave. Golden Guardians, they call BLG over to the Baron and they take them to dinner.
Golden Guardians built a comp to kill Elk, and they do just that. They're looking for more kills.
They're looking for everything. They know there's no 50-50 if Shun dies, but Shun gets in. Oh, he's so close. He can't secure it. And Golden Guardians finally have themselves an advantage in game 2.
The LCS has come alive. Golden Guardians is here to play. They will not go quietly off into the night. They secured the Baron against BLG, and they're looking to make the upset a reality.
They're going for mid as well, getting as much standing gold as they possibly can. And LCS, do you believe? Finally, Golden Guardians showing up on this stage, and it's all off of the back of that man, Licorice. He's so sweet on these engages.
Wow, I was not expecting to be talking about Licorice, the hero of Golden Guardians, to drag them out of what was an atrocious early game. The bot lane was 0-5 at sub 10 minutes. It felt like that the game was done and dusted, that Elk could run away, but just keep your eyes on Elk in this fight. While Yagao looks for something in the flank, there's no real follow-up on the side. Bin doesn't quite have the Mega Gnar, and Shun is completely separated from the team. But Licorice flash in. The Lulu ultimate comes through. Gory with the follow-up, though. Even though Gory is polymorphed, it doesn't matter. Licorice and Huhi, there's just so much chain CC that the rest of BLG can't peel.
I mean, it's like Elk was on, you know when you're on a trampoline and everyone starts jumping around you and there's nothing you can do, you're just in a bounce house of hell? That's exactly what happened. They just threw everything at him and there was just no counterplay to it because he didn't have the flash. He lost it in the last fight. So once that flash is gone, he has no escape, and there is the enthusiasm we want to be seeing from the LCS #2 seeds.
Very nicely done from Golden Guardians. The game has flipped around, and now it is Golden Guardians to lose. The dragon spawns in 10 seconds. You expect that to be the objective that they play for. But there are a couple other problems that BLG now find themselves with. Gory is level 14, about to hit level 15. Who stops him in a side lane? This Yasuo is working towards that second item. He's only going to get stronger as the game continues. And then you sit there and go, okay, fine. He groups up with the rest of his team. Now who deals with FLICKR? While they're looking to send 5.
They're looking to send 5 in a 1v5, and FLICKR goes all out. He will be taken out. TP coming in here from Gory, try and maybe do something, but it's a little bit too little too late. They'll get the turret in the bot side. That's a good one just before this Dragon, but Golden Guardians feeling like a lot was used there in that last fight to try and get off the pick.
Lot.
Kuhi looking for something here. They just spot him a little bit. They're going in. It's stolen. BLG will get themselves a Dragon, but can they get out with the fight? That's the question. They're going to jump onto El Gory on the back line. Welcome back to the bounce house. There's nothing you can do as Stixay lets the feathers fly. Bin finally here looking to 1v4, but there's nothing to be done. You wasted everything on Licorice, and now Golden Guardians, they take their dues.
4 versus 5. The Golden Guardians don't give a damn. They walk away the victors once more. They secure the Dragon, and BLG is aced.
What a turnaround. You watch the first 10 minutes of this game and you tell me now at 24 we're going to be at this point. That's just not possible. But look at the look at the way this game just flipped as we do get ourselves the win expectancy powered by AWS. And I mean, I can't blame it. I mean, I'm looking at Golden Guardians thinking they're going to win as well. It's just insane turnaround.
Yeah, absolutely insane. What a performance from Golden Guardians. The beauty of this best-of-3 format means that they were given another opportunity and they shine. And let's look at this engage once more. So Shun does steal away the Dragon. A really nice steal from him. Wow. Just short of 1200 HP, he's able to get away with it, but then they see an opportunity to re-engage. Now Gory doesn't get too antsy with the ultimate. He waits for that knock-up onto Elk and then the immediate follow-up. You can see On's ultimate is so quick. On his... He's on, right? He is on it. He is ready with the reflexes, but it's just not enough. There is not enough heal. And now you look at Stixay, level 14, a whole level above, nearly 2 above Elk, working on his 3rd major item. The AD carry difference does not matter as Golden Guardians have come alive. And now they just need to play patient now.
Yes.
Yes, they won a 4v5 fight, and it's true that you've pretty much guaranteed that you can win every single one of these fights. But BLG is a resilient team. They've been able to find their way out of these deficits before, and as long as Elk lives, BLG will always have a win condition. So Golden Guardians need to play it safe, they need to take their time, maintain this great vision control around the Baron, make that sure that that's your next objective, leverage that to close out the game.
The big thing that I want everyone to realize, the last few fights, Elk has not been able to play League of Legends. Straight up, has literally been sat in the same position, getting thrown around the place by everyone else. If Elk can flash that first knockup, can not get hit by the last breath, and get himself away to put out DPS, that is a very scary position for Golden Guardians. They have done so well, so well to put themselves in a fantastic position. They are 6,000 gold ahead. They are the ones in control of this game, and they've got a Yasuo on the sideline, so that's going to be fantastic for them. However, the job is not done. They need to close this out.
They do, and even if they do, there's one more game left to be played, Oshin.
God, I love best of series. Praise be the new format.
BLG, no strangers to falling in a best of 3. They've been here many times before during the regular season. Golden Guardians, though, they see that taste of victory and they have to make sure that it doesn't overcome them. Huhi, we've seen so many of his reactions in this series so far. Even when they were dying, he kept the smiles on his face. If we get to chat to him after the series, would love to know how he was able to keep the mental so strong in this game, because they've been able to bounce back. Now, the Baron alive in 15 seconds. A couple resets coming through. BLG have a little bit of vision in their side of the jungle, but it's going to be hard. They're going to be forced to face check and force their way in to this objective.
No flash on Bin, no flash on Gory. Both AD carries have their flashes. We do have plenty in the tank here. Also good to note there is a stopwatch onto Gory and a stopwatch onto River as well. So you're going to have those a little bit of team fight resets should anything happen. But this is total vision control right now. Thank you to the observers for highlighting that. The Golden Guardians, and you've got yourself plenty to kind of work with. You will now know that it's been started up with your Ari's bot lane, so your Gao's going to take a couple of seconds to even get here. They can shred this.
Yeah, it looks like BLG are just not going to contest it whatsoever. They're going to take that last stand at their base.
Oh my god. Oh lord. I just saw the LCS's hope. Everyone just had a collective heart attack.
That face was perfect, yeah.
Everyone just had a collective heart attack around what could have been just the biggest oopsie in the world.
So now, it all comes down to how they siege. Earlier in the game, they were able to find a good pick onto FLICKR. BLG is who I'm talking about now. They're actually looking for Yao. He's going to be able to get away to safety.
How close?
How close was it?
It wasn't far off.
So the explosion actually went onto Stixxay. I'm not sure it was actually that close to the back. I didn't actually think it did much damage to
It went down from 1800 to 1600, or 600.
Oh, was that actually? Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that is 1200 damage. So
That's fair.
That's quick maps.
That is quick maps. Good job. The home of quick maps. Dragon spawning in about 5 seconds time. Looks like Golden Guardians do want to grab that for themselves. They still have 2 minutes on the objective. Let's see if they can close this one up. This feels like a done deal. From this position.
If they lose, everyone in LCS is going to hate you right now. It's not a done deal just yet.
Oh, can you stop Elk?
Elk is trying
This
his
is not
absolute
normal.
hard.
Someone needs
It's
check
very
PC,
close,
man.
Literally, if Golden Guardians keep auto-attacking it there, that's when that goes a bit scary. But they get themselves a dragon. There isn't going to be a dragon soul for at least another 10 minutes, which is going to be at 40 minutes anyway, so we're not really looking at that as a win condition. And right now, BLG are quite content to kind of go, cool, we're just going to keep scaling up. We're going to keep getting ourselves some more items. That's going to be an Infinity Edge for Elk very, very soon. And then this is where the game starts to become more about execution rather than any kind of advantage any team has.
Push down. The waves aren't quite synced up. I'd like FLICKR, I think, to stay just another wave in mid, but they want to... They threaten a dive, but it's a little dangerous.
A lot of damage there onto River. Bring him down to half HP. Plenty of healing, though, coming out from Huhi on that Rakan.
He might go and get the red buff for himself so that he can use that to heal up.
Yeah.
Looks like he will actually grab that. Get a little bit of health back after clearing the jungle camp. You can see Stixxay not quite clearing the wave just yet. They want to try and sync up that mid wave with the bot so they can actually siege at the same time.
Against the Jinx, though, you don't really get time. Even with the Baron buff, the Jinx Rocket's doing so much there. I will say Stixxay actually has 2-level advantage right now over Elk, who is only level 14. They will try and crack open the base now towards mid. 2-level advantage between the top laners. It's been not quite level 16, and that tower should go down. So, base cracked open. BLG happy to let that one go, as it's the easiest one to defend, regardless of what you're trying to go for after this. Oh, Charm onto Gory. Gory getting caught up here, has to use the stopwatch. They need to save him out now. There's going to be a flash in and the ultimate there. They had to expend so much just to make sure their mid laner did not die. And now BLG, they smell blood in the water. The Yasuo is dead, as is River. It's a double kill. Stixxay's nowhere to go, and he gets taken down. Triple kill by Elk, and he wants a little bit more. 5v1. FLICKR gets shut down, and BLG, they do not want this game to end.
And just like that, BLG found the window. Gory oversteps, and BLG don't hesitate to punish. The question is, what can they convert this into? Could they potentially end? The answer to that is no. They don't really have a wave in mid. The death timers at this point are 25 seconds, and while BLG may be able to break some structures, it's not going to be enough. So BLG have bought themselves a little bit more time. They've saved the game from collapsing completely. But Golden Guardians, this was the slip-up that we talked about. In these high-pressure situations, it is easy to be overconfident, to overstep, and a team like BLG will punish you immediately. So they have vision fully on Gory. Yagao remains in the fog of war, a great charm with which he's not able to react with the wind wall in time. Throws out the stopwatch to buy a little bit of time, but that's a flash committed from Huhi. Great reactions from Yagao to create space, but then the range of Elk, and this is what we talked about. As long as Elk is alive, BLG have a win condition. Again, just really great play overall from Yagao there. 2 back-to-back charms that really set up the play for BLG. And now Elk, the question is, does Elk get a GA off the back of this?
He does.
He does. So how does this change the landscape of the fights now?
Oh my God,
yeah,
sorry. That's a lot of damage.
This game is literally Elk versus Golden Guardians.
Yes. I mean, it's exactly what we talked about, though, is that if Elk stays alive, Elk is the issue right now. He's full build. He has got himself onto the super late game. The big difference is, though, this time around, he does not have flash. He does not have ghost. You catch him, you can kill him.
But neither does Huhi, and that's the biggest thing. One of Huhi is going to keep looking for flanks. He's going to look for ways to get on top of that backline because it's the easiest way for Golden Guardians to shut down
G, Gory gets charmed up. They're going to jump in on top of him, try burn him down, but they can't do it just yet. El can't plant his
Great
feet.
wind wall.
Shun goes golden, but it's only to delay the inevitable. They will not have their jungler left. They might look for a bit of a TP play here. They got double TP here on Licorice and Gory. They may look to reset.
Baron in 47 seconds, 42 on the respawn for sure.
Maybe look for the end.
But Golden Guardians, I feel like just running down mid is not the best play. You have a lot of wave clear available on Elk. He just needs to get back to base. Yagao gonna get there first.
They're
It's an
going
ambitious
for it.
play. They're gonna look for it.
They're going for at least an inhibitor turret, sorry, not an inhibitor, a Nexus turret. As Golden Guardians want to keep this best of 3 alive. Every single best of 3 so far at MSI 2023 has been a 2-0. Golden Guardians want to buck that trend. They're on to 1 Nexus turret, but it's only Stickstay kind of putting in the damage, and he's not really able to do it. Now Golden Guardians might be a little bit overextended. Licorice trying to see if he can maybe keep away Bin from the back line. And he will do just that. Oh, Vedi, it's getting all sorts of jittery. But Golden Guardians don't throw it away just yet.
See, yeah, they invested a lot, and I feel like the BLG had a very nice setup in terms of their wave clear. There's so much vision now that's been left uncleared that BLG can use.
Watch Huhi. He's on a flank, and there's some plenty of wards there as well. BLG not feeling confident to go for this. They'll lose the Baron. They don't want to try and risk the game just yet. They'll take up the Dragon, which means that we're going to get the soul point.
This is good for Golden Guardians because BLG, they're going to go straight to the Dragon. And look, they've left their top lane completely exposed. GG now have clear information as to where BLG are, and they can make a beeline for this top inhibitor.
Get the Tier 2, it's Golden Guardians with the Baron buff and plenty of minions behind it. They may look to try and go for it right now, but you don't want to get too antsy. There's a good wind wall, but it's not really going to stop most of these minions from doing it. They can't really go for it anymore. They took a little bit too much poke damage, and they're going to use the Shurelya's Revelry to get themselves out. Bin picking up the Dragon does put BLG on soul point, and Vedi, we continue with this game.
Elk is terrifying right now. What a situation for the Golden Guardians to be in. They gave a window for BLG, and they smashed through that window without any hesitation. And GG, it would be such a devastating loss for them to have come back from such a massive deficit. This is their game, and GG can see that. Licorice threatening Elk.
He goes in, they're going to try and jump onto Elk before he can get any real support, but Shun was there as well as on. Huhi cannot get the flank. Double TP from Bin and Yagao means that the rest of Golden Guardians cannot engage.
He has flash.
They do have flash, but he knows he's there, so he doesn't want to fully commit to this one just yet until he knows that Gory and Licorice can follow up.
On is doing a great job of just keeping the ward onto Huhi. He is constantly spawning him, letting his team know where this flank is coming from, and he is mitigating what vision Huhi can get.
Mid inhibitor respawns. No more super minions for Golden Guardians there. We're going to see them now try and push this one, but it's a minuscule wave that's going to be very easily cleared there by the Ahri and the Jinx. They're going to look for a bit of engage. Bin almost mega, but not quite just yet. 5v5 in that bot side. No knockback from Licorice means that you're not going to get an engage just yet. Bin looking for a bit of a move. He's going to get the crunch down. He's there onto the Xayah, but he has to use his ult defensively. He knew if he stayed there too long, he could have been killed.
The charm does connect onto Licorice, but now Bin going back to base. There's no wave in mid. GG are just playing through a single lane right now, and that's the ideal situation for Elk to find himself in. He has more than enough wave clear. And BLG will hold the line for now.
45 seconds. You can see that River very aware there might be a flank coming in, so wants to make sure there's no Ahri, there's no charm to come in, but Licorice at the moment just tanking everything up. You have a couple more seconds. They're going to look for it. Shun looks in. Going to pop out the wind wall, and that's going to stop anyone from going to go for it. But again, you're not getting the mid lane, or you're not getting the tower damage down, so his Baron buff's not really going to equal to a lot. It's just going to delay the game that little bit more.
BLG are holding the line very well, and it's Golden Guardians. They're just over-committing to a single lane. I feel like that they can send Gory off to a side, but they're concerned about Gory getting collapsed on. But as a result, they're then just tunneling. They're making it too easy for BLG to group, and then Yagao and Elk combined have more than enough wave clear to hold the line. The Runens is just so effective at wave clear. The Golden Guardians Baron is going to dissipate. The map will reset to neutral, and of course, while BLG are at a deficit, a single fight is all that matters, Oshin. A single fight with the death timers at this late into the game. Yagao, you need to be careful, man. That jungle does not belong to you.
Yeah, he senses it. He knows there's definitely someone missing on the map. He now knows the charm is down, but it's a fairly low cooldown at this stage now. Licorice. Thinking he actually gets spotted?
Yeah, I wonder if you saw that aggro.
I'm thinking that maybe Yagao thinks there's somebody there. River now Finding himself in that bot side, FLICKR will show himself, but River knows he's not been spotted as of yet, kind of putting himself behind enemy lines. But Elk, look how quickly he destroys these waves. Like, you're going to need so much more. River finally gets spotted out there by Shun, but Shun is already very happy to kind of push forward, be that beacon, that vanguard to get all this vision back for BLG.
Tension continues to rise. We are full late game. Carries are completing their items, and I think it's a matter of Golden Guardians going to wait. Gonna wait for the Dragon a minute and a half. The Baron in a minute 45. A win here for Golden Guardians means we go to game 3. A loss means they have to fight their way through the lower bracket. And there will still be an opportunity for them to join the main stage, but it's going to be a much harder road to climb. I say much harder road. This is already a very challenging road.
I was going to say the road's already pretty steep.
An alternatively challenging road.
Your roads diverge. They're both difficult. Which one do you choose? But I mean, look, for Golden Guardians, you have to feel like you should be winning this game. It just feels like it's such a, it's been there for you for so long, but BLG, they've stood resilient. They know how to take these fights. They know that if they keep Elk alive, it could mean everything. Stixxay almost
look at
full
who
items.
he's positioned. He is trying his best to find the flank. Shun is in an angle.
They know he's there. They know he's there, and he's going to put himself there now. Gory a little bit isolated. They're going to try and commit there on top of the Yasuo and try and make sure that Elk can't get in there. Elk trying to get in on top of this one. They found their man. They get all the damage down, and the GA has been popped, but you got to kill him twice. The Feathers are just a little bit too early. But they shut him down. He will sacrifice his life, and now Stixxay knows he can go for the kills. He will get stunned up by the crunch, but no more Elk means no more damage for BLG.
I think the Golden Guardians just need to look to try and end the game now. Licorice is committed onto Yagao, the other member of the wave clear. Licorice has the teleport as well.
They got everybody. The solo laners are down. Golden Guardians.
This is it.
They've got themselves a lifeline. The LCS will be bringing us to a game 3 as BLG just cannot hold the line.
The wave clear is dead. Golden Guardians finally found the fight. They shut down the carry of BLG, and the Nexus is in their eyes.
Everyone counted them out. Everyone said it couldn't be done. Easy favorites, and at the start of this game, you would have thought BLG would have whammed it home. But Golden Guardians keep this series alive, and they take us to a 3rd game.
An impressive comeback performance from the Golden Guardians. And I'll say it right now, Licorice with a monster performance.
Insane.
Coming into this series, expectations were not that it would be Licorice's one to win. But Bin found one too many roams. He got dive top lane as well, and Licorice got very fed. And because he got fed, he was such an effective tool in these team fights that Elk didn't get to play the game. The one game we saw, the one fight we saw where he got a triple kill into nearly a quadra was how terrifying he could have been. But outside of that, it was just the dive bros, right?
Yeah, literally the dive bros.
Every single time.
I mean, just such a great win there for Golden Guardians, and honestly, just you could feel how tense it was as well for them. BLG, like you mentioned, got that one fight, but they couldn't do anything with it. There was no Baron, there was no Dragon, there was no waves for them to push up. So for Golden Guardians, they were able to keep their cool, and that is so damn important in this stage of an international competition. If you lose your cool in games where you should win, it's all over, but it wasn't all over. And they did exactly what they needed to do. They dive bombed on Elk.
Keep Huhi on and engage, get Licorice and engage. These guys have found a formula to beat BLG. Golden Guardians, let's see if they can make the upset a reality.
Yeah, we're going to toss it to a break, and when we return, we're going to have Game 3 of BLG versus Golden Guardians.
The taste rush and all the rest will jump against will be the best.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free.
Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
Who has nowhere to be, nowhere to go. One more auto attack and it's going to be Elk. You can't even push that on the shot.
No.
Stixie doesn't have himself a flash. He's got himself going to get the root. It's very, very tanky, but only so much. They're going to jump straight in now onto Elk, who gets the wild growth on top of him. FLICKR trying to jump in with the all-out. Elk flashes away, charmed up, taking it down.
Holy guys, we're doing it.
Right. Jinx. Out. Kill Ari. No. I got Lulu. Come on. Did I got flash? Let's go.
Golden Guardians, they've got themselves a lifeline. The LCS will be bringing us to a Game 3 as PLG just cannot hold the line.
Golden Guardians picking up a win after that early game was a surprise, to be sure. But a welcome one. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. This will actually be one of the very first post games that I've ever had the opportunity to break down every replay you just watched and saw the team comms. That rollout was put together from the production team, and we are going to analyze a lot of those replays and talk about what happened. Before we do, can I ask you to bring up the post game breakdown graphic? Because PLG were 5-0 by like 3 minutes. They had a 4,000 gold lead at 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
And it swung. Rez, that early game should not have resulted in that end game.
The person that has to be the most frustrated is Elk. 7 deaths from the Golden Guardians bot lane from the laning phase alone in the first 9 minutes. That should just be done deal. Like, they had that with the Rainbow 7 series, and it was carried through Elk, and it really became difficult off of just undisciplined plays.
And that's the big one, is the undisciplined plays that we saw kind of coming through from a lot of the solo laners at times. Bin getting caught up, but also when you looked at Yagao, the 17-minute mark, they overextend, trying to find a pick in the enemy jungle, and immediately Golden Guardians jumped on top of it. And that, for me, was where we started to see that game turn, where Golden Guardians started to get control, and suddenly they were able to operate this team fight that they really liked.
So we've got the big picture, right? We saw the overall graphic. We will break them one by one. Just can I get some quick hits on the draft? Golden Guardians picked red. I believe it was the first time a team has picked red throughout the 3 days of MSI. The Xayah Rakan coming in, and the Gragas Yasuo. I was nervous. I was a little scared, and I had a very bad feeling about how that draft could have gone. Raz, gut reactions before we start looking at the plays?
Shock, because it's mostly just like the unique picks coming in from Golden Guardians. I don't know how much they practice this. It's one of those things where it's like, if you're in an event like this, going up against some of the best competitions, you want to play something you played a lot. So once again, more unique picks coming from the team. But the Xayah Rakan is something that I thought was a welcoming option.
I definitely think the Xayah Rakan was a good answer into something like the Vi. We were even discussing on the last test how we are not a big fan of the Vi for that first pick, because it can be responded with really well. I actually, once I kind of looked back, kind of retrospectively looked at the Yasuo, I actually really liked it. It felt like a great read. You've got only Jinx who's the real damage dealer here, Nari and Anar, so as long as you can have that threat, that's going to work out perfectly. And when we actually found those team fights where you could get Hui into the back line, you had the Gragas ult there, that's where this Yasuo could come alive.
So listen, I got a question for you. Who shot first in that bottom lane? Was it Elk? Was it 6A? Did somebody greed for plays? This is how the game started. And there were a lot of cringes backstage and a lot of concerns. Dagda, this is about as bad of a game as you can have at level 1.
Yeah, I mean, this was just, I'm so surprised that the level 1 went this poorly, but you can see 3 caster minions the entire time, auto-attacking down. Lulu's in a great position there as well. It meant that there was always extra damage that was coming in. So despite the good level 1 that you usually see from the Xayah Rakan, Elk and On were able to turn this one around.
Yeah, I like the positioning of Lulu just in case if there was a 1-for-1, Lulu can chase him down, and they were able to do that. So like, it was really bad. The one thing that I was actually, you know, surprised in a good way is that you look at the player cams and who he was laughing throughout that, because it was like, okay, they still have like that fight left within them. They're not taking this too harshly. So there was an angle.
There was an angle, and I think that angle was a flavored one in the top lane, FLICKR, because while all of that was going like to hell in the bottom lane, FLICKR was quietly building up a lead here. It ended up being 4-1-1 by the time we get to our next replay. Raz, at 17 minutes, this next clip comes up. Golden Guardians are down about 3K. This was the fight where then I started to have a feeling that something was going to happen. Break this down for me.
Oh, right. This was great. So they end up finding a pick on towards Gragas, but the one thing that I noticed was that Licorice and Gory were actually taking a right side of the river. And so Nara's not in the fight. They straight up dive on towards Jinx, and even with the Lulu ulti, it was not enough to actually protect him. And then bought enough time for the rest of the bot lane that were coming in from base to help out in the engage. So I was like, wait a minute. I personally didn't expect the Elk to die so quickly. And so I guess that set the scene for the rest of the game.
And it definitely felt like a taste of things to come, because when you look at it, they were diving on towards Elk almost every single team fight that they went towards. And I think it was just, as you say, great coordination coming through from Golden Guardians to set that up, and a great read to realize how overextended this BLG side had gone.
And a small thing too, even before that, 11 minutes in, it was Rakan that found a pick on towards a Gao, and then they used that to actually go top lane and get a kill for the Cassante. So Cassante actually had a lead simply because of those plays, string of plays that came on from Yagao's pick into the top lane dive.
And I think it's fair to say, even though that clip, that moment went the way of Golden Guardians, it wasn't enough to give confidence until this next replay, because this is truly where the fun begins. Dagda, I'm going to ask you to break this one down. Let's look at this Baron play and just talk me through what's happening.
Yeah, initially we're going to see the Yagao ends up going over the pit, but he's not really going to be able to do too much because he actually goes in a second time and gets stuck over the wall. You've now got, again, immediately jump on towards Elk in this one to make sure that he's completely uncomfortable. They end up dealing with the Jinx, who doesn't have the GA at this stage, and now you've got half your top side, or your front line is on the top side of the fight, whereas now you just get to reposition easily as Golden Guardians and then just look to focus down people one by one as they miss position.
That was really good from Licorice. Just even focusing on the fact that he did that flash WQ3 on Cassante to set up for the Yasuo ulti. So like, just those things alone, just trying to find one window of opportunity to win a fight, they found that. So no one expected it. It's funny because it was like 6 a.m., 5 a.m. for the people in North America, so I was like, okay, did they go back to sleep? And no, they're wide awake for games like these.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be wide awake for Licorice when he's looking this damn good. But I think Licorice did look absolutely fantastic. But I also want to take a look at Huhi, because I think Huhi was a really outstanding player in this one. And I want to take a specific look at one of these team fights we had, the 23-minute mark.
We've got about 2 minutes, so speed
set
on
it up
this.
brilliantly. So I'll just hit the play button on this one anyway, and we can just lob into it whenever we're ready. But you can see initially we get this big pick coming through for BLG, and you're like, okay, 4 versus 5, this isn't going to be the best of times. But I want you to keep your eyes on Licorice, because he starts off the fight in this position. He's going to wrap around into the pit and then immediately continue that on towards Elk, who's going to be in the back line here. And it puts so much pressure then on towards Elk that you get the follow-up from the Yasuo. There we go. He immediately jumps in, and the follow-up that comes through right as this hits, you see it here. You've got Gory, who's immediately going to follow up on it. You have River, who's going to end up throwing that cask onto it to separate the fight in several different directions. So when you look at Elk, he actually ends up in a position where there's just no one around him, and you're able to easily follow up here for the rest of the team.
It was beautiful. And you'd expect, especially after game 1, how every time Golden Guardians are trying to fight into the river, that BLG as a squad were there as a unit. You know, once again, Gnar wasn't there, didn't have a Gnar bar ready for it, so it was just easier to get on top of the back line.
And I mean, listen, Licorice in that game, playing the Cassante, having a significantly bigger impact, able to outplay, having a huge influence along with the rest of the squad. I mean, he stood there, his power's more than doubled since the last time they met in game 1.
Yeah.
We're setting up for game 3. BLG have chosen blue side. What do you want to expect? We've got less than a minute and a half before we go to casters. What do Golden Guardians have to do to win once again?
I'm probably going to be wrong about this. Going into this game, I thought Golden Guardians weren't going to change anything in the draft. They did. I think BLG probably shouldn't change much in the draft because they had such a sizable lead, and they're not going to go back to the draft and say, this is what was wrong with it.
Never tell me the odds, okay? I don't want to know judges.
Okay.
What do you think BLG have to do to win?
I think for BLG is trying to find comfort. I think you play for side lanes, play towards Bin, get him onto something like the Jax, like go back to the style that was working for you, and even just have Yego play this more, well, we've already got the RE facilitator style, but go back towards things like the Veigar, where you can slow down fights, control the pace of these fights, rather than having something that can be that heavy dive that we just saw from Golden Guardians.
Okay, I think we are just about ready. I'm going to ask our production team to give me a single because anybody who doubted Golden Guardians, I will find your lack of faith disturbing. This is the way Golden Guardians will take down BLG.
Gotta believe her.
Why did we let him on the desk on May 4th? Why did we do that? We knew what was coming. We knew what was happening. It happens every year. I blame you. I mean, you're LEC, man.
I try to keep him in the cage, man, but he just finds a way out every time.
Oh, that's just how it is. But
what a series we've gotten ourselves so far. An incredible bounce back from the Golden Guardians. Licorice in the top lane, his praises have been sung. I mean, as deserved. We did it in the cast, they did it on the desk. Like, the man is performing crazy. Let's see if Huhi can get himself another engaged champion. Let's see if Licorice can get himself a favorable matchup. And let's see how BLG adapt. Because now, they're the one with the momentum taken out of them. They will stay on blue side, which surprised me. I feel like there was a big advantage, a big opportunity for them if they had gone to the red side, but they sit there and believe that blue side is the play. So let's see what they're playing. They banned Yasuo.
There it is.
They banned Yasuo.
Well, that means we're going to see something left open from the side of BLG.
Well, so Poppy is now left open.
Yep.
Diego going to be banned away. So the Poppy is the champion that's been left open for Licorice in the top lane.
Maybe get the Poppy going. And again, that's kind of a good hard engaged champion that does similar things to the Cassante. You're going to keep the same 3 bans as Golden Guardians, the Lucian, the Annie, and the Kennen. And now BLG, see where they want to try and take this first pick. They're going to go back to the Vi, but we were only just talking before we actually came back to live, is that this just straight up opens the Xayah Rakan once again, at least the Rakan, which was just so good for Huhi.
Yeah, I think though that what BLG is saying is the reason why your comp works, the reason why you had all that flexibility was because the Yasuo brought it all together. It was a pretty comfortable matchup into the RE, the scaling was incredibly strong, and you always had good follow-up to complement all of the dive. Golden Guardians is saying, okay, fair.
You know what, Elk? You were pretty great. We don't want you to get that jinx
Well, now
again.
you just know that BLG is going to respond with the Aphelios, though. Nothing too crazy for him. The question is what will happen with the Rakan. I really want to see Huhi on that Rakan. On had a great Rakan performance. Huhi had the same thing. The Poppy priority lock-in perhaps dissuades BLG from going in that direction, though, because Poppy can be a real nuisance for Rakan engage.
Absolutely. Get that steadfast presence up, and you are going to have so much more difficulty trying to get on top of these AD carries. But we'll see if BLG are up for the challenge. I will say that Elk has, regardless of the results of the games, been exceptional throughout every single laning phase, but it looks like the Xayah and the Rakan locked in here. BLG saying, look, we're now happy to kind of take this. I wouldn't be surprised to see Golden Guardians go for a Lulu themselves and try and, you know, again, kind of hopefully have the reverse of the early game that they had happen to them.
I will say, if they do go for the Lulu, though, it means that a lot of the engage responsibilities fall on top of River, right? He then becomes that primary engage tool, and I think that when we've seen Golden Guardians have the most success, it's when River and Huhi work together, or Huhi and FLICKR work together. Morgana. You know, on Euphoria with Cadril, I spoke to him about Morgana, and he told me that we're never going to see him pro play, trash champion, never existed. Joke's on you, Mark. The Morgana into Vi specifically is a very well-known counterpick. The Black Shield completely mitigates that engage. Also, very difficult for the Rakan to be able to proc it in terms of the knockup, so it provides good peel for the Jinx. So perhaps Morgana combined with the Poppy could be enough to make life difficult for the Rakan to follow up alongside the Vi.
Absolutely, and this is just such a kind of anti-Vi, anti-Rakan composition being built right now by the side of the Golden Guardians, and it does offer a lot of support and a lot of safety to Stixxay.
The Cassante is still banned because they're concerned about it potentially being used in the mid lane as well.
I was going to say, so we're going to see them kind of still going for that as well. And Morgana can go into support. I have heard it's, you know, going back into the mid lane a little bit as well on this patch, so we'll see what way people kind of want to work with it. But at the end of it all, we're going to see Golden Guardians kind of taking away those big kind of variables, the hard engage from Yagao. He loves having those big facilitators, those things like Lissandra. He still has plenty of options, but they're getting rid of the easy ones from him and the Gwen as well from away from him.
I wonder if Golden Guardians is looking at an Ahri for themselves. You know, just blind pick that one, and then they can look to complement that with a strong jungler, maybe something like a Wukong if they feel that that does make sense. But the Lissandra ban does suggest to me that they are thinking about the Ahri, and that will be the ban that then comes through from BLG. So the mid pool going to be very different. Without hesitation, though, the LeBlanc is locked in for Gore. We saw that pick come out from him yesterday. We've seen this come out from him and in the LCS. And a lot of agency is being given to him. A strong poke champion, also a lot of mobility. They're basically making it very difficult for Vi to lock anyone down.
Absolutely, and even the Vi goes forward. We've seen a million times where she kind of jumps onto the LeBlanc. The LeBlanc brings her about 4 screens away from her team. So see what they want to try and answer now on the side of BLG. Yagao could take the Syndra, good laning phase there, good setup as well for the Vi, decent kind of thing. Not as strong, you know, in certain kind of early skirmishes as the Ahri with that kind of mid-jungle combination, but can definitely set up a good success here for BLG in that mid lane.
I mean, Syndra is just a very powerful laner in complement or alongside the Vi. The Scion Hover right now for BLG. Very uncharacteristic for Ben when you look at his entire split this year. But we know that after the defeat to JDG, this is something he's been practicing, and it will be the Scion. How shocked are you right now?
I mean, this is, as you say, something he has been absolutely spamming, and it's just like such a departure. But honestly, I like it, to be perfectly honest, coming out here from the side of BLG, because as we just mentioned a few moments ago, Elk has been the carry. Elk has been the one where you want to kind of give all your resources to. So unfortunately for Bin, he kind of has to take a sidestep to this and kind of say, look, that's just the way it is, man. You're no longer going to be our primary carry for this. We're relying on Elk, and the Scion kind of adds to that.
Well, I will say, though, I think this Jarvan pick for Golden Guardians gives them a very powerful mid-jungle duo. Syndra is like many other control mages that when they don't have their flash, they are very prone to ganks. And LeBlanc, Jarvan, it's just a control mage's nightmare.
Yeah, it's a lot of burst.
So the second that Syndra loses her flash, she is in so much danger. And you look at the ability to roam from Golden Guardians, the fact that there's potentially so much mid pressure, I imagine it's going to be a bit of a bloodbath in the mid jungle 2 versus 2. I'm sure Golden Guardians won't fall prey to the same early game shenanigans that we saw in last game.
Hope.
But a lot of responsibility, once again, does fall on River. We talked about how he needs to be in the engage in this composition. Jarvan is a perfect champion to be able to do that. Can also potentially lock up the Xayah to make her life difficult. Even if she uses the ultimate, she will have to invest the flash to be able to get out of that situation. But it's a typical front-to-back composition from BLG. They do have a lot of dive threats, but the follow-up isn't quite as reliable as it is with something like an Ahri, because you do have a certain range limitation on the side of the Syndra. So I really like what Golden Guardians have drafted for themselves. I think it gives them a lot of agency. I think they still have very good scaling, and I'm excited to see what they can do in Game 3. Winner moves on to the main stage to join the big dogs at MSI. The loser will have to fight their way through the lower bracket, and no one was expecting it to be BLG. We'll see if Golden Guardians can make the comeback happen, or if BLG can cement themselves at the top of this group.
Well, London, we are going to a third game. Winner takes all. It's all about this one final fight on the Rift. Are you a believer in LCS? Do you believe in miracles?
30 seconds until
Or will BLG just take a little bump on the road towards what was an expected victory over the LCS second seed? And you can see already no shenanigans in this early stages. No one looking for anything crazy. Everyone knows that every inch can mean a mile and every mistake can mean a loss.
FLICKR hesitant to face check. Some of the pings coming down from BLG. Ben gonna walk out of that one. So far, just a pretty stock standard line of scrimmage. Early sweeper being picked up by On.
Minions have spawned.
See the runes across the board. Airy for Yagao, Electrocute for Gory, Guardian for Huhi. Sometimes you see the Airy for a little bit more poke, but this time choosing to go for a little bit more peel. The defensive option, Grass for both top laners. Nothing too crazy across the board. Pretty stock standard for what we're going to be seeing from both sides. Exciting game though. Didn't expect it to come to this. Let's see what you can do, Golden Guardians. River going to start topside, get a bit of help from FLICKR. And Jeune is going to be doing the same thing, so both junglers looking to match right now. I wonder if River will do a full topside clear into a mid gank. You can already see Gory looking to get a bit of a trade happening off in the mid lane. Starting with the Corrupting Pot, very common for LeBlanc, often using health as a trading tool to be able to get advantage in the lane, already getting that early prio. We'll take a bit of poke damage from Yagao. Once.
Yep.
And there's the Black Shield right there.
Exactly what you talked about. Just such a powerful tool to be able to keep Stixxay safe, even in those level 1s.
So one of the reasons why Lux is considered a good matchup into Rakan is because you kind of know where his E is going to go, right? Because he kind of like, it's telegraphed in a sense. Oh, the flash forced out.
And we're going to see them there. On taking a fair chunk of damage on the back side of that one there. Level 2 is equaled out.
Well, I was going to say, like, the Black Shield lands.
And the Black, God, we're going to get so much damage. One more auto attack will be enough. He does get the heal out, but they're not going to commit anything else. Stixxay didn't have a flash to follow.
Yeah, it seemed like a bit of a communication difference there. Huhi wanted to commit with the heal, but Stixxay more focused on the farm. Huhi now trying to land the binding, and River using this as an opportunity to invade.
I don't know if he wants this, because Elk is already there, and River's going to realize now that he does not want to be sitting there, but he gets himself information, so they know that the Vi is on this bot side, and it's Golden Guardians this time around with a bit of an early advantage in this bot lane.
Gory has so much control of the mid lane matchup that this gives River a lot of safety with push in mid and bot. River is using his priority well, but he has to make sure he doesn't overstay his welcome. Good trade back from Yagao will force the passive out from Gory. As Bin continues to push in the top side of the map. Jun will not lose any of his bot side jungle camps, which means that River will have effectively wasted a little bit of time in the early game, as Stixxay now finding an opportunity to go back to base.
Root does land, but Yagao getting that level 4 means that Gory doesn't want to go in with the Ignite. There was potentially a moment there. He could have maybe gone full force into it, but FLICKR now being pushed in underneath his turret. Should be able to clean most of this, keep himself relevant here. And this is the thing as well, with the jungler starting on that top side, they knew straight away that this was a wet noodle fight. We're not going anywhere near top side. If you get a solo kill, great for you. We're looking towards mid and bot. That is where these next few fights are going to happen.
Yeah, mid is super important for both sides. Ideally, you want to try and snowball this LeBlanc, get as many kills as possible in the early game. It gives her so much agency in the 1v1 matchup. LeBlanc did receive some buffs not that long ago, which also improved her wave clear with the additional damage that the Q now also does. Gory had to be careful though, of course, not running the TP. He is in fact running the Ignite, and he had to take a back, which gave him a window to not lose too much farm. Yagao choosing not to commit the TP himself. The wave is in a decent spot. Golden Guardians, this is a dangerous window here, because they know that Gory has no TP, and they're threatening a dive. Jarvan being spotted on the top side.
Yeah, they know it's a 3v2 at the best. There's going to be the Black Shield coming in on, not quite taking the aggro just yet. Stixxay will go down. First blood for BLG, who he's still underneath the tower here. They reset the aggro. It's not going to be On who has to take it, though. It has to go down onto Shun straight away. They're wasting a lot of time. They finally go in on top of it. He flashes away, but he shall not escape. Nice little bit of extra healing onto Shun means they get themselves a clean 2 kills on the bot side.
And so much farm is lost for the Golden Guardians bot lane, and this is one of the disadvantages of not running that TP. Gory couldn't actually match in the bot side of the map. FLICKR didn't really have the health bars. Elk secures himself another plate and gets to sync up that back alongside his support. Will grab the boots, and already the bot lane being set up for success. Great play from BLG. we'll see here, just the stacked wave into dive. Jungler not in a position to be able to mitigate. The spell shield comes through to limit the amount of CC. There is the traps being set down by On. Tanking that tower means that there's very little that can be done about it. And you'll see here from Hu, he throws out the binding to try and keep Jun locked up underneath the tower. But it is On that ends up tanking it, which means that Jun doesn't get trapped underneath the tower, and there's no way for the trade back. So overall, just a very clean dive from BLG, and now once again, a massive advantage gain in the bot side of the map.
Oh, flash forward, unleash power! But not enough to take down Gory. That was just a great opportunistic move there from Yagao, recognizing he hit the level 6 first.
A really good punish from Yagao. The problem is Yagao did commit the flash.
Yeah.
We talked about how important that flash is in this matchup, specifically the amount of setup that you have with the Blanc Jarvan is terrifying. River goes for a bit of a trade, but here is Jun to cover. Good positioning from Jun, recognizing that that wave needs to be pushed in.
Shun Yagao could have come up here to try and help out Bin. Bin does have the ultimate, actually used the ultimate. It's going to be the keeper's verdict. FLICKR should be fine. That's the Poppy keeping herself relevant and safe in that top lane.
River doing a good job of holding that wave in mid as well, so that Gory doesn't lose too much still. Well, there we are, level 6 now ticked over. River has his eyes on bot lane.
Oh, they're going to fully commit here because they know 6A doesn't have his flash yet, and he just wasn't in a position to protect his AD carry. It's looking very similar to game number 2 now. Elk and On just very much winning that 2v2.
Yeah, they get themselves the Xayah Rakan. They know how powerful it is, the 2 versus 2, and they are just dominating right now. Really well played from BLG. And now they've built themselves a 2k gold lead already. Bin getting big advantages top as well.
That buckler going wide as well. It's a unfortunate movement there. Licorice needs to be very aware that he can't take too many of those trades there as Dragon gets secured by BLG. May look to try and see them go for something in this bot side again. They want Shun, who's not too far away from 6. They could look for a dive.
This is only level 4. Golden Guardians bot lane once again find themselves in a very difficult position. They'll have to do what they can to claw their way back into the game. Licorice doesn't quite have the same agency that he had on the K'Sante, and so far this mid matchup hasn't really gone that way in the favor of Golden Guardians. I really want to see them try and leverage this advantage of a flashless Yagao. But for the time being, Yagao just playing safe, doing what he can to mitigate the damage. Overall looking very solid in the mid matchup. River once again hovering around top. Sees an opportunity here maybe, but Bin has the flash. And even if he gets a kill, I don't really think it matters a huge amount in the grand scheme of the game. We'll clear out his topside camps, but with Herald spawning soon, that might be the next objective that both teams play for.
Yeah, On spotted off by a ward in the top half of this mid lane River. But again, it's just all BLG kind of having control, very similar to game number 1, but definitely feeling a little bit more suffocating right now. And again, it's kind of the thing, the Victor Morgana, it's a great kind of disengaged thing, but we talked about this. What was so good about Huhi in the first series they played? In now this one, it was engages, and you're kind of not really got that now from Huhi. He's on an Enchanter again, which is just something that doesn't feel as natural for him to kind of pop off on. He's very much relying on the rest of his team to be able to kind of utilize his utility to make those plays.
Again, a lot of the responsibility is going to fall on River's shoulders to find those engages. He's hovering around mid, has the ultimate. And that's one of those situations where, in my head with Yagao having no flash, why not just commit to that play? I guess they're concerned about where Jun is on the map, and they're worried about whether or not they'd actually be able to win out in the skirmish. But yeah, right now, Golden Guardians not really finding much in the early game. Down about 2.5k gold, a lot of that on the bot side of the map. Elk, I'm sure there's some crazy stat about how many plates he's been able to get for himself so far in the tournament. 1,200 gold is the difference. A bit of an actual CS gold. Oh, here we are.
Looking for something in that mid lane there. Gory going to go straight back and get the Unleashed Power thrown onto him, but he is just fine. Shun not really able to land those CC cleanly, and now River maybe thinking about going for a bit of an engage here. They will not get the Black Shield or the Black Binding down. They're trying to see if they can maybe go for something else here. The Jinx Rocket goes on. Shun still ticking down and will finally go down in favor of Gory. Golden Guardians find themselves finally on the board.
So Golden Guardians are able to make a play happen. They punish Jun, who committed so much to trying to get that kill onto Gory. And the good news for them is Gory actually picks up the kill with the Ignite as well. So small advantage gains back for them. Can they now look for a pick onto Elk? No, they cannot. Huhi in danger.
Black Shield doing a hell of a lot of work there. If he gets caught out by even the smallest bit of CC, he is dead to rights. So Huhi Being a bit more risky right now, trying to see if he can be a bit more of a nuisance, keeping On's vision as defensive as possible. At the moment, it's still BLG kind of coming forward, looking for those fights, being the aggressors, and honestly, it was only just because they had a little bit of a whoopsie in that mid lane that Shun ended up getting caught out.
My eyes on FLICKR here. He's moving into the fog of war.
Shun is here.
With deep vision, or maybe wants to group up with his team. It's like for now, it's just it's a threat of a dive. But STIXAY completely alone right now. Yeah, and there's the Herald. 5 plates once again going to Elk. I feel like that this is just an expectation so far. As BLG do a great job of funneling Elk and trusting him to be the big carry for BLG. Continues to snowball this lead. They're going to push this Herald all the way into the tier 2 bot. There's only STIXAY left alone. Level 9 about to be ticked over for Elk as well. He's on the same XP as Gory. He's higher XP than Yagao. Ultimate.
Ridiculous. They're going to try and commit here onto River. They will not get the charm off in time, but they will get the knock up afterwards, and that's just as easy as you like. Shun picking that one up there. Gory trying to trade back just a little bit, but this is BLG coming in and playing for business. They know they have a job to do, and they know they have to do it cleanly.
Yeah, they're taking their time. They're playing very patiently. A bit of poke coming out from Gory to interrupt the recalls, but the damage being done right now. Once again, a great pick coming out from BLG. Core River completely unawares, no flash available. Means that the collapse with the combined CC, and they waited for the EQ as well before On then committed to the knockup. And they were able to find themselves another pick. The back comes through. Gale Force now secured for Elk.
And look, if you're an LCS fan, if you're a Golden Guardian fan, don't be worried, you're chilling. This is your comfort zone. 4,000 gold behind, bot lane, not really doing the greatest. They're picking up a second dragon. I mean, it's not too dissimilar to what we saw in game number 2, but circumstances are very different. What you have available to you is very different, and I feel like that's going to be the big difference maker coming out into game number 3. It feels like BLG taking away that Yasuo in the draft phase did make a huge dent in what Golden Guardians could do to kind of, you know, get those big team fights victories for them.
It certainly felt like it been as well, having so much more control in this top lane matchup. The Poppy comfort pick coming out for Licorice, but it's been securing plate after plate. The Scion doing very well in the 1v1. And now look at BLG looking to find a pick who he heads into.
They don't have a comment though. Yeah, they didn't have a comment. That was the weird thing there. They actually had no way of knowing that that was going to happen when they did that, but BLG do end up kind of pushing themselves back. Recognizing they have been spotted.
They push in mid with their bot lane rotating over. They're going to send Yagao to bot. He's actually going to commit the TP to catch that wave. After securing that tower, the easy thing for Yagao to do is just clear the waves. Ultimate invested.
Going to try and get the flash out of Elk, but he hasn't had to use it just yet. Uses his cleanse as an ignite came out onto River. Good heal comes in. Elk goes into the Feather Storm. They're trying to jump onto him. Elk has gone down. They're moving now onto On. They're getting the resets. There comes the Scion train, but STIXAY tries to sidestep it. The Black Shields is a little bit too little too late. He's trying to burn down onto Shun, but he shall not get it. The clone from Gory will go down, but after it, it ends up being a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Golden Guardians.
Golden Guardians finding a nice fight in the mid lane, but what can PLG get off the back of it? Because they have the health advantage, they have the numbers advantage, and they're going to get themselves a few more plates. So even though Golden Guardians found at the very least something back, PLG, I still feel overall walk away the victors. Of course, I didn't notice top lane. Licorice securing himself a couple plates, so that's definitely going to help in the gold department. But overall, good fight from Golden Guardians. They committed onto shutting down Elk with the ultimate from the jump very early on. Tried to force his ultimate out, but he was very patient. Didn't want to get too scared. Licorice, I think he should be able to walk out this one, right?
Should be fine. Pretty long cooldown these early levels on the Scatter of the Week, but maybe he wants to go for a bit of a fight afterwards. But like you said, looking at this one here, it's still a good win for Golden Guardians to get some gold on the STIXAY.
So Gory is coming in from the river and wants to create this flank. So River commits the ultimate first, has the EQ to get out, but the ultimate just doesn't come out from Elk. He holds his ground. He knows that he's confident with On right there. He tries to get a kill, but the heal onto River keeps him alive. Then the ultimate comes through. Gory actually misses the R ultimate, but then is able to proc the electrocute with the Q and an auto attack. STIXAY then picks up a kill onto On, but then doesn't have his flash available. So he's got to do what he can to circumvent this fight. Tries to throw his ultimate out, but Jun doesn't walk the way that he wants him to, which means it ends up just being a 2-for-1.
Well, Rift number 2 being started up here by BLG. Should be a pretty easy secure, you would imagine. Bin kind of protecting Elk. It's Huhi and Stixay try to put down a little bit of damage. We've seen this gold difference of 14 presented by MasterCard quite a few times. They get to engage onto River, who does have the EQ to try and maybe get away from this, but they're fully trying to commit now onto him. The Unleashed Power doesn't finish him off. Huhi going golden to try and get his ultimate off, and he will do just that. They throw in the ultimate on, not quite able to go down. The flash in, FLICKR finds himself shun, but everyone's got themselves a flash to get away. Golden Guardians thinking they maybe had an opportunity there. They're baiting there with their health bars, but nobody goes down.
A very close skirmish between the two teams, but it's actually BLG that end up losing out. Flashes used from both Yagao and Jun mean that they're not going to have that available. A lot of mobility and disengage on the side of Golden Guardians means that it's difficult for BLG to lock them down in this fight. Remember, you have Licorice's ultimate still up. Gory with the insane mobility, River with the EQ, the Black Shield as well available for Huhi, on top of the ultimate that's available for the Morgana. The only downside right now for Huhi is that he does not have the stopwatch anymore. He's going to need that Zhonya's before he has that tool available. The Dragon spawns in about 1 minute and 15 seconds. Ultimate should be back up by that time. And I wonder if Golden Guardians will look for a fight. Gory's got to feel pretty strong right now. Very close to level 11, which is a nice spike for him. Getting 2 points in his ultimate. But overall, it feels like BLG mainly in control of the game. They're going to secure themselves another out of tower in top lane. Gory is hesitant, as he doesn't really have that much information on his side of the jungle, which means he's going to have to concede this tower, wait for the wave to come into him.
And even though nobody goes down, like you said, it was just kind of BLG with the health bar advantages. They didn't need to go for a full reset. They could get everyone else onto those side lanes and kind of create that pressure. And seeing it a couple of times now, this mid lane just kind of being left to the wayside a little bit by Golden Guardians. They're kind of trying to cover all their side options for the moment, but 40 CS lead between Elk and Stixay. It's just been kind of the Elk show for BLG for so long of this MSI campaign so far. But Game 2 has taught us anything, is that all it takes is 1 or 2 good little picks here from Golden Guardians to bring themselves back. BLG not infallible in those situations.
Certainly true. Dragon up in 10 seconds. Golden Guardians actually have access to the river first. Gory is a little bit late to the party. Ideally, you want him sitting in Fog of War, throwing out Poke. The Herald used to secure this tower. BLG doing the smart thing. Making sure they have Prio in mid on. Still gets rooted up, I think, by the traps?
No, he got hit by the Dark Binding.
Really?
Yeah, as he went back to the bot, he got hit by the Dark Binding. But now, as soon as Sion engaged, not really going to land onto anybody. EQ was denied as Licorice finds himself on the backside, puts down the stat threat's presence, they jump onto Elk, but River is now already dead. You've lost your front line and nobody from BLG has gone down. The idea was good from Golden Guardians, but their carries couldn't put in the damage.
Bin acting as such an effective front line. Stixay just could not get through him. Elk did take a lot of damage with the combined dive coming out from River, Licorice, and Gory, but it's not quite to the same effect as their composition from last game. Yagao, see danger here, nice sidestep.
He's got his happy feet, he will get stunned up, but will they commit to him? That is the question. They will look for him there. There's the Unleashed Power. After he uses the stopwatch, we're going to see On just kind of going in. Two-man scatter the weak. Means that Stixay's got nowhere to go, and he's going to fall down. This is Golden Guardians falling apart a little bit. They thought they had an opportunity, but the door gets shut on their foot.
Yeah, an overcommitment there from Golden Guardians means that BLG secure themselves another pick. And BLG really starting to run away with this game. You can see how their composition is very straightforward to execute front to back. And Golden Guardians just don't have the threats to get through Bin. Full tank Sion acting as a wall between him and Elk. Something that he couldn't provide last game, he's able to effectively provide here. So Licorice sitting on the flank in the river. It's Bin that starts the engage off, does what he can. It's actually, well, it's the Syndra that gets knocked out of the fight. So they create a 4 versus 5 initially, but look at Elk. Gets committed onto by River, but the rest of the follow-up just isn't there. Gory does what he can, but he doesn't quite have the damage to secure the kill. This is what we're going to see from these fights moving forward. Unless Stixay gets to a point where he can deal with this front line of BLG, it's just going to be the Elk show from start to finish.
He's got the Navori quick blades now, so getting extra cooldown there on his abilities with every crit he hits, so it'll be even more difficult to try and bring him down. And it's just so much harder. Again, like you think about the last game, the reason why the Yasuo was so impactful was that when you had got the, the Gragas from River getting in, it didn't matter where Gory was, he could get within range with that ultimate, get that range kind of going for it. But now, River, caught out in his own jungle a little bit. They will jump onto Elk just very quickly and try and burn him down, but they don't have the damage. Elk finally getting go up into his ultimate, but he's taken out. They've killed off the AD carry of BLG, but Stixay trying to see if he can get away from Yagao. He cannot. It's a trade of 1-for-1. Huhi trying to see if he can survive as the Rakan is the next one to fall. It's support for support. Finally, River will go down. FLICKR is on the backside here. Yagao not quite able to get killed. Yes, he will. The turret helps out his team a little bit. FLICKR is in a lot of trouble, though, as they try to use a little bit more damage. Gets Shun over the wall, and he gets the kill as well. Shun finally cleaning up this fight for BLG as they fight between the turrets.
Wow, BLG walk away the victors once more. Another massive team fight in the top side jungle. As Golden Guardians, they're able to get that initial pick onto Elk, but it costs them so much. And this top jungle duo, they're just a menace. It feels like that they're unkillable with the damage threat that exists on Golden Guardians right now. You can see this starts off with BLG just moving into the top side jungle. They find a little skirmish. They commit onto River initially. Then the binding lands onto Elk. The chain CC is good. The ultimate comes through from River, but like the damage is great from Golden Guardians. They start off the fight great, but this TP from Yagao completely silencing Stixay from the fight means that he doesn't really get to follow up on any further resets. And with him gone, your then only real damage threat is Gory, which then gives so much space for BLG to just devastate this fight. And Yagao does so much work chipping away at Gory's health bar as Jun and Bin are giving the freedom to decimate Golden Guardians.
You see as well, FLICKR just kind of finding himself on the backside. It's good, but is getting that Keeper's Verdict. I feel like it has to be on the Sion. It has to be on the front line to make sure that the Stixay can kind of plant his feet and do significant damage. We will see BLG now kind of threatening around this Baron side of the pit. It's just so hard for Golden Guardians to walk up, even with a little bit of vision control they know they can't defend it.
Bin forcing Golden Guardians back by himself, escorting his wave up, gives BLG so much control of the top side of the map, and I think this is consistent from what we've seen. River in danger. River
is in danger, and he's going to get jumped on as well. Gets hit up by the Sion. There's just nothing he can really do, and
that's a Baron.
That is probably a Baron.
A big overstep there from River, trying to contest vision that just didn't belong to him, and this top side of the map completely belongs to BLG. They know that there's no threat of a steal. On doing what he can to zone Golden Guardians away, but this looks like an easy objective secure for BLG.
Yeah, you got no sneaky spellbook smite to come out here right now.
Maybe Gory's burst could be enough.
It could be, but I'm not an optimist. I'm a little bit of a glass half empty here for the Golden Guardians as BLG look to try and secure themselves a big purple worm. We will see the Keeper's Verdict come out. They tried to go for a bit of a cheeky play. I like it. They did get the jungler not away, so he's going to be able to pick that one up. That's a fairly easy smite secured there from the side of BLG. And at 22.5 minutes, they've got a Baron buff to help them push in these waves.
That they do, and you can feel how BLG are just slowly suffocating the enthusiasm and the hype away from Golden Guardians after what was a momentous comeback victory in Game 2. BLG have played this game calm, collected, controlled. They play through their bot lane spectacularly. Bin has had so much more control over FLICKR in the topside matchup, and they've used their agency once again to just maintain this control over the River. They don't allow Golden Guardians access into the halfway point in the map, and they're looking for another pick. FLICKR isolated in the bot lane.
They know how big of a carry you were in game number 1. They do not want it to happen, or sorry, in game number 2, and they do not want it to happen here in game number 3. They're throwing everything at FLICKR in the top side. This one feels a little personal as they get down the Golden Guardians top laner, and they are going to continue their push now in this bot side.
Now with the Baron buff, they're looking to try and already break into the base of Golden Guardians. They don't really have much of a wave to work with, so BLG will have to wait. Yagao is escorting one in the mid lane. Both waves should connect with the tower at about the same time. So BLG should have a very comfortable siege, and Gory not really with much wave. Good damage though.
Oh, fantastic damage, and dodged out on, but now he's a little bit isolated away from himself. A stopwatch for Yagao keeps him alive, but Stixay was left all on his lonesome. Yagao will be traded back, so they do get the mid laner of BLG, but they've lost their AD carry. No one can kill the Sion.
Absolutely no one can. Great dive from BLG to shut down the AD carry of Golden Guardians. The reset's coming in from River, but that's going to be 2 inhibitors 24 minutes in. BLG are dominating here in Game 3 and re-establishing themselves as top dogs of this group.
They really are trying to see if they can just kind of, as I said, a little bit of a bump in the road before getting themselves to the bracket stage. A couple of question marks to really kind of come out of this one here as they do get the knockback, and that's mean that the Xayah is no longer here. That means there's no consistent damage, so Golden Guardians might have picked the perfect target to knock away from this fight. They'll pick up on Bin is very, very tanky. You still don't quite have Stixay here, and now El can rejoin the fight. It's a 4v2 for the moment as Huhi looks for a little bit of a flank. Stixay finally finds himself here as they look for a little bit more. Huhi will not get his flank off as Shun gets himself right back onto that sideline. Now El can really start to throw down these feathers as Bin is just unstoppable. The fridge that is in that top lane, the Scion just beefing himself up and saying, hit me with what you got.
BLG have the Nexus in their eyes. The question is, will they look to try and end? The answer is no. Dragon is available. They're going to play this one safe. The Baron wears off in 15 seconds, and the damage has been done. 2 inhibitors fall, Summoner's Burn, and Huhi, he tried to find a flank over the wall. He then flashed into it, unfortunately, which means that there was no threat onto Elk. He was able to freely dish out damage, and you just had to watch him in that fight, how he used Bin as a literal meat shield.
Yep.
No one could come close to him. BLG have just dominated from start to finish. Golden Guardians, they've showcased some very promising stuff, and I'm sure that going into the lower bracket, whether it be G2 or PSG, this will be a team that you have to take caution when going up against. But right now, this is looking like BLG's game to lose. It looks like that BLG will be securing a spot in the main stage of MSI. Of course, they still need to close things out, but as much as I'd love to talk about the comeback chances of Golden Guardians, how do they deal with Bin? Normally, you talk about that in the context of his Jax, his Fiora, his carries in the top lane. But right now, he's just an unkillable Titan that will not be moved.
He's a war elephant right now, just escorting Elk in to just kind of rain fire and hell upon Golden Guardians. There's going to be the flank of all flanks. They will spot it out, though. FLICKR can get it, but BLG, they're not going to overcommit just yet. FLICKR needs to try and get past this vision, but I believe that
ward on the Krugs is going to be the nuisance. Does he know about it?
I don't think he knows about it, so we'll wait and see what
they're waiting for the wave, I think.
Yeah, they're waiting to try and go for it. Gory putting in a little bit of damage. Now they spot him. Now they know it. Immediately they all start to go back on him. So your flank has turned into your death, your tomb, as the rest of BLG just descend upon you. Nothing you can do, Licorice. God loves a trier, and now he's with God.
I love the idea. I love the attempt from Licorice. Unfortunately, the vision is just too good from BLG. They control the flank, they mitigate Golden Guardians' options, and now they're threatening the final tier 3 tower. Golden Guardians will do what they can to hold the line, but against Bin,
he's not taking damage. He's just not taking damage. Look at him just walking forward, saying, hit me with everything, because it's not going to matter. It doesn't matter how much damage you have. It's not going to make a difference. Bin going towards a tank. Very off kind of, center for him, but it is looking fantastic. And BLG putting their faith into Elk, the carry that has done so well for them. Yagao takes out Stixay. River shall no longer be of this earth. It took them a little longer than they expected, but it's looking like BLG should be able to get themselves up into the bracket stage. They will join JDG in T1 and Gen G and the rest of the teams to bring themselves up into the real best-of-5 challenge.
Golden Guardians holding the line for the time being on, likely to lose his life, but so will Huhi.
Yeah, Licorice just seeing if he can keep Yagao away. They're just trying to delay at the moment, a flash away. It's going to take a little bit longer without their AD carry. They cannot burn these health bars down, and Gory stays alive. Licorice and Gory just keeping everybody at bay and making me look very foolish.
Yeah, massive props to Gory. I felt like that it was a done deal right there. His wave there wouldn't be enough, but he gets that initial pick onto Elk. And then he finds another pick onto On. So combined, Licorice and Gory keep the game alive for now. Golden Guardians not out just yet.
Double super minions in each wave, though, coming in. It's going to be so difficult. They will be able to trade them back a lot, though, as you have got Stixay just kind of soaking up all of these minions, kind of getting as much gold into him as he possibly can. But Golden Guardians can't leave their base. You would imagine BLG go for the Baron and then go for the end once everybody's up and ready to go.
All right, BLG. After that small fumble at the enemy Nexus, I'm just going to play it safe.
Bit early.
Yeah, a little bit early.
Bit early there, mate.
Steal very unlikely to come through from Golden Guardians. This should just melt for BLG. And just a great game 3 from BLG overall. Commanding, controlled, and just a replication of what we saw in their game 1. Fantastic river control, heavy investment in bots. Bin looking for a fight.
I mean, Bin's just going straight in 1v3. They want everything there. They want to kill off Huhi as well. He will flash away. The keeper's verdict is good to knock back a couple of people. Bin still standing strong, still standing forward. Licorice just hasn't got a health bar. And BLG, they felt like they should have won on that last push, and they will almost certainly win on this one.
Engage from River.
Going for a little bit more on. Actually, a little bit. Yagao puts in the ultimate. Stixxay is down, and they've got Gory as well. There's no more damage to be had on. Sacrifices his life. Huhi is the last one left standing. And finally, BLG will take the win and bring themselves to the bracket stage.
Clean performance overall from BLG. And I think that while Golden Guardians did fall short, they showed us something incredible in this best of 3. I'm excited to see them fight their way through the lower bracket. As we mentioned, there will be a still stiff competition to go through, but Golden Guardians have showed a lot of promise and definitely show that they have the potential to compete with the top dogs that the world has to offer.
Absolutely. Look, it's bittersweet for the Golden Guardians, of course, but BLG took them a little longer than they probably expected to. Probably a lot of people expected them to, but they got the job done. The LPL second seed will be bringing themselves up into that bracket stage, and look, win's a win, all right? Yeah. We can get very, I'm trying to save face for BLG now. So it's like we can get very nitty gritty with all the different stuff, you know, they're not this, they didn't look great there, but at the end of the day, it took them 2 series, and they're in the bracket stage.
And I think that when we look at BLG, some of their massive strengths. Elk is an obvious one, right? Obviously, as a player, very talented, very good. He is just the easy, high-level thing that you can highlight. I think the biggest thing is just their river control. We saw it in game 1, we see it again, the way in which they use their prio, just maintain control over the river so that they are always first on the objective. They always make life difficult for their opposition when it comes to contesting around these objectives, is I think the real standout for what makes BLG such a strong team internationally. I think that this is something that many teams at the top level will struggle to deal with. They're going to have to find ways to fight them over this vision. And it's going to be interesting to watch because I think that BLG have come in looking good, and I think that these games have been a valuable opportunity for many teams, as we've talked about in the past. That ability to warm up, get used to the stage, get used to playing at this level. For a lot of these players, they are unknown on the international stage, and I think that already they're showcasing a very high level of play. Yeah,
absolutely, and I think for BLG, it was just kind of, you know what, we don't need to get anything else except for having Elk on a carry. Like, you know, again, the fridge, the meat shield, as we mentioned, so many different ways for Bin to be just in front of him. It just worked out so perfectly, and it meant that, unfortunately, when Stixxay died, or even the fact that Stixxay was so far behind, he just never had the damage.
Yeah, and again, I think that like Golden Guardians need to review how they can better set up and protect their bot side of the map, because it did feel like, that, especially in that 3rd game, there was no support for Stixxay, right? He was effectively left on an island. That dive is something that I mean, BLG executed to perfection, but with no TP in mid lane, with no jungle presence, it was an easy dive for BLG to execute, and they completely shut him down. But I don't think morale should be completely low or out for Golden Guardians, as we mentioned. There's still a lot of promising things to take away, and I'm excited to see what they can do in the lower bracket run.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for a lot of Golden Guardian fans and a lot of LCS fans, they probably got a lot more than they expected. I think they definitely showed up here and looked very, very solid for it. So, I mean, good, you know, unfortunate they have to play more series, but it's only a couple more and it gives you more practice. And that's all that we kind of, you know, we build the positives here for the LCS. Yeah, they're not here right now to defend themselves. You know, we'll get Mark on the desk.
Hey, man, I'm about to watch Europe play, so like,
like how are you feeling?
Yeah, exactly.
I casted that first Loud game, man. That was shaky. That was shaky.
How they do. We are, as you can see behind us, so over there, setting up for an interview on stage. I'm excited to see what the players from BLG have to say because, I mean, wow, what an incredible run they've had. They did end up dropping 1 game. This is our first full 3 games that we've had. It's just been consistent 2-0 so far. But the playing so far delivering some really exciting league, and I'm excited to see what we can deliver as we move forward throughout the playing stage.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's going to be interesting to see as we throw it over to stage to Yinsu, who's with Elk in the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, guys. I am joined by the super carry of BLG. It is Elk, and Wendy's going to help me with the translations. First of all, I heard you're very, very excited to be here in the tournament. I know the LPL fans, they love you. They think you're great. How good does it feel to be able to pull out performances we've seen today and also yesterday and get the international fans excited about you as well?
首先，恭喜你们获得比赛的胜利，今天也是表现非常好，而且听说你们也是来到这次 MSI 也非常的激动，同时呢，有很多 LPL 的粉丝也是非常的喜欢你，所以说这一次来到 MSI 的舞台上，你觉得你想要到目前为止展现给大家怎样的一个面貌？因为其实你昨天和今天的表现都是让人眼前一亮的。
我觉得到现在为止，我对我自己的表现就是还没有到期待的样子吧。然后我会自己就给状态调整得更好吧，然后可以在正赛的时候，还有在后面的比赛就打得更好，然后以更好的面貌展现给大家。
To be honest, I'm not that satisfied with my performance till now. It didn't reach my expectation. So I'm going to try to adjust a bit and try to level up my performance to maintain a very good momentum. And also in the following games, especially the games in the main stage, I would like to try my best to show you guys a great performance.
Gotta give the other teams a chance, I feel like. Now, game 2, in your bot lane, you guys had such a big advantage early. Would you be able to tell me a little bit as to why you didn't manage to win the game through that method?
那其实也想问一下关于第2局的内容。其实第2局的前期，你们在下路是建立了非常大的优势，但是也比较遗憾、比较可惜，没有能够拿下胜利。或许觉得可能哪里出现了一些小小的问题呢？
就是第2把有点浪了吧，然后死的有点多了，然后当时中期的节奏也没有把握好吧，然后导致了就被翻盘嘛。对。
I feels like we have a rather messy game tempo in game 2, and also we got killed a couple of times. So after that, we feels like we just can't grab the pace of the mid game, and also the opponent's team just made the comeback.
I do want to ask you a little bit about the emotes in the game. I saw you flash the Team WE emote, and your teammate also flashed the IG emote when they got a kill as well. Is there a particular reason that you guys use these emotes?
那也想问一下，其实你们亮的一些图标嘛，我们也有注意到，ILG选手也有亮出我们 WE 的对标，而且其实像也有队友亮出了 IG 的对标，所以说也想问一下，可能为什么会亮出这样的一些标呢？
就是亮一些就是之前待过的一些队伍的队标嘛，然后就是当时也觉得就是就在虽然他们没进，但是给他们在世界的舞台上也出现。
Yeah, we just would like to show some emotes from the team that we have already played in, and also although those teams didn't manage to get into MSI, they're not on the stage, but we would like to leave some impression here.
Some representation,
yeah.
Right, for them. Lastly, as Wendy and I were coming out for the interview, there was a lot of fans in the crowd, but they were calling you Logong, right? It means husband. Why? Yeah, there we go. You can hear them say it now. Yeah.
那其实呢，我们也听到底下的观众也大喊你，就是觉得你非常的帅嘛，打得很帅，所以也喊你老公。所以说有什么样的一个感觉？你觉得是为什么？
没有什么特别的感受吧。然后因为这个可能是因为之前的梗吧，然后就到现在用上了。
To be honest, I don't have much feeling. It's just maybe because the memes before, so they could just call me like that.
It's a very nice name, very cute name. Thank you so much, Elk, for joining me, and congratulations on making it through to the knockout stage. And thank you, Wendy, for translating as always. We are going to head to a break, but don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we're going to be bringing you guys the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. It is G2 versus PSG Talent.
Our Mercedes featured matchup today is PSG versus G2.
Did not seem that convincing. They were close to losing the second game. They're gonna be for sure a hard team. I don't think any team is bad here, but I think we should have the edge over them.
Quieting some of the doubts that plagued the old kings of the LEC, they showed that they are still in international form.
The Handsam are still doing it! Broken blade! They're all bleeding! And G2 find their fight! But it's G2 who finish!
Facing them today is PSG Talent, who similarly started MSI with a bang by dominating DFM on the first day, with Waco's Aphelios carrying this team to their first win at MSI.
Yuma wants to chase them down! The charm is there! A double for Waco!
我们会全力以赴，然后一样会2比0你们。
Now we get to see who drops the first game between these two dominant teams with such high expectations on their heads, and who will reign supreme between EMEA and the PCS.
close your eyes, it's you and I. The time doesn't matter, we don't care about the others. Stay dancing all night, 'cause I know you're my lover. Ooh, baby, I love it, and I can't ignore it. I love it and you can know it. My body gets carried away. I wanna be
They were sitting there, and then I see a Tom Kent showing up, so I can't go for it. And I didn't press tab, but they told me after the game that he didn't have his item. So I was really frustrated not knowing that, but yeah, I had to run back, and then I had to do my camps. I was like really late, so I think I got a disadvantage in the early game, and I could have played it much better. I think we ran it back because we were probably not happy with how we played, and we know that we could play it much better, and I'm pretty sure we showed it in the second game.
Rock, no smite, and he gets it, but he's gonna die. 1v1 me, bro. Mickey looking for some supportal combat.
The second game is exactly how we wanted to play the draft and like do our game, and it's a bit sad we couldn't do it in the first game, but I'm happy we could prove it and show it in the second game. I think Nautilus is not really a carry, so he probably needs a carry somewhere, and I like to play carry jungler, so it's kind of perfect playing with me. And yeah, I think Nidalee Nautilus is pretty strong. We have a really good Nautilus support on Mickey X, and then Caps is also spamming him in solo queue and smurfing a lot in solo queue, so why not put it mid as well? I think it's going to be a good match between G2 and PSG. I think they're going to be for sure a hard team. I don't think any team is bad here, but I think we should have the edge over them.
Thank you so much, Yike, and welcome back to MSI 2023 and the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. The LEC's G2 Esports will be facing off against the PSG talent squad from the PCS. Now, you saw the players there on stage. They're finishing up their ready checks. So I wanted to do a pre-match that had two main goals. On day one of this show, I asked Raz and Gulborg to do a presentation to teach me about some of the teams. So I've challenged these guys to give us a mini lecture on how each of these squads will win today. Once I've done that, we're then going to find out what you think at home. Who do you think is going to win? And I've actually found a few fans in here. I've challenged them to draw the logos or the teams or draw something to tell me who they're going to win. So those are the two things I want to do. Let's start with Dagda. Which team are you doing? And tell me how they're going to win.
Yeah, look, I'll break it down for you, young Padawan. I really think that G2 are going to be able to take this one. It has been absolutely spectacular to see G2 over the course of the split, how they've evolved coming from winter into spring. And a huge amount of this is looking at that very first point, which is going to be getting Yike onto a carry. This guy's been absolutely spectacular when we've seen him on the things like the Belveth domestically. But even yesterday, we saw some great plays coming through from him on the Nidalee. This is where I really want to see him trying to break that down even further. And then to kind of go through that even more is to have caps on a facilitator. Have caps there so then he can actually try and play around Yike there and actually work towards getting the successful push in mid and then play for these invades. We see it a lot where he's gone towards things like the Sejuani. Now we've got the Nautilus. We've even seen things like the Zac in the back as well. And that has been so incredibly important coming into this. And the final one that I want to see is looking towards Mickey X on Engage as well. Because when we've been seeing Mickey X having things like the Rel, he's been absolutely spectacular. Especially when you think towards game 1 against Loud, he was the big difference maker for them, especially on the Rel, flashing forward, getting these massive engages. This is where you need Mickey X to once again step up and enable the likes of Caps to be that secondary engage tool, but more importantly, let Yike and Han Sama free fire from the backline.
Oh, you make it sound so simple, Dagda.
He does.
Once we hear Rez, I'm going to ask everyone at home, I want you to judge their performances. That's what I look at. Ooh. Okay, Rez, now I know you're doing PSG. How is this going to work, all right?
All right, very much. For me, PSG's goals to success, that Nautilus on blue. Just straight up landed on blue. And also, if you're on red side trying to counter-pick support, I think it was a great strategy coming in from Loud to do that. Of course, the execution was quite poor, but I think if you go for that one, it might be better for you to either bait it on red side or just take it away on the first go away. Now, second plan for me, unlike Messi, I want a planned trip to the mid lane for Woody. I think Woody going straight towards mid lane and trying to impact and threaten Caps before he even gets the opportunity to roam and help out the side lanes or roam and help out Yike. I think that's the best way to play it out. And then for the third plan, I have straightforward, front to back. Be there for Woody no matter what. No, be there for Wako no matter what. I think the front-to-back team fights have been incredible. Even in the games that were quite poor in the early game for PSG, they came back off of Wako's immaculate team fighting. And so those are the 3 steps that I have for them to be able to take this win.
Well, I really, really like that. If you guys are at home on Twitter, jump onto it and let us know. Who do you think was better? Dagdacost and Razzleplasm? I never remember this.
Razlol.
That's it. Razlol. That's what we want to do. Let us know who was voting, who was better. I also want to ask you guys who you think is going to win. Before I get your take, though, I want to share with you what some of the fans think. And we're going to do that by starting with the fans predicting over at MasterCard Fan Predictions. Each day, you can head over to MasterCard Nexus on Twitter to participate. And the fans have voted with 85% in favor of G2 Esports. You can actually hear the crowd reacting to that. It is obviously I was going to say it's a European show, we're in England, it's not. But now we need to find out what some of our audience members in-house think. So I'm going to ask to head to one of our cameras down on the floor, and I'd like to introduce to everybody watching at home, everybody here in the venue, to Luke, David, Jody, and Kitty. I'm assuming that's from right to left. So Kitty, Jody, David, and Luke. In 5 seconds, I want you to reveal who you've predicted, and then we're going to judge your drawings, okay? So 3, 2, 1. London, please cheer as we see who they have predicted. Oh, okay, so we've got 2-1 in favor of G2, 2-0 in favor of G2, 2-0 in favor of This is all 4 members.
There it is.
Raz, what do you think of the drawings? What do you think of the writing?
The writings are quite nice. Wait, delete who? Delete Yumi!
Okay, I like that one.
Person already wins.
I like that one. I like the person, but I will give you a little bit of feedback from the old man on the cast. If you shake the art, we can't see what's happening. So, 85% of you on Twitter are with G2. All 4 of them are. Only one of them had a 2-1 scoreline. Raz, anticipations and predictions of the series.
Even though I laid out how I think PSG can win, I think it's going to be a 2-0 for G2. Just based off how they performed in their game 2 versus Loud, was a clean one.
We have a couple of minutes just before we go to casters and get ready for draft, so give me a little bit more detail. I know you talked about PSG's keys to success. Maybe single in on maybe some champion picks or play styles so that we can give the casters some additional content.
Funny enough, even though the Nautilus was the big focus, we've been seeing a lot of the supported picks coming in from Caps throughout his time during the LEC. Sejuani was another one, and even if he gets unlocked on that one, I think Caps is an incredible playmaker. People tend to forget that, even off of his earlier poor performances. Now he's on the big stage, and he attempts to perform then too. So Yike is a damn crazy jungler. And also, just like what we saw in both games, Broken Blade was a highlight player, and he's been playing crazy stuff that you can't predict, like the Cassiopeia, so I have a lot of faith in their drafts.
Yeah, I think the big one is the drafts. Also the big one is the way G2 as a group work together. Because when you look across, every so often we'll see Junja not quite working with some of his lanes. The lanes not also working fully to support him. And I think that's where the big problem is going to be. If you end up with this facilitator style for Caps, where Yike is looking to get into your face and invade, you've got Mickey X's roam to support as well, I think Junja gets left high and dry. Junja wants to facilitate, Yike wants to carry, and G2 are better set up to let him carry than I feel like Junja is at being able to facilitate his team right now.
Absolutely. I came into this tournament being high on PSG, and in both of the games that they had versus Detonation Focus Me, I was quite upset. I don't think they performed as well as I expected, and I think it's only going to get worse versus a much more veteran team in G2.
I will tell you right now, game 1 of G2 series, I was not very happy with how G2 played.
It is.
And while I had a little bit of memes and jokes and leaning into the Brazilian fan base and predicting loud, I don't quite share the same level of let's say firmness or stability in some of these expectations. I think both of these teams had shaky first series. There's a lot that they need to focus on and improve on. So I want to see who's going to be stepping up, who's going to grow and develop, and whether or not there's a clash of styles in terms of whether or not Yike or Junja can actually activate their teams or use their specific play style to manage to pick up that win.
Yeah, I think the big one is that when you look towards Yike, the fact that, look, even in the replay, the package that we ran at the start of the day, Lulu working with him to get these early kills and set them up, it's very much a case of, okay, well, let's all gather around Yike. I mean, even in this one, you got Lulu, you got the Nautilus here, everyone is playing to try and get Yike forward. The problem is when you're trying to play as Junja, you are the one trying to support your team, so it's very difficult if you've got the cavalry right for G2 to try and compete with just the sheer numbers advantage they have.
Absolutely, and we're seeing a lot of dives happen here versus Loud. Loud just wasn't really coordinated enough to be there for those dives as predictable as they were. I don't think it's going to be as easy going up against PSG, and if I'm able to give PSG anything, right, because obviously I said 2-0 there, I think Junja as a player, no matter if he's on a tank, he performs really well mechanically alongside Yubao.
Very quick final thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think as well, team fights for PSG, that could definitely be a big win for them. Their team fighting is immaculate. Their objective setup is immaculate as well.
Well, we're ready to go. Players are now seated finally in their seats. So on behalf of Luke, David, Jody, and Kitty, if G2 lose, it's your fault.
Agreed.
You can feel the discomfort in the room.
All right, just taking responsibility away from G2 on that one. I'm Dracos. Joining me is Mark Z.
Yep. I'm sure EU and G2 fans are used to a different Mark casting, so I've tried to channel it as much as I can. XDD, that's illegal, is I believe.
Wow, you did a great job.
Same person.
It's like I never left.
Yeah, just try to make you comfortable. Yeah.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm going to need that because as highlighted by the 3 disappointed dads on the desk, not seeing the levels we expected from a lot of the teams thus far in the tournament. It might be nerves. It might be the nature of best of 3s that you're more willing to take risks in a game. But certainly no team has looked super clean. So despite the fact that both these teams are 2-0, I don't think there's 100% confidence there when it comes to execution for either side, and this is an opportunity to change that story and show us that you can be the kind of team that just shows up, can cleanly 2-0 or cleanly 2-1, depending on how this looks. And we'll see. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think you saw still a lot of confidence from the people who were holding up their little predictions. But for both these teams, it was a similar story, though the games were flipped. There was a very close game 1 for G2 that they had to come back and win. For PSG, it was their game 2, where they almost lost to DFM. Both these teams were inside their base and had to make pretty massive comebacks. So both teams so far for PSG and G2 have been in similar situations, but still a lot of confidence in G2. I still feel very good about them. I know the European region has been a lot of conversations around the format and all these things, but I really like Romain tweeting out like their scrim results in between Split 1 and Split 2.
Yeah.
Both very, very good. And I think it speaks to the talent that this team has, even if on a particular day they might struggle a little bit more.
Yeah, and execution is going to be the name of the game. Mickey did an interview with Horizon, kind of sat down and talking about some of the team's issues at the moment. He said one of the issues was draft, and it's clear that they have a very defined draft strategy coming into the tournament. The other thing was mid-game and kind of taking their eye off the prize a little bit if they're not, wildly snowballing these leads. So you heard the draft talk about setting up with some of these niche picks like the Nautilus. I also love seeing bot lane getting prio is a huge deal because it frees up Mickey to roam. Feels like it makes the game easier for Yike to play, who has really been kind of the center of attention on this team.
Yeah, it's really cool that G2 bringing in Yike as the rookie is the kind of guy that they have built the playstyle around for this tournament so far in the 2 games we've seen with the Nidalee games, and just the carry potentially has, Belveth and all these other things. It's really empowering to kind of power up your rookies in a similar, like C9 has done a similar thing whenever they bring in someone new, you adjust to their play style rather than trying to fit them to the mold that the team already has.
Yeah.
Given that you have veterans with so much experience and are so flexible, with Caps being able to be either the playmaker himself or a support-ish player for Yike, I think it's really cool to see them leaning into Yike.
See if they continue to do so in the draft. On the opposite side for PSG, looking at their mid-jungle to step up in a similar capacity. Saw a fantastic Ahri-Vi combo coming out yesterday for PSG. Definitely the most dominant game. They had that first game up against DFM. See if they want to do it again. But of course, G2 quick to ban the Vi away. I think it makes a lot of sense. The champion gives you so much. The floor of that champion, the reliability of that champion, so consistent. And we ask this question every time we see Hans Sama on a stage. Will they ban the Draven? The answer remains yes. K'Sante, surprising, but it looks like they're just trying to limit some of the safer blind picks on the top side or potentially mid lane.
Yeah, I think K'Sante Flex on red side has been a rising popular pick on the early rotation in the first 3 picks. You can grab that one, not really tilt your hand exactly where it's going to go, save your counter picks where you want. So it's just getting rid of that bit of flexibility. Aji has played it a bunch. We haven't seen it actually flex to Yubao yet, but I think just saying, hey, even if you are just blinding it, it's an annoying champion. So getting rid of that, getting rid of Poppy as well. A lot of topside focus.
Interesting, interesting. All right, well, the Nautilus being banned, no surprise when we've seen it entirely as a mid laner thus far from G2, but you can see how with a lot of the lower damage profile mid laners in the meta, you build Abyssal Mask and you're essentially unkillable.
Yeah, I saw an interview on Reddit. I can't remember which pro player it was from, but they're talking about like why Nautilus mid has been rising so much in popularity.
It's like other mids are bad.
Yeah, and it kind of actually, to be fair, makes sense to me where it's like, okay, this champion provides so much utility, but it's not super strong in lane. If it was able to get shoved out by other things, you know, just Kennen insta-lock. Wow.
And Kennen has been permabanned, and I think the nature of PSG going for so many G2 specific target bans means the pool right now is wide open. Their Annie is still on the board. Absolutely unfathomable to me that this champion has made it through thus far. And Kennen, of course, essentially an uncounterable top laner on the last few patches. The champion you just cannot shut down.
Well, I think this is a really interesting strategy that teams on red side sometimes go for, where you just leave up all the OPs, because usually there's like this checklist of bans you have to hit on red side. And what they've essentially said is handshaking, everything's up, we're just target banning you like we're on blue side.
Yeah.
Like you said, so you get rid of this Darius, which was incredible for Broken Blade on the first game of the day for them, or first game of the tournament for them.
Yep.
And instead he gets his Kennen though, like you said, very scary.
Yeah, Kennen definitely a terrifying prospect. Now, Xayah Rakan going to follow. We have to assume that the Nami is now going to come through from PSG. Could go for something else, but Lucian essentially exclusively paired with that champion for the last year. Now, if you've watched LEC cast, and if you haven't, that's okay.
You gave me this warning that was coming. You told me it was coming.
I don't like this duo because I think it requires incredibly high execution to get value out of it. But what I will say is, that's an LEC. I have not seen what PSG could do with the Lucian Nami, and they certainly looked incredible on the Aphelios in their games previously, so maybe they could be the team that can execute this at the caliber it needs to be executed at to get value out of it.
Not often would I say that the LCS has the champions in their back pocket that the LEC doesn't, but in this instance, there were a number of good Lucian Nami lanes in the LCS. Prince obviously was a great one, but Stixxay as well, and so...
To be fair, I mean, Gory, also good at the K'Sante mid. Caps the only other one to play it in our region, and it did not look good, so credit to the LCS in that capacity.
There you go, but for Wako being the kind of de facto carry of this team, I think going out early and trying to get in bigger leads, he had a monstrous team fight carry on the Aphelios and stuff like that, but if you can just get Prio earlier on and actually just be funneling him gold the whole time, a little bit better.
I think the only concern that I have, well, this is one of Wako's, it is Wako's most played champion thus far this year. We saw PSG fall behind and ultimately come back through big, massive team fights, as you highlighted. This is not a champion that normally gets to do that. You don't comfortably outrange the Kennen in terms of threat. You don't comfortably outrange the Xayah. It is not an Aphelios. It is not a Jinx. So really going to need to see a higher and more consistent level of execution from PSG today. That said, I think the Annie is a perfect pick as an option to shut down Caps in the mid lane.
So interesting here, a lot of target bans thrown at Yike so far with the Bel'Veth and Nocturne, but not the Nidalee. As if they're saying, we're not concerned about this because the magic damage profile already coming in from top lane. They think that maybe it would be too much, and then the physical damage mids, some of the popular ones already banned out, like a K'Sante Flex coming in there. So a very heads-up play by them saying, hey, ban the 80 carry junglers that we think Yike might play instead of just following recent data.
Yeah, and hilariously, Nocturne most recently played as a mid laner for G2. So again, the G2 curveballs continue to come. I want to see how deep the pools are going to go. Now, opting for the Viego, continuing to take away 80 jungles. And as you highlighted, the second you have an AP top laner, it doesn't 100% confirm that you need an AD jungler, but more likely than not, it's going to be what they're looking towards, an option to take that away. That is Yike's all-time most played champion in his professional history, so like to see it off the board. And Wukong, again, high-impact team fighter. G2 seem like they have a very clear draft strategy.
Ooh! You got baited!
Okay! Okay!
All right, so Kha'Zix, a champion that was recently buffed, especially with isolation changes, a little bit less focus on the pokey W playstyle, some slow pulled off evolved W, but isolation range dropped down significantly, so much easier to find targets to assassinate.
And Q damage buffed as well, so Kha'Zix, again, historically a very feast or famine champion, but G2, eyes on the prize. We've talked about it. Caps, utility mid laner. Looks like it will be the Gragas. It's about setup. It's about CC. Setting up Yike again for success. You have so many engage tools. And if Kha'Zix starts to take over, Nami's going to have a hell of a time. Because like, you can never walk alone through your own jungle ever again if this champion gets ahead. And going to have to see what Yike does with it. Because speaking of historic champions, I mean, back in the LFL, this is a champion that Yike made his name on. Yes, it's not Viego. It doesn't have the sheer quantity of games, but he was known for being an absolute terror on this pick.
All right, last pick for Aji. Going for the Malphite. Not played too much, only once this split, but a champion that is continuing this kind of all-in identity that they've built. Very, very hard engaged. They want to blow somebody up, start getting resets for the Viego. For the side of G2, they have a lot of tools to kind of absorb that. You can blow up one person, the rest of the team are all basically threats, and then with the Kennen ult, obviously Caps' ult as well, Rakan, all these tools are great for if you just blow one person up, end up really short range, a lot of AoE available.
And Mark, I'm ready for a fist fight now, because I think you've highlighted it so well. It's PSG, blow up one champion, reset ad nauseum with Viego until you kill the enemy team. And G2, it's blow up all the champions by simultaneously pushing your R button.
R.
Just push R.
Yeah, I mean, this is also a very different identity for PSG than what we normally see. This is the third Viego game for Junjia, who's mostly playing support for the rest of the team. Things like Sejuani's or Wukongs and team fighting, and they are the slowest team in terms of bloodiness in the tournament, as well as one of the latest game teams, generally speaking. So they have really flipped their playstyle with this draft to something that we typically do not see out of PSG.
Ready to see if they can make it work on the stage. There's a lot of pressure to execute in the early game. Snowballing champions on the side of G2 quite easily. Kha'Zix, the one that we have to keep our eyes on. What's the clear speed look like with those Q buffs? Isolation, not that significantly clear, but the Q base damage buff coming through, how big is it going to be? And similarly, Junjia, can he match the pressure? Is he ready for this matchup? Is this something he's played against in solo queue or scrims? We're gonna have to find out as we get into game one in this best of three.
Second best of three of the day. Winner moves on to the main stage of MSI, hoping to join BLG and the rest of the teams there.
And you can hear here in-house, G2 Army out in force, backing up the European second seed, their representatives. And this is a weird game, Mark, because normally when we prep for drafts, we're not...
You prep for drafts?
No, we're not a mile off. And I feel like this PSG one has completely caught me off guard because the scaling looked really good. Like, say what you want about the early to mid-game execution, this team can fight mid-late game, and they have, in draft, hampered that ability, opted for more laning power. And it's going to be a tall task to outclass Mickey and Hansama in the laning phase, but that's essentially what you're asking for here.
I think this is in a best of series, this is an interesting strategy for game one, but I actually don't hate it in the sense that like Wako is your primary carry. You are playing, like you said, the most played bot lane. This part of the draft at least is very normal for PSG. And it's saying, can we actually beat Hans and Mickey in this kind of pretty common matchup that you tend to see a lot of the time? And if yes, that's going to force G2 to kind of adapt to this strategy you've gone for. If not, well then you can always fall back into like the Aphelios Thresh lanes, Jinx Thresh, these kinds of things. And so for that angle for PSG, I like it a lot. For the rest of the draft, though, like you said, very different stuff. Not very many play champions. Like, this is only the second Annie game for Yubao and stuff.
Certainly now, as we just check in across the lanes. Nothing too exciting yet. Cole being taken early on makes a ton of sense. Again, the Malphite not going to provide a lot of kill pressure. Might as well get some more opportunity for Broken Blade. Leverage that range advantage and just try to have a bit of a gold lead early items. And keeping a track on those ultimates, especially on the top side of the map, even though we are still pretty far way away from that. And I really was wondering if we were going to get some crazy early game cheese. I think that even if it was G2's plan, at this point would be heavily mitigated thanks to a very heads-up ward coming in from the side of PSG, making sure that they're tracking the Kha'Zix early pathing.
Yep, going to see the full clear of bot side up to top for Yike. Just trying to farm up initially on the Kha'Zix. Both teams actually full clear up to top side. The level 2 early for G2, giving them prio in this lane early on. Lucian Nami, not the strongest, most insane level 1, compared to Xayah Rakan, where you press W and run at them, and with that buff, are able to win most trades.
Ooh, But now Yike's getting frisky. This is a G2 classic. Get a little bit of pressure in the mid lane, start to leverage it to try to get Yike into the enemy jungle, start to get some vision down.
A lot of wards out of PSG, like you were kind of saying. So they see this moving. They saw Caps completely ditch mid lane. Junjia hovering up in the top side in case a dive comes through.
Caps in the area, not a ton of mana, but I don't know how much he needs to really pull this play off. Are they willing to commit for the dive is the big question. Just walking away for now, denying that's going to be the body slam initial. They're going to follow up immediately with damage. First blood for the Kazakhs on the top side.
Nice slow play by G2 there. They saw the W used by Junjia, knowing that there's no more hard CC for this duo trapped into the turret. Kind of chased him out from underneath the turret a little bit, and then point blank body slam by Caps to land that stun. Easy kill, flash out. Nice first blood there. An instant teleport back to mid lane, not really losing anything for that play.
Great use of the advantage of the push that they were able to build a mid lane. Level 3 coming in on the bottom side of the map. Maybe where Lucian and Nami can start to fight back a bit here, but even more pressure on the PSG bottom side of the map. Now the top side already starting to fall apart. Kazakhs getting a kill early is devastating. The good news is Junja still ahead in CS, able to grab a few creeps under the tower, able to grab an extra camp, but top lane's looking rough. Bot lane's even, and jungle is very ahead in favor of G2 at this stage of the game. It's not a massive, insurmountable gold lead, but it is definitely the kind of start G2 we're looking for.
So we'll take a look at this dive again. I'm checking to see if Yike was able to get isolation range, just how much were these buffs? Because that minion gets shot right there. No, he's not definitely not isolated. I was like, how crazy is this? No, not at all. But yeah, just very clean execution. Like we said, they walk. Ooh, hold on, another fight in the top side.
Walking away, minion damage. Not going to be enough to finish the job. Haji, Junja on the way in. No flash for Broken Blade. Is going to use it to get over the wall, rather. Yike now in trouble. Flashing out to safety. He desperately needs to get this kill. He gets it with a W. He's going to get taken down here.
Oh.
Unless, Junja, how long on the lead? Down. Waiting. No, can't quite sidestep it. Huge there for PSG. They're able to get that kill back.
Nice return kill there. Junjia back on the board, gets the buffs transferred as well. Aji does drop for it though. Wave pushed in as well, so this is going to get even worse for him in the CS deficit. Was not able to collect much of that wave during the initial dive. And then this repeat gank not too hot for him.
Hansama stepping up, not a ton of mana, but it doesn't look like he's going to need it. Woody, Caps coming in off to the side. Body slam will not connect. Wako slowed down, push out of the lane. Woody burns down. Wako still standing, but G2 getting everything they came for.
Caps is a menace already, making his pressure felt in both side lanes. A kill up to the top side, one down to the bot lane now as they escort this wave in.
Such a difficult situation for PSG. 1.4K gold lead, 5 minutes into the game. You've got a Kazakh who's already got serrated Dirk. And again, you're getting little bits back, but not nearly as much as you'd like here on the back of this play.
Very dangerous play by Broken Blade here, kind of baiting this one in, willing to go in for the setup stun into a minion wave, almost dies. Just barely stays alive, and Junjia not quite in range to find that cleanup kill. Flashed out by Broken Blade.
Oh, and just so awkward.
Yeah, just a long chase down sequence. The stun doesn't quite land.
Isn't quite fast enough to walk away. So many what ifs, so many things that are just on the edge here. Yike, not quite able to escape from this one. Would have been murder. He would have gotten, I mean, yes, he would have actually gotten away with murder in that context. Does get punished.
True.
At this point in the game, Woody doing what he can to protect his jungler's back, and only really the good news is Ubao not too far behind in XP.
Yeah, and this is a comp for PSG, which will be a little bit stronger at 6s, as again, Caps is being a menace.
And this is, if you did not watch LEC meta, Greg, it's an absolute menace! Oh, it's the alley-oop!
The slam dunk by Yike following up the explosive cast by Caps, knocking him back in. Absolutely isolated that time around, able to blow him up. And Ubao does get to walk back topside.
Knockup now coming through. Hansama looking for the snare setup, is going to get it. Woody just getting absolutely shredded on the bottom side. There's no room for him to do anything. Waka now starting to dive back, but there's nothing left in the tank.
Now G2 are absolutely destroying PSG in the first 10 minutes of this game, looking a lot more like that second game versus Loud. Maybe it was nerves game one, who can say, but since then G2 have looked absolutely incredible. Making plays on both sides of the map, drawing up all the resources to the top side, and G2's bot lane knowing that there's nothing to stop them from going aggressive. Mickey finding a very nice engage.
Yeah, and now Woody's at such a deficit, Waka's at such a deficit, it's really just hard for them to play this out on even footing. It'll take a mistake from G2 or a jungler really to show presence here to find that advantage to get something back. And, you know, we go back to the draft. Kennen for Broken Blade, a big pick, traded back for this Annie. The Annie has done nothing yet this game, and that sucks. You know, that's such a difficult position where you aim for this power pick, you get level 6, but you're not laning against anyone. Caps rocks up, he throws a barrel down, and he leaves. He does not want anything to do with the Annie.
Well, it's especially so important for Broken Blade to get a champion with side lane pressure there, so they have somewhere to go with this kind of roaming Gragas, Nautilus, whatever play style, and that's why the Kennen ban will probably be looked at in Game 2, regardless of where this goes from here. And where I was going was, you know, PSG, more of a level 6 comp. Once Annie gets her Flash ultimate available, Lucian Nami can win multiple stages of the lane phase, but of course become most terrifying post-6, once Mythics are unlocked, of course. And the fact that they are already this far behind is a bit of a disaster, because your power points, when you're already 3K gold down, means that you're still fighting an uphill battle.
And I think the big thing for me is, it would be hard against any champion in League of Legends to be at this deficit, but when you're at this kind of deficit against Kha'Zix, the game becomes, because when Kha'Zix is behind, he doesn't do anything. He's just a bug, like a bug on a windshield. He does absolutely nothing, just splat every single fight.
It's a nuisance.
Nuisance. Now we're like shooting the next sequel in the Alien series where he just comes out of the darkness and one-shots you.
I was gonna go Starship Troopers for my,
okay,
my
that's
bug
fair.
reference.
That's fair. We could dig the sci-fi bug references.
How old are people watching these games? I don't know. But yeah, I think like the fact that you already have a Mythic at 8 minutes for Kha'Zix, first time in this champion, another one that people will have to be looking at. The Nidalee performance was incredible 2 days ago for Yike. This time around, looking really good on the Kha'Zix. They are trying to set up for this Dragon here. Maybe this is an angle for PSG. 6 is coming online soon for Woody as well. That they can get a grouped up team fight, which is obviously what they want to do with this
Here we go. Full setup here, but Cap spots him and they just walk away. Oh, PSG can just not catch a break in this game. Bottom side of the map, Wako at least able to clear out the wave. Maybe he'll be able to go back and complete a Mythic, but I think he's still a bit of gold behind here, so doesn't have it quite yet, I believe.
No, shouldn't have it, only sitting on 600 gold in inventory currently.
Oof, another 500.
It's getting tricked by how accelerated Yike is with these kills and assists, as well as just rushing the Eclipse. Much, much faster for him compared to anyone else. And so wherever they see him, they're going to have to respect it and kind of back off. Right now, getting caught out in the river on the pink ward vision. So Wako and Woody will know that soon they'll be under threat and have to be careful for an engage by Mickey. Here's this Dragon now being set up. Teleport's available for PSG, so if they want to contest, they can, but I think might want to wait for Drake 2 or something.
I think waiting for those first item spikes just makes a ton of sense. As you highlighted, Yike is so accelerated. You have to be willing to burn so much just for a Dragon when gold is really going to be your big problem. That buff is not going to save you in this game state.
Also, that was a very fast Dragon for the fact that you now do Q Evolve first, I assume, for the Kha'Zix there, versus a lot of the times W Max, which didn't actually increase your damage. It was the slow and kind of team fight that you were often in the old Kha'Zix builds doing, but now with Q level 4, also with the Evolve, does a ton of damage, and the cooldown refund on it means that you can actually melt that Dragon insanely fast.
Yeah. My favorite Kha'Zix history fun fact is that he has had basically every ability giga nerfed or reworked because it's always been one ability that's been the problem. Alt was OP. He used to take
You didn't like mini Alistair
reduction.
alt while invisible? That was probably the
that was the most egregious.
Yeah, there was like the W.
Ooh, knockback here. Mickey now going to go for the follow-up. Annie just getting burned down. Yubao. Night ticking, not going to get anything there. And honestly, PSG are just running out of options. G2 are doing everything that they want to on the map, and PSG running out of room to play. Now fishing for an opportunity on the top side, trying to get something back. Quick flash out for Broken Blade. Ready to go, clean reaction, but now Yike can come in, and again, the stun coming in. If Viego isolates himself, this is going to get bad. Yike does so much damage. He's going to wait for the wave. He's going to take his time, but that's an isolated Viego! Oh, dead man walking. I don't think it gets any better for Aji. Mickey going to fish for the knockup. Aji just going to try to get one back in return, but Caps is here too. It's a house party on the top side of the map, at PSG, we're not invited.
G2 are breaking ankles on the Rift right now, making the play happen in mid lane from the roam from Mickey, and that instantly transfers up to the top side where PSG were looking for their own play. G2 playing well connected here, following up on wherever PSG wants to pressure.
G2 fans feeling it, feeling the energy, feeling the momentum. That guy doesn't even have the right jersey on, but it does not matter. That is how much excitement there is.
Dracos, we don't care.
We're not worried about him. Woody in trouble. Bubble going to come out. The beautiful use of the ultimate from Monster. I'm going to stop it. Wako now trying to fire back. Dash through. Going to get it. That's the shutdown. That's big. But Broken Blade surely should finish the kill. Nice sidestep on the Shuriken from Wako. The cleanse coming out. Can he make it over the wall? Can he E? Can he get out to safety? The dash. The blast cone. The sidestep. He's not going to get hit in the end, but now Caps and Yike on pursuit. Junja going to make it out as well. Well played from Wako to find the kill.
Nice 1 for 1 there, still coming out decently for G2, but does get the teleport out of Broken Blade in order to cover that play. Hansama dropping there. I think it was a shutdown as well, so Wako able to grab his Mythic as well and kind of keep pace at least with the members of G2. He's the hope for the side of PSG. In a lot of their games that we saw, he was the one getting funneled in terms of gold percent and damage percent. He's one of the highest players in the entire tournament. He is a huge threat, but not quite on the same late game scaling option as he was before.
Yeah, now we take a look back at this play, how it unfolded. You can see the idea, you can see the setup. Aji waiting in the darkness, Broken Blade quick. I think I'm not sure if the Vision spotted him or Broken Blade was just ready to go.
Reaction, baby. Nice reaction out of Broken Blade there, and then the setup, knowing that the rest of the team was coming to back him up. Yike able to run forward, didn't quite grab turret aggro there. Very well played by him. The extended range on the claws there, able to find that kill, and then the rest of the team just showing up. Aji, nice flash, but a little bit too early. The fact that the Annie hadn't quite shown up means that he dropped for nothing.
Difficult situation to play out. 5K gold lead now at 13 minutes into the game, and I think for PSG, it's about evaluating what went wrong in this one. And to me, going back to the basics, opting for more scaling as a safety option would be big here. But when you draft champions that are supposed to match and win early, and you lose this handedly in the early game, you know, it can shake your confidence. So I'm just hoping for PSG's sake that they can keep their eyes on the prize and regroup coming into next game.
I think it's also one of these games where, like, yes, technically these champions should win early, but the specific places that they were picked into is not quite the case. The fact that Gragas gets Cryo so easily, the fact that Malphite was taken into the cannon, which is something that Broken Blade's obviously extremely proficient in, means that you're going to get pushed in early. That's going to unlock this early move from G2. It's like, yes, these are technically early game champions that want to group up and team fight, but you didn't take them into situations. It's like you almost drafted this comp blind. Like, this is a draft that you could take into almost any other composition, and like in theory it'd be fine. But G2 had answers.
Certainly did. Broken Blade might not, however. Does get out of tower range just in time to reset. He's now going to also try to clear the wave. He shouldn't get the chance to die to tower here. He might die to tower, but I'm pretty sure Aji's going to get the credit. Little seismic shark.
Make him work for it. I like it, Broken Blade. Don't die to the turret.
Well played. Yubao now just trying to clear the wave out there. Junja now responding. But yeah, make him walk in, make him slap you down. Don't give it to the tower.
So a nice kill there by PSG, finding the one on Broken Blade. During that time, G2 pressuring mid, also going to be grabbing this Rift Herald. So not the end of the world, but a small bit of gold back into their pockets. Unfortunately, again, Malphite probably not the one who needs to get accelerated the most right now. He's always going to be the R button to engage. During this time, though, it did give them pressure in the bot side, so able to stop any dragon stacking from potentially coming through from G2.
I think at this stage of the game, with this kind of lead, G2 should be trying to accelerate as much as possible.
Yeah, this is probably not a soul point game, if you tell me how this ended.
If I'm shot calling for PSG, you're just trying to keep one objective at a time. We got a dragon, let's see what we can get after that. You know what I mean? Just take it slow, take it simple, because you're at a big deficit. Wako really can't afford to stay in there, but luckily has the dash. We'll make it out to safety.
I appreciate the emote game, despite having a bit of a tough opening matchup here. Still throwing out emotes.
It's the universal language. Everyone understands the sad dog. You know what's happening.
Wako. PSG able to defend as well. They did lose the top turret after the Rift Herald was immediately used, but probably not the end of the world. Could have been a lot worse. Mid lane turret's still up. I'm surprised G2 didn't show a little bit more patience and probably drop it down there. It's the fact that Yubao was able to reset and stop the second turret from dropping from the Herald, which I think was probably the game plan.
Observers playing with our hearts here. Hansama stun now coming out, trying to get away from the bear. Very threatening. The knock-him not quite going to connect. Excellently played by Yubao, but there's certainly no out of this. He's isolated. He's revealed. Yike is on the hunt now.
They do have mid prio, so there's a chance that they can move up to protect him here.
Run, tiny Sigourney Weaver. Run. And she's out. Yubao makes it to safety. So good that they have the team there to respond, to recover. In that situation, it cost them the flash, traded for the ult upon Sama. If they can capitalize in the next minute, maybe they can get something done. And good news is Wako has been left alone to just farm and continuously push out mid lane. And those caps connects on a body slam. He doesn't have that much kill threat.
Kind of showing the mid game here from PSG being respectable despite how bad the early lane phase went from the map movements from G2. Some of the trades here showing that, hey, we can actually move around the map, understand where pressure is going to flow, how to absorb that, get things on the flip side of the map. Like, I think this is why PSG in their own region was so fearsome. Because if you didn't get a big gold lead like G2 managed to do, a lot of times PSG could safely scale into the mid and late game.
And I think that is a force to be reckoned with. Very often when we see teams from emerging regions come into the tournament, they wampa stomp their entire region. And then they come here, and it's like you're contested more in lanes than you're anticipating. You're contested more across roles, and we don't often get to see them play the way that they play domestically, and that's often like kind of frustrating to watch as an international league fan. But the good news for PSG is like they were willing to fall behind. They would fall behind, and they would come back through incredible team fighting, which they showed yesterday. And they're definitely going to need to show more in this series, and certainly in this game if they want to mount a comeback, because it's still a 6K deficit.
Still a 6K deficit, getting a little bit worse there with G2 grabbing the bot inner, or bot outer turret, excuse me. I was about to say that the turret game is not that massive. For how big of a gold lead that it is, the fact that it's only 2 turrets to 0, you would expect maybe a couple more had dropped. So a lot of this gold is not really reclaimable from that perspective, where it's CS and kill gold. Caps in a tricky position.
Tanky boy. Barrel not going to connect, but it goes over! The old Swippy swap.
Oh boy, PSG getting a little bit ahead of themselves there. The barrel not that great by Caps. Obviously was trying to hit the Viego away, but still have flash up. And so once Viego hops the wall, they just do a little switcheroo, get out safely. G2 looking pretty good. Talking about domestic results and how PSG getting contested a little bit more here. G2 actually looking very good. I know a lot of people are concerned about them finishing quote-unquote fourth in the final stage of play, but it was Mad Lions, also El Yoya, saying that he felt like that was the real finals. Them versus G2, he felt like G2 was actually one of the best teams still in Europe.
And we're seeing here that G2 have identified a clear blueprint for success, where they pick these champions and get push early, where they use that push to set up Yike to dive a lane and to focus, and they snowball so rapidly. And you can see this team with a lead looking pretty confident, but Junja spotting out some unwelcome guests in his jungle.
Mickey trying to cut off the rotation, but a little scary to do versus Annie, who has an instant stun.
Yike! That's a lot of damage. Junja now running for his life. Yike gonna find the kill. That's gonna be the charm now coming into Wako, but Wako firing back, pulling on the backside. Meanwhile, the bear has come down, and the shutdown onto Yike coming through. Broken Blade only gonna find one, but Wako is still standing. Caps can do a lot of damage, but Aji is there to body block. Yubao on the side, the bear coming in, just creating a little bit of disruption. Doesn't have the Ryle Eyes like support Annie, so can't do a lot. Can just get served right back to the waiting arms of G2. Wako needs to get away from that one, but he can't. There's just too many feathers and too tight a space. G2 finding the fight.
Nice pullback there by Han Sama, getting the angle on Wako to root him up. Caps with a nice cask as well to get the knockback on the Annie. Very squishy, like you were saying, just with the Leandri's gun there. PSG had a moment to turn there. It was a nice ult by Aja to interrupt Broken Blade comboing down onto Wako, feeling like they had the potential chase down sequence, but not quite there. G2 12-4 in kills, almost 8,000 gold ahead. Here's this play again.
And they think they've caught out the Rakan, and it looks like it's initially positive. I think kind of baited into a false sense of security there.
Yeah, well, just the stealth in that I think came through. You don't see Yike until he's directly on top of Junji and already getting isolated target damage down there that Viego instantly assassinated, where we talk about a lot of the team comp being about finding kills and resets. If the Viego was still alive there, you grab the corpse of Yike and you start resetting through this fight potentially, but because they killed the primary carry in some of these senses, with the Viego dead, there's just no chase down here. Aja, like we said, nice ultimate there to interrupt Broken Blade, but just getting a little bit too greedy, maybe losing track of ultimates used, not knowing that one's still available for Caps. Han Sama here, this was a nice angle on the ultimate pullback.
Yeah, just really nowhere. In the second the root connects, he's dead. Maybe he can get some damage back. Maybe he can take Han Sama out of the equation with the bear already on top of his head, but he's not an option that's ultimately going to come through. Cloud Soul is going to be the name of the game. G2 only grabbing their second Drake, so I would still be surprised if this was a Soul game. However, G2 going to take the steps to get there, or at least take it away from PSG. And in that last fight, damage dealt courtesy of AWS. You can see Annie was actually the big factor there alongside the Lucian. No one else on the side of PSG really got involved.
Yeah, the classic Annie ult burn just by walking the bear next to people. Secretly doing a ton of damage.
Yeah, it's
with
kind of
Leandri's.
Yeah. Is it fake damage though, like Ezreal and Varus damage numbers, where it's like, yeah, great, you did 1,200 damage per minute, you were shooting arrows at a Scion? Or is it like real damage? Do you think it counts?
It's a little bit of fake damage because it's spread across the entire team, burning down like 10 every second on 5 people. Ends up to be quite a bit for DPS, but not the most important damage. Uh-oh.
Caps, Mickey off to the side. Wako isolated for now. G2 still playing careful though. Giving some respect inside of PSG, waiting for someone to slip up, kind of just stepping forward, slowly advancing that vision line. Of course, Aji in the meantime, bottom lane, pushing, looking for that bounty on the tower. Might just give the opportunity for G2 to take this Baron uncontested, though. They should just obliterate this Baron's health bar.
Absolutely a very fast Baron here for G2. So many carry members as well as that Kha'Zix's isolation damage will force PSG to react to it. There's the TP.
Junja Get anything else done. Knockback coming through. Woody, isolated, is going to find a bit of a slow. Yubao over the wall. G2. Oh, they stiffen out. They're not going to risk. They're not going to go too deep. Respect for the patience.
Did cost Caps his ultimate, so not available, but they start the Baron back up again. Ult for ult, with Woody losing his.
Oh, but they're just in the dark.
Yeah, PSG
it's just
needs
such
to
a
check
flip.
this. I have no idea how fast New Kazakhstan.
I don't know what is happening. Observers, thank you. 4K, getting lower. Mickey now going to go over the wall, but he's not going to connect on anyone. He's immediately going to leap out to safety. He's now turning his attention to the bottom side of the map. Broken Blade now going in, but there's two fights. It's a fight split across two fronts, but it's Hansama! And as he pulls the feathers back, he finds one, but Junja gets one in return! The Viego popping off, he steals, he goes in his recon! He turns them around, he takes their corpses, and he beats them to hell with it! Junja showing up!
The ex-EDG sub-jungler popping off in that fight. We were talking about the Viego as the critical member to watch. G2 were not able to find him this time. Still a little bit risky.
Unhinged.
Pretty low, but Caps does not have.
He can kill everybody. He just casks in. Oh no! He has to flash out. Caps, he's just gonna keep hitting this.
I forgot his ultimate was the one that was using the initial engage, so it came back up there, instantly blows up Wako, the primary damage dealer. Now,
oh no!
Is Caps gonna just solo Baron himself?
I think he is. There's a TP coming in. Who's TPing in?
Yubao.
It's gonna be the Annie. Yubao on the way. Rakan on the way from the side of G2. They're regrouping. The Baron resets. Nobody gets the Baron. PSG are at a 7K gold deficit, but they're keeping G2 on the ropes.
London breathed a sigh of relief. The Baron did not get turned over there, despite how scrappy that situation is. G2 are still in a fine position here, going to instantly restart the Baron.
Yep. Junja, no flash. Ulti should be up shortly, however. Mickey ready to go over the wall one more time. His ulti's just around the corner. So far away. Wako on the way. Aji on the way. Ulti is going to be up and available for the next fight. 5K getting lower. G2 focused on the prize here. Burning down over the wall. Junja going to get the killing spree. Mickey getting isolated. Mickey getting taken out. Junja's taking one. Is he going to take a second? Does he want to re-engage? He should just stay as the Kazakhs. He does so much damage. It's getting lower. And he takes it! PSG! Oh, just like every game in their own region, they always find a way. Even here against G2, even at such a massive deficit, they steal the objective, they take the fight. It's a double for Yubao. It is a massive win.
PSG instantly bounced back after the caster curse. Find that kill. Yike was so close to the wall. He took the extra spike damage from the Baron. He got stunned up by the Annie and obliterated at the very start of that fight. And then Junjia was able to use that body, like you said, to find so many resets in that fight and secure the Baron buff. Now there was no other jungler left on the map. PSG slingshotting closer to gold now, a 4,000 gold power play already.
The problem is, Mark, if Yike's really fed and Yike dies, now Junja's really fed because Junja's Yike. And that's so infuriating for G2. They're all grouped up and you can see the play here.
Just, I think, a positioning mistake by the rookie here. Yike moving up to the wall here. It's going to get stunned point blank. Insta-gift, also having to take so much damage from the enemy team. Baron as well. Once that soul's down, that's a free move into the pit. Actually uses ult but gets the reset immediately by Junjia there. Forces everyone else back. Mickey dying as well, able to go in and out so easily by Junjia. Such a heads-up play there by him, finding that kill, then chased down with Mickey's soul, which was left unused that entire time. Very, very nice stuff by him.
You highlighted it in the draft, we have to say it again. PSG, they knew exactly what they wanted to get out of their composition. They're G2. Overstaying their welcome, completely overestimating the advantage that they had built for themselves. Now they have to play so careful. They have to play so perfect because the gold from the touching distance, it's functionally irrelevant. PSG have caught up.
And like we said, PSG's comp in teamfights has a very clear play pattern, which is insta-kill someone and start resetting through the fight. That was Yike, again, arguably the most fit member of the team at that point in time. If they can just kind of reset, refocus, make sure that they start playing these teamfights front to back, not get insta-engaged on.
Backing off. You can see here on the bottom of the screen of the win expectancy powered by AWS. It was just about 100% for G2.
I swear that thing is touching the top bar.
99.9. But the robots did not know about Junja, so I'm just saying.
Jeffrey Bezos making a miscalculation there.
Okay. Junja, now in the darkness again. He's strong on the reset. I don't think he could solo Broken Blade, though. Don't get... That's Baron Steel confidence right there. I don't know what he's doing walking up to that cannon.
It's one of those situations where you feel so good after so much momentum has come back to your team. You still need to respect the fact that you're not massively ahead. Play these fights out correctly. Caps, also very strong. 406 can half help Wako with just a single trading pattern there.
Right now we're at a 4K Baron power play. And next Drake on the cards. Who is going to get it? PSG.
think this is a trap. I feel like PSG should be spending more time pushing and working down extra gold into their pockets, getting outer turret, things like that. Caps is very happy to just keep mid-pressure. This is not an important dragon in the greater scheme of the game. He's be using the Baron buff on
He has
this.
vision, too. He can just walk in. Should be easy isolation. Kha'Zix just takes it back. Steal for steal, 1-for-1 here in the game thus far.
Isolated Q and auto damage there combined with the smite gets Yike that dragon steal, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Not the most important objective to be grabbing. PSG should be looking for gold with this Baron buff. The fact that Yike could steal that one away after such a large time commitment is a bit of a breath of relief for G2, who were just starting to feel the pressure.
Now, that much closer to Soul Point, 4.5 minutes till they'll be able to at least attempt to grab Cloud Soul for themselves. Fantastic for the Xayah and Rakan, Kennen, most every champion on their team. Happy for all that CBR. Now looking across the opposite side, still feels like the same main play for PSG. We said it a million times, but you just blow up someone, preferably Kha'Zix or Gragas, and then you use their skills to blow up everyone else on G2, because it's really not a high damage composition. If Wako is not in range to auto attack, this Viego build in an extended trade will do a lot, but this is not big burst damage like you're going to get from Broken Blade, like you're going to get from Yike.
I mean, the one nice thing for the PSG side is that G2 does not really have true tanks. The closest thing is Caps, who is quite tanky and hard to kill once he's taken his drink. But if you're targeting anyone else, you can basically kill them just with a combination of the top side of the map.
Mickey going in, now has to deep, but he doesn't get a chance! The CC perfectly layered, that's one reset. Junjun now stepping forward. He's squishing Rakan, but still peek his head if he wants to, but PSG just gonna be happy with the pick for now. There's nothing really to play for. That death won't cost G2 a lot unless they overcommit in the duration of Mickey's death.
I do think it makes G2 harder to execute on their strength, as Stride Breaker forced out there just with the Lucian dash. So a nice little advantage. Wako still has his if he wants to go again. Once the ultimate is up, should be a shorter cooldown on the culling. But yeah, it's constraining G2. The thing that they were doing so well in the early game was these map movements, catching PSG out in the jungle, getting up to lanes faster. And even though the gold lead is still in their favor, they have been pushed back onto their side of the map finally. They have deep wards now for PSG to track the Gragas and Kha'Zix to make sure that there's none of these surprise attacks that have been the problem that PSG is facing.
Let's take stock of what has happened in this game, because G2 were wildly far ahead. I felt like this was over. I felt like it was back to the drawing board. PSG have a composition that scales fine, has a lot of great team fighting utility. You highlighted the strategies it wants to use, but it was not the Jinx. It was not the Aphelios. But despite that, PSG are finding these windows of opportunity. They're punishing G2 when G2 get greedy, and we went from 6-7K gold lead to essentially dead even. 30 minutes in the game. Massive credit to PSG making the most out of this composition, even if they couldn't show it in the early game, to really show up here in this late game.
Yeah, very impressive stuff out of PSG. Why they were so feared in their own region, why so many pundits were expecting them to be one of the teams that could get out of this pretty tough stage 1 of MSI. This late game team fighting cannot be undervalued, and the fact that they know how to execute their comps, they've been doing it a lot better here in this later portion of the game. Anyone who steps forward by G2 can instantly get evaporated. The fact that, of course, with Kennen no longer going Zhonya's in most of his builds, focusing on damage means that he is also a target that you can focus down very early, and now G2 have to walk in and kind of present the target for PSG to try and annihilate.
Big damage, that's the power of that RSC at this point in the game, just able to shoot over the wall, able to get that extra damage down. Mickey getting isolated, burning the W, can wait on those cooldowns. Has to be careful about grouping though. The Rakan engage threat is big. Yike waiting off to the side, but he's on vision, crucially.
Big mistake by Yubao there. Had the Q stun charge, but pressed W as well. Didn't get the stun, invaded Wako's ultimate. So a number of cooldowns down now for PSG. Not quite having the same pressure that they should. Back off here. They were trying to chip out Mickey, but did have a little bit of miscoordination.
And G2 just bullying their way into the river, threatening, knowing that those cooldowns are down. Broken Blade TP'd into the top lane just to be ready to respond. Won't be able to find a flank with the TP, but does get some top lane prio. Wave and bot lane pushing as well. So PSG, they're burning money to be here.
This is the clapping guy in reverse in the movie theater gif, where G2 was looking so good early on, and now it's become so tense, as it feels like any one of these fights could be the next one that decides the game. Baron on the table means that you will have so much pushing power should you win it.
It certainly does. Recalls now coming in. PSG staggering them to make sure that they can show some presence here, but again, have to be careful. Wako isolated. Junja waiting to come in.
You can see that kind of, it's almost like jousting, where you're just looking at each other like, I'm going to poke you, you might W onto me, I'm going to dash it, and then you're going to die. Just trying to bait Mickey to use his cooldowns. And for Junjie, even that's a great target to start resetting on, to get that W extra CC and engage available.
Instantly ult again, just to be right onto the backline, exactly where you want to be. Baron started, G2, it's a dark map. Clear out mid, they can play this one Soul. How quickly can PSG burn through this? Not very. They don't really have the upfront damage, especially with Yubow not hitting the objective, but instead the Andy gonna fish for a pick on a Mickey. They're gonna burn Mickey before the fight even starts, but Broken Blade coming over the wall. Mickey taken down, but Wako goes golden. Wako buys a brief moment of time. They're now all on the tree because Broken Blade has obliterated the back line of PSG. The Cask coming in, the Cask finding the kill, but Yubow now firing back. Junja now running for his life. Cask attempts to finish the kill because Aji is still alive. Yike. Oh, he's hunting now. The Kazakh's not quite gonna connect. Cap's going over the wall. Junja, there's just no way you make it out of this one. The Divine Sunderer not enough. The footwork is clean, but that's a huge shutdown. Yubow now coming in. TP now coming in. Yike needs to get out of this one. The stun now coming in. The bubble to follow. Easy peasy CC layering. Yubow now unstoppable, and in the extended fight, PSG once again coming out on top.
Such a splintered fight there happening on different parts of the river. Both AD carries getting kind of obliterated by all this engage here. It's a nice idea to focus down Mickey X at the very beginning, but it kind of leaves the left side of the fight open for Junji to get chunked out as he's trying to get in range. Obviously, he didn't get any damage down, so the soul's not available for him. And then Broken Blade, critically, getting Wako so low. This is where you allow Junji to get kind of poked out heavily. Oh, we don't have time to talk about it. Got Dragon Fight.
Dragon Fight, Dragon Soul. Jungler still dead, 13 seconds. 6 seconds on the side of PSG.
Great flip here by G2 with no smite available. If you're able to get this, you get the soul. If not, it's not a big deal. PSG only on their second dragon.
Yubow waiting, looking for the setup. Broken Blade off to the side. PSG have to be careful here. If Broken Blade finds his flank, this fight is over in an instant. Yubow stepping forward, trying to burn through Caps, but that's Broken Blade off to the side. PSG, oh, they put themselves in the pit, but you cannot out-pit fight the Kennen, or can you? Aji is so damn big. Broken Blade, he burned the ultimate, but the Malphite still stands. Yike here to try and save the day, but will it be enough? Junja can't find the reset. Junja does not get an opportunity, and that means G2 will take it. Yike continuing to tear through. The shutdown coming in for Aji. Aji refusing to die, but he is finally isolated, and Yike will shred through the health bar. He will climb that mountain, and G2 will take the exchange.
G2 get the ace, PSG get the dragon, but the Baron is left alive. G2 should have enough damage to grab this one down. Hopefully they have enough tankiness, but that was a huge fight there. Able to blow up Wako at the very start of it. Take another look here. Caps, huge Cask. Yubow does get his ultimate off as they try and burst him down, but the combination of all those engaged tools, Mickey, Broken Blade, and Caps finds those kills. Hansama does end up in the pit next to a Malphite, and the Annie ult, the fact that it was left alive this entire time actually did a ton of damage to him, allows him to focus it down. Yike, both of them were in the pit, not isolated though, so maybe that's why it was a little bit less burst damage than he was expecting, but either way, Smite Fight goes to Junjia, but he drops right afterwards. Kazakh's able to find that kill. The three members of G2 cleaning up the rest of the fight.
Ooh, G2 winning the fight. While neither team has claimed victory yet, we've crossed an impressive milestone. G2 fans, make some noise. 500 kills for G2 Caps on an international stage. What a milestone, what a player. Obviously, a ton of history that we talk about countless times. In this game, we're keeping it more focused on the tournament in front of us, but the history, the pedigree, always something that has to be respected and celebrated. Now checking in again on the game state, man. G2 more significant lead. If they can do something with this Baron, I think that they are back, quote unquote, in control of this game.
3 players ahead of Caps in terms of kills. Xiaohu, Perks, and FLICKR are the 3. So pretty great company for Caps, one of the greatest players of all time. Trying to make another deep MSI run here with G2 after a somewhat disappointing end for fans' expectations for the team in the spring split, but all will be forgiven with a deep run here. And while it has been a very hard-fought game, G2 are now in a strong position, getting their first Baron of the game, and instantly starting to make work of it. Take down these inner turrets, probably not the game-ending Baron. There'll probably be some more fights, another dragon fight for Soul, most likely, but they'll be going in with much deeper pockets when that comes around, assuming they can break this inner turret. Maybe they'll find the engage, though. Cap's looking for an angle.
Wako just has to sidestep all of this poke. He just doesn't really have the range to walk up here. Huge damage onto Woody. Not following up on that one quite yet, and again, pulling the trigger on the wrong engage for either side could be game-ending.
So tense. You want to defend the minion wave, but you don't want to step too far forward and give Caps an angle on it. Wako playing to the left side, knowing that Caps is on the right side, trying to avoid him.
Cass coming out, knocking Wako back, just creating a little bit of space. Yike continuing to usher in minions on the bottom side, has been left isolated. A tough target to lock down. Aji waiting over the wall. Caps now coming in. PSG constantly setting up and looking for these angles, looking for these opportunities. Similar story, both sides just jousting, as you highlighted, looking for a weakness, trying to bait out a cooldown, hoping someone mispositions next to a wall, and either side finding that opportunity yet. But G2 walking away with 2 towers. Happy to have an extra 3K on that Baron power play. And I think that's all we're going to see from that objective. Again, 1:47. How Cloud Soul is on the table for them once again.
Nice 6K gold advantage at the tail end of that, taking that reset, starting to set up for what will be the Dragon situation. Already a lot of pink wards available for the side of G2. You can see all three of these will have to get cleared out by PSG as they work their way in here. Careful though, yike.
Huge damage on Jinja. Going to be able to immediately burst him down though. Raptor's there just to make sure that he's not isolated. Has to be careful though, the lower he gets, the easier this is going to be.
Edge of Night coming up pretty clutch there for Yike. The W didn't land by Jinjia to pop it, but it is something that you'll have to work through in a trade sequence for Jinjia. The fact that he's going to nullify one of those spells is pretty big. Despite some of the oopsies Yike has had this game, he still feels like the most important member on the team. If he's left alive, he can absolutely clean up through these fights. That's exactly what happened in that Dragon situation. In fights where he's killed early, Jinjia gets to take over that body, like you said, and start running over the fight. With the GA completed, though, that does mean that he cannot be focused down first, most likely by PSG. That's a huge pickup in context of how PSG wants the team fight.
And I think it's really going to be hard to get value out of the Diego passive in these fights because there are so many people with GAs now with, you know, the Hourglass and Midlane Caps has been there for a while, but you've got a stopwatch for Broken Blade as well. Not stopping over for the full Hourglass, but just picking that up to make sure with his full AP build that he does not get picked up because very easily we can see Diego taking the Kennen form and then, you know, one-shotting someone if he missteps in a fight.
You can also see Wako kind of adapting to the double magic soul laners, grabbing the Hex Drinker for himself. Basically everything available for everyone all sums up as we head to what could be the last team fight here around the Dragon. If G2 can grab this, they will have soul for the rest of the game.
Broken Blade breaking open mid lane though. PSG overcommitting resources to the area just to show presence. G2 not getting baited in, not over-forcing for vision or control, instead just sending Broken Blade mid lane.
Aji working the flank angle, no wards in their own jungle. For G2, really. Only one on the Raptor camp, though the blast cone well done by Mickey there to spot out the Malphite.
Pot popped, it looks like for Woody. Elixir of Fortitude just wants to survive, just through one fight. The Broken Blade just ready to walk down the mid lane and end the game. Again, you highlighted before, this isn't Soul for the side of PSG, so even if they get this, I don't know if it's worth giving up the inhibitor. Fight now, kick off. Yike gonna walk in and take it anyway. It's Soul for G2. It's TP on the backside. Broken Blade looking for the solo kill in the mid lane. PSG glimmers of hope, but it's all falling apart. That's the Bomba shredding through the entire team. Junja can't get anything done. Yike will finally get taken down, but the GA comes out and stops Diego from finding the reset. Wako on the backside trying to get some damage down, but Hansama continuing to step forward. Junja on the backside must escape. PSG well and truly routed. Aji coming over the wall, but what can he get done? Caps goes golden. Yike! A moment, Yike on the way in, he finds one, he's looking for more, resets left and right, isolated targets, Eden PSG alive as G2 descend on their base. They will take game one. PSG put up a valiant effort to come back from a catastrophic early game, but at the end of the day, G2 out-execute and G2 will find the win in game one.
G2 stay alive in game one, bounce back after a bit of an oopsie play at the Baron, grab the first game of the best of three versus PSG, one game away from the main stage of MSI now for G2.
And you know what? Sick game. Yeah,
that was a fun one.
As an EU pundit, do you want a little more cleanness from G2? Yeah. But if they were clean, would they be G2? Probably not. So you take them where you can get them. And honestly, if they're all that entertaining, I just want 3 games.
And you're still seeing what makes them so great. In that last sequence, the map setup where Broken Blade has the pressure in the mid lane, baits Yubao in there, kills him, then TPs in to rejoin the fight while also stealing the soul point. There's so many things that make G2 so dynamic. Yes, sometimes that means they overextend and make mistakes, but you can see why they're going to be such a threat for teams in this tournament is they're always willing to find creative angles to force fights how they want them. The fact that you pull the Annie away from a big grouped up fight, which is exactly what you would normally be wanting to do, shows that kind of on-the-fly problem solving.
Yeah, it's an incredibly veteran team, and it's one of the strengths that you don't always get to see if you don't see games go late like this, but the heads up to make 2 pressure points on the map instead of kind of just handshaking on grouping up for this big objective or getting blinded by something that seems as important as a Cloud Soul. They see themselves on camera. They're laughing. They're having a good time. And see what they plan for game 2 if they just want to run it back and if there's adaptation on the side of PSG, because while there were shining moments for PSG, I wonder if they feel like it was just an early game execution or if they feel like draft is at the root of the issue.
There's so many things that PSG can do moving into game 2. They were red side here. They went for a very interesting strategy of kind of leaving up a lot of the things that people would call the OPs, target banning a lot of members of G2 instead. Now they'll have side selection. Do they want to go blue side and kind of go back to a more standard thing? Like we said, they're usually a more slow pace, low combined kills per minute team. focusing on late game scaling. That's all on the table. They could go red side and try and run it back because admittedly they had a Baron. They were pretty close to that game. I think their Baron usage could have been improved as well.
I'm ready. I love everything you just listed.
Just run it back.
Can we just
skip
watch
the
it
analyst
again?
desk,
Can we
get
just
him
go
back on
straight into
stage?
game? Well, first we have to go to break. We'll be back after this. The analyst desk is going to prepare us for the next game in this series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a moment. Walking away for now, denying that's going to be the body slam initial. They're going to follow up immediately with damage. First blood for the Kazakhs on the top side. Yike now in trouble. Flashing out to safety. He desperately needs to get this kill. He gets it with a W. Back in return, but Caps is here too. It's a house party on the top side of the map, and PSG were not invited. And this is, if you did not watch LEC Meta, Gragas, an absolute menace. Oh, it's the alley-oop. He should just stay as the Kazakhs. He does so much damage. It's getting lower, and he takes it! PSG! Oh, just like every game in their own region.
Take it, Lacom, okay? Yeah. We really took really fast decisions. Let's think more. Okay? Yeah, good job. Good job. Nice comeback. Okay.
What? Again, you are 100% correct, Caps. Nice comeback. To be fair, you threw and then needed to come back, so there's context missing. We are about 10 or so minutes away from game number 2. So what I wanted to do was take a look at that one, try to break down some of the unique things, and I have to start with the draft. First and foremost, surprised by some of the champions coming out, Kazakhs in particular. I'm going to come to Raz first. What do you think of the draft overall? And then I want Dagda to just highlight and steal all the Kazakh stuff.
I mean, even when you get jungle going into 4-5 and you lose Vi, Nocturne, Bel'Veth, technically Viego because it was picked away. Like, all these picks that go through, you're like, okay, what does he have in the table? Kha'Zix comes through. I like it. The risk was you already saw the Annie. And then the 5 pick that's coming through that you kind of expect that can be a Malphite. So I was like, ooh, this can be really risky. But it's Yike, and Yike works well around his mid laner early to make it so it doesn't get that late in the game. But yes, we'll talk about how it gets that far later. But I like the fact that they took the risk, and it worked out a little bit early.
Yeah, and it still feels like we're getting a lot of the, again, facilitators here in that mid lane coming through for Caps. The fact that you get to have that early push that then sets up for Yike to make these early plays. Like, that was kind of the big focus that we had coming into this was, can G2 still play their style? And it looks like PSG struggled with it.
What I love about that, can G2 play their style? Can Yike play his style? I mean, at the beginning of the day, you dropped the knowledge bomb about Yike and Kha'Zix. Before I let you go history mode on me, I wanted to show the viewers at home some of the changes that have come in, because I think even Dracos and Mark were joking a little bit about some of those changes, but the damage increase on the Q, the isolation as well, on the range, and the recast duration. I think Mark had one great one. You don't miss the mini Alistair ult in his ult from old version of Kha'Zix? I do. I miss that, because it was busted. So the champion has had some changes. We've not seen it. We haven't seen a lot, despite the fact that it has played in the past. It worked, kind of, didn't? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it was really interesting to see Yike bring it out, because Yike has been a big Kha'Zix player in the past. At the moment, he's sitting at he's played 15 games. He's 13 wins and 2 losses all times, so nearly a 90% win rate on the champion. And he was absolutely exceptional in the early stages of this game. And I think a huge portion of this was, as you can see here, Broken Blade moving in to get that early ward down. It gives a ton of information for Yike as exactly where he needs to be. He ends up coming in here mid just to make sure that Gragas can get that push. And even though he spot on the ward, this was a very brave call from G2 that they play excellently on the dive. They focus down the Viego, knowing that the Malphite can't do particularly much.
Yeah, Annie holding TP there. They thought that they could defend the dive just as a 2-man. You can make some critiques there of Viego moving too far to the left, but I thought they just played it so damn well and taking control of the top right side jungle and just punishing them anytime they tried to come through.
And again, we're seeing adaptation here from Yike. He ends up just doing one camp off that immediately, or sorry, the 2 camps top immediately, and then goes top again. So takes blue, Grom, top, gets the kill once more. And this was kind of the story of what we saw a lot of the times where Yike was skipping camps to make sure that he could get up to this bot side. Doesn't manage to escape away on this one, but again then on the next one, he ends up dying, goes mid to catch the wave as Caps had gone to roam towards the bot side, and then as Caps comes mid again, you can see he's actually giving up. Where's red spawning, not going for the Croaks on the bottom side. He wants to make this play happen.
This is a great understanding here from Caps. He recognizes that Yubao's trying to cut through the red side jungle to try and help out, make it a 3-man play this time around. They're like, okay, we're just changing target and going on you now. So they really punished PSG in the early portions of the game.
Now, of course, when we were preparing for this post-match, there was an opportunity to look at a new pick, look at something that Yike is known for, something that you literally crystal balled a little earlier today.
You did.
And at the time we were preparing this and discussing it, this game was over. I mean, G2 had such a gigantic lead. You can see like the stats, the advantage that Yike had built up. And it's just started to go wrong. Can I take a look at the gold graph here on the post-game breakdown? Because
do we have
to? Yes, we do. Of course we do. I need to berate Caps for the comeback? Excuse me? Look at Mount Everest that he jumped off near to come back. I mean, Dagda, should it have ever happened that way?
Nah, it really shouldn't have. The fact that you end up giving over so much control, especially at that Baron, the fact it went badly the first time and you were like, yeah, sure, let's just do it again. It can't go wrong.
Flip it one more time.
Yeah, with no Gragas ultimate, with none of these setups that you really want to do. And I think this is where you really start to feel the wheels come off of the G2 hype train, because you could look at Yike and go, yes, we got these early leads, but they couldn't really facilitate the Kha'Zix in these fights because they weren't looking for picks. The Kha'Zix felt a bit wonky.
Can I give a content warning to all viewers at home? What you're about to see is a throw. Raz, please talk me through this first Baron throw by G2.
Yeah, for me, my eyes are actually just on Yike, on the Kha'Zix, because I thought initially this was a good look. Problem is that he stays pretty far behind. Actually, this was the moment where they split targets here, and so they get the first blow up.
Yeah, the fact they end up splitting means Broken Blade goes down. You're in a terrible position here as Hansama as well, because you immediately have to flash over the wall, and it's just Caps who's able to escape. Now, Caps does manage to reset TP back in, but then it's this second attempt where after Caps has already got one of these kills with the ultimate, you start to question it, because now Caps doesn't have the ultimate then for the upcoming fight. You've already invested a lot of those ultimates as well to try and make this initial play work, and that's where they start to, again, just overextend. Yeah.
Okay, now, once again, parental advisory. I do need to move on to the second Baron throw here.
Another one.
Dagda, take me through this one, as then we'll turn our attention to the pre-match.
Yeah, and I think this was the one that Raz was kind of highlighting as well, was that as you're starting to come into this, you don't really have a lot of these skills was available, like your ultimate on the Rakan, the Xayah, the Gragas, they're all wasted already. And then immediately, you just Kha'Zix walks to the back of the pit and just gets immediately ulted by Annie.
I think all you needed was either Rakan or the Gragas to be behind the pit if you wanted to stop the 50-50 from happening, but this is where he just gets completely blown up just by being that far close to the actual Annie. So then it feels really bad. And then the game is thrown up into the ether where you feel like, okay, G2 had control for the majority of it, but it's just minor execution errors that turn into major deficits.
Yeah, I mean, Junja's in, out, and shaking G2 all about. He manages to get the massive steal on the Baron. He gets a bunch of these kills. And once you end up with the Baron in this situation, that's where you really start to feel the hurt of, oh, we can't really look for picks in the same way we were with, you know, Yike and Caps trying to work for it in the topside jungle. And then the team fighting that we talked about for PSG that has been so stellar this entire time really starts to shine.
Since I punished the viewers with 2 parental advisory, throws,
you gave them good warning.
I did give them, now I'd like to celebrate. So let's look at this final fight where G2 do eventually win this out. I don't necessarily want to break it down because we've gone in a lot of detail. Gentlemen, can I ask you to give me now the macro thoughts, right? Obviously, we're impressed with the early game from G2. I thought the roving from Caps was good. I'm going to be disappointed at the throw or the lack of control, but I'm also not too surprised. The champions are difficult. Broken Blade of his 400-odd games has only played 16 ever on Kennen. It's not something that you traditionally associate. So, now as we wrap this up, let's summarize the thoughts here and look ahead to the next game. What did G2 have to clean up? What did PSG have to do?
First things first, I mean, a lot of it playing around Baron, these are small mistakes where it is turning into obviously costly errors, but it's lessons that you need to learn right now. It's really early times in the tournament. Obviously, if you make mistakes too often, then you can just be kicked out quite early and you have to play a little bit more reserved. But I think making these mistakes, if this is the style that they want to play, and this is really the only style that they have pushed forward, then just refine it, work on it, just stick to it. So I think it's good. I think they'll try and draft similarly. It doesn't have to be the Kha'Zix. It could be the Nidalee again. Playing towards Yike has worked for them in the past, and it feels like they can have a deep pool if they're banning 5 junglers and it's still working for them. On
the side of PSG as well, I would really want to see them just go for late game. If you actually think of that, like, massive throw that we got from G2, if that was a Jinx, that would have been a very different game. Yeah. Suddenly you got this Jinx that's got all these kills. She can then position in team fights, and you can play towards the strengths for PSG talent, those late game fights. So I was kind of surprised to see the Lucian. I want to see them fall back to just this late game skating that they've been so favorable.
I can literally see Jacobs jumping for joy because Lucian Nami lost again. He continues to be validated.
He's a Lucian hater.
If it was a Jinx, it would have picked up that win. All right, gentlemen, PSG have selected blue side. Final thoughts here on champions before we go to casters.
I really think we're going to have this.
Scale it. You literally just
I think it's going to be the full way. Yeah, I think
G2 should keep the same. I think we already mentioned the scaling. Kennen will not be open. I think it's too broken right now in the patch, and even though we haven't seen too much of Broken Blade being able to play it, I think there's a reason for that.
Broken Blade Kennen. Let's find out. We jump into a draft number 2 with Jacobs and Mark Z.
Mark Z. It's good to be back here. Yes, certainly is. I think the big question for me is last game PSG triple banned G2 specific picks, targeted bans. So what? Like, you got to let something through. Are you letting through Draven? Are you letting through Darius? Are you letting through Nautilus? Like, what makes it through the net? Because seemingly G2 is happy to play tennis with you in terms of just throwing target bans back and forth and leaving the meta basically wide open.
Well, now that you're on blue side, you can kind of keep the same ban strategy and see if G2 are going to do that as well on red side. I don't think that they will, so you might see some more Lucian bans out, stuff like that. If not, I think you can maybe just kind of leave it up and see what they want to do. You know, Hans is not really a Lucian Nami player. Does have 4 games of it. He can, of course, play it, but does not speak to exactly what I think his strengths would be for the team. And so I think, you know, this will be a very different game from game 1. I think for PSG, you'll see a lot of the same bans, but I think they'll come in with a very different strategy and draft. Ajay, for example, does not really play a ton of Malphite. He usually likes to play like weak side bruisery carry things. Yeah. So he has a lot more games on Cassante, Gnar, Jax. He even plays Kennen himself. You know, so like I don't think he'll want to play this weak side semi-self counter pick a little bit. Like, yeah, you can trade Qs with the Kennen, and like if you are playing versus a bad Kennen, you can actually win the lane with an all-in at 6 if he's been poked out and stuff like that. But realistically, I would like to see Ajay playing one of his better champions and look for some more favorable lanes early on. While it was a very early game oriented team, it's not like a lot of them had insane laning phases versus their particular matchups.
Yeah, very true. It's a lot more about getting that pressure in lane, roaming out, and breaking open lanes with man advantages. So keeping our eyes on winning lanes, essentially. What lanes that G2 or PSG are going to be able to get the push in early on and how they want to leverage that pressure. G2, interestingly, the one's actually able to ban whatever they like in this context. Right now banning 2 of the 3, or 2 champions from the composition previously presented by the side of PSG. PSG adjusting. They're going to leave the Darius open. but they're going to take away the Rakan. I like it just because of how much playmaking Rakan can bring to the table, but now the Kennen going to hit the bench. It seems like G2 recognized that this pick in general is just too powerful. So if they can't first pick it, they are going to take it off the board.
Yeah, a lot of those are pretty standard red side bans as well, Lucian Annie.
Yeah, it's actually true.
It's like
I'm lulled into a false sense of what this means.
Left up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You're right. Those are just the most normal bans we've ever seen. I'm like, look at these target bans.
Big reaction. G2 terrified of, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, wait a second. These are the most conventional bans possible.
Vi, first pick, left up, though. Something that we saw a lot in the previous series, actually, and something that BLG was able to use quite well.
Well, and I am a huge, huge fan, probably like just about everybody else in Professional League of Legends, of Vi Ahri. Just what an incredible duo. Vi Wukong is the hype, I know, for so long, but I think Wukong much higher ceiling in theory, but, you know, much harder execution overall. The Vi, the Ahri, such a reliable way to get things kicked off, and yike, he's not going to try the Kha'Zix, but this time around he'll pick up the Viego for himself. And again, this is his most played champion in his career. This is the champion he is known for. I'm ready to see what he can do on it.
I think he saw Junjia having some fun with it and was like, wait a minute, I can do that better.
Why am I playing Kha'Zix? I could play Viego, and then it's like I get to play 6 champions, mine and whatever they're playing.
Especially because, you know, depending on when you evolve your wings, you don't get the fun of bouncing around all over immediately, whereas Viego basically has that unlocked from 6 if you start resetting through fights.
True.
Like we were kind of expecting, though, Wako onto his famous Aphelios. Absolutely amazing player on this champion. Once he gets that Gale Force, you can see some very aggressive usages of that.
And
no.
He's
baiting. No, I'm not.
They played this.
I know they
This was a real pick.
Oh, I believe it, but
there you go.
That's why. Because it's a real pick, Caps knows he can bait us even harder with it.
And in terms of synergy, we're looking at 2 of the strongest mid-jungle duos. You know, Viego and Lissandra want the exact same thing. Burst down 1 target, get resets in the fight. For Viego, obviously the possession. For Lissandra, the frozen thralls. On the opposite side, Ahri and Vi want to blow up 1 person immediately. And it's similar goals, different in how they're going to execute it. But we have teams matching drafts in very similar fashion. Hyper-scaling ADs, mids that are there for setup. A bit of difference in terms of how they're going to scale, but overall, very similar compositions. And it seems like G2 are comfortable handshaking on potentially going late, looking more at a team fighting angle.
Yeah, the Jinx locked in for Hansama, the Blitzcrank ban to set up a potential Thresh pick or a forced ban on the side of PSG, unless PSG have something else in the tank for Woody to bust out. He does have a fairly large champion pool, a lot of things locked in, but I would expect with the Renata bans as well, setting up very obvious Thresh pick. We'll see if they hit that one here. Otherwise, the Darius ban, which was something that was in the previous game, first phase, the fact that there was such a focus on jungle mid and AD carry means that I was able to hit here in the second one, make sure that you can't see that one grabbed up by Broken Blade.
Yeah, and even if you know Darius is coming, he's just such a frustrating champion to play against. He's not quite on the scale of Malphite or Sion in terms of an inevitable value, but he's infinitely more annoying. So it's just a champion you don't like. You don't play against it outside of solo
I was about to say,
queue.
no one plays against it except Europe. Because you have Adam just running around. Everyone suddenly has a pocket Darius out of nowhere.
Yeah,
so
shout out to Adam.
Yeah, even though not here in Spirit BDS, making their impact felt.
He lives on in the ban phase. That ban is for you. Now we'll see. It looks like G2 wanting to prioritize lane pressure. And again, it does free up so much room for Mickey to roam. It frees up so much for Yike to invade. So while I totally agree that conventional compositions, maybe not a Thresh, but something like a Tom Kenshin said, G2 prioritizing a blind pick that can get pushed on the bottom side of the lane.
Yep, no surprise with the Thresh band out, Lulu being one of the main things you're going to play with these late game hyper carries. It would have been absolutely snapped up by Woody as well, most likely. Pairs decently with Aphelios. Instead, that not being on the table does get the Leona hard engage. So less about lane prio at this point, wanting to probably meet up with Aji and Yubao, or excuse me, Junjia and Yubao running around the map, making these picks kind of happen. Jinx Lulu, while will be very annoying in lane with the pressure that it's able to get, not the most threatening dive unless Caps has been unlocked.
Yep. And I think unlocking those solo laners is going to be something we have to keep track of in this game. Top lane was relatively an island in the early game, except for the fact that G2 kept putting pressure up there. You know, really breaking that open. But if this is going to be more of a bot lane focused game, see what frees them. But that's the Olaf. It was hit a little bit, but ultimately I think still just an absolute powerhouse champion. Incredibly, incredibly difficult to play against. If it gets ahead, you will never get to play the game. And Broken Blade really laying down the gauntlet again. You thought you escaped the European topside champion pool, but the Olaf is here, and it's been seen just about everywhere in the world, but mostly because it's been banned away.
Yeah, Olaf was starting to take over the meta. It felt like towards the later stages of playoffs, a lot of regions domestically, and so the changes came in, but they were not super significant. You know, you're talking about 5 base damage on Q spam, a little bit lower on the passive attack speed at the start that will scale up based on level, starting at 50% instead of 60. So not the biggest changes and still a very strong champion here. And for Broken Blade, a bit of an unsung hero right now for G2 at this tournament, basically saving their first game versus Loud. Even though if they probably would have won that series no matter what based off game 2, maybe could have dropped in game 1 if not for him. So now again, getting that kind of counter pick, obviously the early Kennen as well for him in the previous game, showcasing that he is a very big threat.
Yeah, Ragnarok can also disrupt so much of the hard CC that PSG have put together. If he can get ahead in this game, it will simplify a lot of G2's game plan. But here we are, a spot in the bracket stage on the line. G2 at match point. One more win will secure it for them. PSG, can they fire back here in game 2? The question on everyone's mind. It's a rough and tumble game 1, game 2, hoping for the same amount of explosiveness as we get ready, as we dive in game 2, PSG versus G2.
Hoping to see PSG bounce back, make a series of this, make London fans sweat a little bit more. We had Golden Guardians do it to BLG earlier. Hopefully PSG can do it here on champions that they're more comfortable with. We obviously spent a lot of time talking about Wako, Aji going to one of the champions I was hoping to see him on, Cassante, one of his most played. Like you talked about, Yubao and Junjia having a lot of pressure in the mid lane. It's a little bit stronger, pre-6 sometimes too. If you can land the charm setup into Q combo from the
And that was the game where they kind of broke the PSG script. Not that PSG don't win early games, but they really dominated DFM from start to finish when they had this mid-jungle duo and really did an excellent job of snowballing those advantages. Yubao especially, showing up everywhere on the map, finding these picks, finding these angles, really leveraging the RA to the fullest. The reason why this champion has been so high prio. Yes, when you play her poorly or fall behind, she looks useless, but if you get ahead and you can continue to snowball that advantage, she looks incredibly powerful.
And very important in the context of PSG, like, yeah, they're not a super proactive team in terms of combined kills per minute, but it is important for them to have pressure on the map and kind of control their opponents, which is what they like to do. RA for Yubao being an option to do that, and for people who don't know, that is Uniboy, who previously has played on international stages before when PSG took him on loan, actually, when they had some issues with their mid laner. He was actually incredible, and people thought he was a stronger of the two. Hold on, Broken Blade.
Is he just going to 2v1? He's just unconcerned. He flashes in, the axe is down, Aji. Broken Blade does not care. You cannot stop this Viking. Junja running for his life. What did we just watch?
Broken Blade, I was trying to do story time about PSG before we made the whole thing about him.
This fight on the bottom side. Glacial Augment now going in. All of this to distract you from the fact that Broken Blade just very casually walked in and solo killed the enemy top laner in front of the enemy jungler.
This also opens up an
Yike is just walking in.
Yeah, Yike now able to go invade off the top side after
procced. Bow there. He needs to finish his kill immediately. Charm in, flash to the side. He can pick up the buy. He can now go in for the Q. Cap only level 2. He can't follow up. They can't finish Yubao, but big chunk of damage going down. G2.
Oh my god.
It's topside dominance again. Yes, it's happening in a completely different fashion, but it's exactly like game 1. Topside completely in favor of G2.
G2 instantly destroy the top jungle for PSG. The kill immediately onto Ajay, burning his flash, his teleport back in the lane. Yubao as well, losing his flash in that trade. Junjia dying, handing the blue buff over, having to start now on red buff from ground zero, basically. A huge 1,000 gold lead from that invade, started by Broken Blade and capitalized on by Yike.
And this is, I was going to say just Olaf things, but I've never seen an Olaf do this. Now, I don't play against a lot of Olafs because I ban this champion, but
Olaf invading topside by himself is a pretty common strategy, but usually it doesn't go quite this hard, where there's just this complete split focus where Junjia just refuses to help Aji out there. He's still hitting the buff at this point in time, so it's basically a 1v1, and Olaf wins almost every melee 1v1 early on in the game. And so even though he hits 2 off the blue smite there, you know, you're still too scared to fight the Olaf.
You know the meme where you're sweating for your life and your teammates just like chilling, you know, like singing, just having a good time? That feels like your jungler's just like, all right, what's going on? Sorry, is there a problem? Is there an Olaf hitting you? I'm really just trying to finish my blue buff here right now, bro. There's a pause. That's why we're not immediately back in the game. We'll keep you guys updated
Showing
as to
off
what
the
the reason
6th stage.
Yeah, I wasn't looking at the screen. I was dancing in front of Mark Z to prove a point. So missed that one.
It was
briefly.
Poorly done. Good thing the camera wasn't on us.
Okay, wow. Doing me dirtier than Aji there in that level 1. That's not very nice.
That, you know how like laners always ping junglers and complain like, why aren't you here? Why aren't you helping me? And junglers are always like, oh, these guys are so dumb. I have to do my clear. I have all these things. That is like the most extreme version of that, where the jungler's like, no, I have to do my clear. I can't.
And he's literally flashing into melee range of you to try. He's like, please pay attention to me.
Yeah, like any vault breaker Q would have helped me there, sir. Just, nope.
Probably not an option. Give you more context on the pods as we get it. In the meantime, there's a lot of things that we could talk about in this game, but right now I'm still just reeling from that Olaf level.
I just wonder what they're talking about in the pause, because you're allowed to talk now, I believe, in pauses, if I'm not mistaken.
It might take a certain amount of time before you're allowed to talk.
I
won't quote with full confidence because I think international rules, while usually
that could be different too.
Yeah, I haven't, perused every.
We're not lawyered up right now.
Yeah, but we can maybe see in the cameras.
Nope,
they're not allowed to talk. Or G2. Oh,
maybe G2 are just
meditating.
Serious boys. No, I think you're right. No more talking. Thank God, because otherwise there would be some bickering, I bet, right now.
Yeah, I don't know if that helps. Does
side.
that help the mental or hurt the mental? Maybe you can talk it out.
So, like, rather than flaming your jungler and then resetting, now you're just stewing in it. You're brooding.
No, I think that, I mean, you think you can spin it either way. I would say you can talk about it and say, hey, look, we had an oopsies, guys, Oops, there was an Olaf in our jungle, but we have to recover. The crowd here in London, I think, might be a little bit favored in terms of G2. They did just cheer for Mickey spinning a hand warmer, so.
Every time he catches it, they cheer again. Oh, he fumbled it. It wasn't on camera. You guys missed it.
Oh,
maybe we can get a replay on the player cam. I don't know if that's too much to ask of production on the fly like that, but he's going again.
Oh, it looks like there's a man under the desk. He is triaging the situation. They might be swapping a PC again.
Don't worry, Mickey's doing his best to keep the house entertained in person, spinning the hand warmers. A man of many talents, Mickey.
Yep.
Can play Pike, can play Lulu,
can spin a hand warmer. Where are you going with this?
I was just saying.
He plays piano.
Does he? I don't know.
Mortal Kombat.
What are the secrets of Mickey?
He plays anime. He plays a lot of anime stuff on piano.
You play Magic, right? Weren't you guys
Yeah, we do play a lot of Magic. Yeah. Not so much anymore. He's been focused. When you get first seed, you get to play more Magic with your friends. But when you get second seed, you don't get a lot of free time.
The whip comes out.
Coach comes out with the belt, and things change very quickly.
Yeah. Well, maybe he'll get to play a little bit after this because the winner does move on to the
bracket
stage.
Yep. And I think that's a huge advantage, not only because you don't have to play a best of 5 and sweat for your life, although the pause appears to be resuming. Make sure we get ready checks and everyone's good to go before we get back into game. There's a monitor issue, which was resolved. And we're now back in the game.
Oh, that's why Junjia couldn't help Aji. His monitor was turned off.
His monitor was off.
Oh, classic mistake, guys. Everyone's been there,
Whoops. Sorry, Cassante.
Well, we'll get him next time.
Yeah. Okay, so the good news is, while this is frustrating, I'd still on G2 to snowball their advantage, and we can take a look back at this play.
So this was the second kill that happened to Junjia.
Yep.
So after the Olaf got the kill, Yike goes instantly for the invade. Doesn't have red buff. Actually started on Raptors, of course. So Junjia thinking that he should be stronger, able to win this one out. But Yike just a better 1v1 champ at this point in the game. Nice flash on the charm. Then is able to have the soul to regrab. No time to talk about it. We're diving bot.
Here we go. Level 3 dive on the bot side. Green blue, what's going to get done here? Green red, rather, as Wako gets burned down. That's going to be a reset for Yike if he wants to take it. The TP now coming in. Woody going to take a big chunk of damage there from the Frozen Thrall. He's ticking. G2 wave coming in. They can go for the redive. Auto attack. They're trying to cancel the recall there. Yike desperately trying to clear the wave, cutting that one off. Woody canceling the recall. Yubao here. They need to get something back. G2 setting up, should be an easy dive, should be an easy leap back out to safety. That's gonna be one reset. Yike can now take the Leona. He can now turn his attention back onto Yubao, but he's isolated under the tower for now. Taking his time, walking up, just gets to push Q, finds the stun, sets it up. Yike still living. G2, flawless tower dive. Wako should be able to walk back here and get a kill, but Yike, clean sidestep. Q flashing forward, will be able to get it.
G2, cleaner than your church shoes. Is that still a meme we use? God, that was a good dive. Able to find 3 kills in the bot lane there, up to 5 now. Wako with a, pity cleanup kill onto Yike.
Well, the first 2 kills were concerning, but the first 5 kills are a big problem now.
PSG, if you want the copium angle, was able to come back in the previous game after a pretty disastrous early game.
Much better scaling AD carry on the bottom side of the map. Good engage tools as we get closer to level 6, but certainly a pretty large deficit. That's an entire Caulfield that Yike is just chilling with. We'll see what Vi's able to grab in the meantime. A Kindle Gem, so not too far behind individually.
Hans does have
boots and a Noon Quiver.
Yeah, a little bit ahead. So going to be something where PSG can have to stabilize because you can expect a lot more roams coming in from G2. I expect them to keep actually attacking this bot
double
side.
Buff. They could actually... Hans has cleanse. I don't know if the angle is there, but definitely have the guns for setup if they want to try to force a trade here.
maybe try. You do have Junjia on the bot side, so maybe going to make a play happen, but it does feel scary with the Leona versus Lulu Jinx. You're going to wait out these double buffs, I think, on the side of G2. It will be temporarily low pressure, but later on you can keep making dives happen in the bot side with the Viego, Lissandra, if you can break out a mid lane, which is obviously something they're able to do with how far ahead they are across the board already, 1.5k gold lead.
Yeah. Wako and Woody getting pressured for now. I don't think it'll result in much other than a convenient recall timing. Not really an angle to go into the mid lane quite yet. Junjia now roaming up as Yubao unfortunately lost a little bit of that prio in the early lane phase. Quick boots too for Lissandra means it's so much easier to mitigate the harass, sidestep those abilities. But Yike now walking forward here. Control Ward just to spot him out to make sure they can secure this crab. PSG using the bot prio they secured. Give that crab over to Junjia.
Yeah, I think they were maybe considering a Dragon Star as we see Mickey getting a little close range.
Walking up CC there. Traps now coming in. Yike walking over the wall, but they've kind of also started the Dragon for some reason. A bit of a split call here, but now they're looking for the re-engage. Wako, excellent guns to get this fight kicked off. That's 2. Locked up the Flamethrower. Continuing to fire back. Yike now running for his life, and that's a kill for PSG. Slow on to Mickey. No follow-up there. Caps off to the side, almost taken out, but he will walk away with his life.
Yubao putting pressure on Caps, making sure he could not join that fight and land a big frozen tomb. So isolating the mid laners out allowed the side of PSG to chase down in that situation. A nice little answer there, clawing the gold lead a little bit closer, getting a dragon in their back pocket as well. Did cost Yubao's ultimate, so not going to be able to make any plays around there. But overall, you got to be pretty happy with that usage of the double buffs. I thought G2 would kind of just sack that bot prio for a little bit, but maybe thinking because they're so far ahead that they can win any fight they take, but not the case right now.
And while Hansama is strong, Noon Quiver isn't the most oppressive item in lane, and certainly when it comes to raw, just a hard engage 2v2, Aphelios Leona, very strong duo in terms of what they can bring to the table. So, you know, yes, it was earlier on a bit of an item deficit, but not hurting too much. And of course, now that Aphelios has grabbed some kills of his own, should be able to go back, get some more items under his belt. Even things out at least on the bottom side of the map.
So at the end of the day, still a 1,000 gold lead, but not to the end of the world right now. Summoners are also close to coming back available for Wako and the rest of PSG. 6 is coming in. This is when a lot of the playmaking for both teams becomes unlocked, and we'll see if G2 can keep making map movements happen, because that was kind of the way that they won the early game.
Wako stepping up, good guns for a fight. Chakrams now coming out, auto attacks coming through fast on the Hansama. Easy shutdown now coming in. Wako finding one. Mickey now trying to trade back on a kill. Help pick's not going to be enough. Wako too clean with it.
Oh, the
double.
turret! Such a nice setup there. You saw Woody walk away knowing the turret was going to finish that one off. A 2v2 double kill for the side of PSG. Wako up to 4 kills now. Suddenly this game is looking a little dicey on his signature champion.
Gold now dead even, but it's the Drake in favor of PSG, and of course Aji on the top side might be in trouble. He did burn all out previously onto Broken Blade. Broken Blade's still holding on to his ultimate. But G2, instead of trying to pressure or threaten to dive here against the Cassante, don't want to risk it. We'll focus on the Herald. Mickey first there as well. So should be the Herald at the end of the day traded. But every time I feel like G2, like I thought 5-1 at the start of a game like this would be a big lead. Credit to PSG, it never is as big as I think it is. They always find an angle.
Yeah. There's 2 sides to the coin, of course. There's PSG finding an absolutely great engage in the bot side by Woody to find that kill. Yubao?
Yubao can just ult out to safety, trying to body block now. Yike coming in. Yubao is going to get taken down. That's big. Jinx ult now coming in over the wall. Yike can't dash forward, but can give it an extra movement speed. Going to fish for the charm. Won't quite connect. They are able to walk away. Might mean conceding red buff, but they have to be careful. Wako is 4-1. Wako is incredibly strong. They cannot afford to take a fight. Forcing out Mickey's flash. He knows if he gets locked down there, he will surely fall.
Yeah, level 6 disadvantage there by Mickey. The fact that they lost that 2v2 meant Woody had that to kind of force out that engage, get the flash, force G2 out of the jungle as well. So PSG, after a bit of a face check there by Yubao, felt like they were a little lax on the reset. After that great fight in the bot lane, the other team's going to take the Rift Herald, great, and then they'll reset, but G2 actually just ran across mid lane, caught him out there, found that kill. Bit of a mistake, but still in an okay position. I was going to say that it seems like G2 and EMEA fans love sweating, being nervous.
I don't know if they love it, but it certainly seems like a reality as to what is happening as Caps gets locked up and knocked out in the mid lane. 3 members showing up strong there. PSG finding another kill. 11 kills before 11 minutes in the game. This is a pace.
This is definitely not the traditional PSG, but showing that they can hang with the faster paced G2, trading kills all over the map. Now,
Mickey
roaming into the bot side, trying to force a dive on the stack wave by Wako.
Coming in. G2 holding on for now. They've got Yike in the area. They still haven't used the Herald. Keep in mind that should further push their gold ahead, even if they are giving them plate in the mid lane.
Take a look at these gold advantages. A 1,000 gold lead for Wako already. For the side of G2, a lot of it is actually on Broken Blade after that initial great start, having a small CS lead and stuff. So he's almost 600 gold himself up.
And important to keep track of, especially if Broken Blade is not in the fight. A lot of these times, these gold leads can be a little bit deceiving in terms of what do they mean? You know, if you don't have the items, if you haven't purchased, if you haven't spent the gold, it means nothing. And if that character's not in the fight, it means nothing as well. So G2's individual advantage for Broken Blade, only mattering right now in the context of the top side of the map.
And not the most damning lead either. For the most part, Aji is very good at playing weak side. It's one of the things that he has done so well for the team is he absorbs pressure like this. And then in team fights, he's actually an incredible team fighter. And a lot of those late game fights that do go PSG's way, in other situations in their regional gauntlet tournament run, they were able to find a lot of team fights on Gnar and stuff like this off his back of engaging. So I think for Aji, this is actually kind of his comfort zone. Like, okay, first blood, level 1, on invade, not what I want to happen. But from here,
but he's comfortable playing weak side of the map. Maybe not comfortable having an Olaf walk in at level 1 and solo kill him. Certainly I don't think anyone is, but is okay playing at a deficit. And we'll track to see what he can get done as we get later into the game. For now, G2 setting up control on the top side of the map. And again, we heard it in the interview with Horizon with Ashley Kang. I believe before the tournament started, Mickey talking a little bit about how G2 can get lost in the mid game, can lose sight of what they need to be doing. But right now, it seems like eyes on the prize. The prize right now is Aji. On the top side, unstoppable. Traps now coming out. He's flashing to safety. G2 setting up pressure there. It looks like just trying to break this Jinx out of the laning phase, willing to concede bot side of the map to just try to rush down this tower.
Nicely done there by Aji to get the flash out before the traps arm themselves. And I like this play by G2. I think Broken Blade under turret will be a little bit harder to dive with his ultimate, able to immune a lot of the CC from the Leona. They might still look for it, otherwise just grab turret plates and continue the dragon stacking.
Just on the backside. Aji now unstoppable, dashing forward, looking for the Q3 pullback, but polymorphed. Not sure who he can really ult to get out to safety. Not really a lot of angles to escape on this one. Aji standing for now, but that's the reset now coming in for Yike. Caps following up. Ulti used already. G2 just going to try to break through top lane tower. The Herald grabbing a bit of damage, grabbing a few plates, but G2 going to need a lot more damage if they want to shred through on this wave. I'm going to take the second one at least.
Nice idea by PSG there, rotating Yubao up to try and cover the dive, but just too clean by the side of G2. Now it's PSG's turn.
It's PSG's turn indeed, but Broken Blade is very, very strong, trying to turn and burn. Waka will at least grab the kill. Now one more on the top side of the map as Yubao gets taken down. Mickey X still standing, and G2 just doing it better on the top side of the map.
Able to get 2 kills on their dives. Also a 1-for-1 by Broken Blade while breaking that top turret. The Dragon does go in PSG's favor, but overall you have to be happy for that as a G2 fan. Waka will have to stick around to finish this turret off. He will grab it, but it will give G2 the faster reset as well to get back onto the map. So able to trade up quite a bit in kills there and grab themselves back that 1,000 gold lead.
And see really where they want to focus in the next few minutes. Of course, a minute and 12 seconds till the second Herald is going to spawn. So something that we're going to have to keep track of. G2 will really reset back to the top side of the map now that they've broken open that tower. Are they willing to concede second Herald and instead continue to try to pump money into the Jinx? I actually like the strategy generally. It's a champion who excels at destroying towers. Yes, plates are now down, but Ansama can shred these objectives if left unattended. It's similar for Aphelios with White Gun if he's close enough.
I would consider for PSG contesting this Dragon. You have all your sums available on Wako. He is quite strong. 1,500 gold up of his opposition.
Well-timed MasterCard gold difference. Showing us the story of this game. So it's all eyes on Wako. If we're going to see a fight, if we're going to see a skirmish, it's the Aphelios. He's got to do all the work.
Absolutely. And the fact that I was just saying he has his sums available, Ultimate's going to be coming up for pretty much everyone, makes it feel like you're pretty happy to fight around him. Red and White Guns grabbed up. Red on pretty low ammo, but still a very threatening situation if G2 are trying to dive into him, being able to kite back with the rest of his team.
Yeah, and I talk a lot about Aphelios because this is the only champion you can be good at by reading.
And the bane of pro players everywhere.
The bane of pro players everywhere. They don't always read the finer details. But the TLDR, if you're not very familiar with this champion or you struggle to follow, is you don't want to walk into a fight with a purple gun at full ammo. It's just not a gun you can get rid of easily. It's not a gun that does a lot. Has some very good use cases, but as we check in on the win expectancy powered by AWS, very close. Not like last game where G2 were nearly at 99.9%.
No.
It's been back and forth.
A lot more heart rate monitor look here. PSG grabbing mid pressure off the Herald setup here. We'll see if they want to fight or just trade out for the turret.
Have to be careful with G2 approaching the wave to try and defend. Looking for the engage. Wako still untouched on the backside for now. Broken Blade continuing to wander forward. You can see big damage coming in from the Aphelios off to the side. These Caliber Qs are going to be massive, but they're just trying to shred through the jungler. They get the reset, and that might be enough. Leaping in. Ari not able to find the charm in that one. Yubao not even going to throw it out. PSG getting corralled here by G2 Esports. Wako has to be careful. Caps once again going to fish for an angle onto the backside. Wako now Gale forcing out to safety. If Wako has no space to play, he's got no room to maneuver. Now he's trying to fire back. He just can't do any damage. G2 tearing through his front line too quickly. Yes, he's powerful, but he's got no space to work.
Excellent slow play engage there by G2, poking in and out multiple times, trying to find the weak point of PSG's line, and they found it in Junjia, trying to heal up off the honey fruit plant. Gets engaged on, gives the first reset for Yike, and then to wrap around the turret for the redive. Very clean play by G2 there, and defended their mid lane turret while grabbing the Rift Herald there for more gold. Just a huge cleanup by G2.
Yeah, no, about a 3K gold advantage, looking strong overall, and you can see it starts by just chunking out the enemy jungler.
I love how they're playing this. They're just trying to stop them from being able to get in, get the Rift Herald, and then here, I thought they were just going to be blowing ults and engage tools to kind of force them back to make sure they don't lose this mid lane turret. That's why Broken Blade, you know, charging forward there. I think this is all clean. But then once they see Junjia step too far forward, that's when they just flash commit everything on top of him. Kansama ultimate didn't even connect, wasn't even needed, but the right idea. And then you can now move around the backside and actually find this engage angle. It's maybe a scary situation with his Charm lands, but baits out so many of the engage tools that means there's nothing to stop Caps from going flying into the backside of the fight and finding all these kills.
And Wako forced the Gale Force early, and credit to G2 identifying the second that the Ahri Spirit Rush was no longer available, the potential for PSG to turn without the Vi, without the Ahri ultimate is essentially non-existent.
Oh boy.
Here we go. Yike now walking in, all eyes on Wako. They're just trying to bully this man out of the mid lane. He will flash over the wall to safety, but safety might not be the right word. Woody instead will be the sacrificial Leona here. PSG now retreating in the mid lane. They're getting absolutely slaughtered. G2 dissecting them in the mid lane, not giving their AD carry a single opportunity to do anything in the last two fights.
G2 continue attacking from multiple angles at the same time. You can see Junjia charging his Q up, not quite sure who to actually use it on to defend. And it allowed Broken Blade to charge down onto Wako, saving Private Wako. Did succeed, but it cost the rest of the team their lives. And with that, G2 are also able to move back onto the Dragon on the tail end of that fight that they win. Stop the Drake stacking from PSG, stop that potential win con, and continue to grow the gold lead up to 5,000 now.
And it's a concerning sign in the fights to come for PSG because Wako's still very strong. 6-1-0. He just finished the Infinity Edge. He should be able to shred through a fight, but with this Olaf just running at him, with the looming threat of Caps coming over a wall, it's very hard for him to find space to maneuver, and there is no Thresh. There is no Tom Kent. There are no safety tools for the Aphelios past the Cleanse, past the Gale Force, and I just don't know if he's going to have the opportunity to really play out these fights.
Yeah, it does make you wonder, like, okay, the IE is obviously going to be needed to punch through very tanky members of G2 already. The steel cap's done for Broken Blade, has the Aegis as well. You see an all in here.
He's just going to walk him down. That is an unstoppable Cassante. Broken Blade maybe hoping Raji would respect the challenge to a 1v1. He was not interested. He just wanted to walk away. So ult not going to be super impactful in that context.
Yeah, Aji's still on the Walmart build. Just has a little bit of everything. Yep. Trying to get to his mythic still. Not feeling particularly strong, so I can understand not wanting the 1v1 against Broken Blade.
Yeah, you can't, the everyday low prices can't battle the like Supreme Gucci, whatever the hell Broken Blade's got going on with 2 completed items, you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely not a fight you want to take. And for Wako, where I was going was not going for the Bloodthirster second. Obviously with the nerfs that kind of came in for that item recently, not as much of a second item rush, but maybe certainly with how much engage tools there are by G2, they can kind of force him out of fights if they can just chunk him low with Broken Blade charging in there.
And it's really tricky. When you are the Fed member of your team, can you afford to build defensively? Can you afford to delay item and damage spikes? Because now we see the Last Whisper coming in, and we're probably not going to see a Bloodthirster until 4th item, and he really needs that lifesteal. He needs that sustain. He needs that shield. So it's going to be tricky. Again, more pressure on Wako to move flawlessly in these fights and to get his teammates to cover for him as much as possible, because G2 clearly aware of how much of an advantage that they have. 6K just about in their favor, a little closer to 5. But G2 taking control of the pit for now, looking for an angle into these fights.
Yep, working the vision of PSG, trying to force them in, trying to find an angle to peel them apart. Already objective bounties up for PSG if they're able to trade out for the mid lane turret, but G2 very good about making sure that they keep the wave prio on the enemy side of the map.
G2, and especially Broken Blade, just continuing to walk forward. just walking menacingly at the side of PSG.
I'm very impressed by him. He has done a very good job this tournament so far. 5-1-2 now on the Olaf.
It's been fantastic from him. And domestically, he was trying a lot of creative strategies. They weren't always working out. He was falling behind in lanes to players like Adam. So a lot of people were skeptical as to how good Broken Blade was, but we can see here on the international stage, at least in this first stage, he's really showing up.
Yeah, I remember just seeing so much hate. I was told that EU top sucked, but it does not seem to be the case so far with Broken Blade this tournament. You know, I heard that like, oh, Photon's the best, or JC's the best, and here he is, absolutely having a great tournament so far. Now Baron buff started out by G2.
G2 focus, Broken Blade immediately going to try to turn Waka running for his life. They have to burn through that Olaf, but they just don't have the damage. They're trying, but they cannot get it done. Mickey delivered into the waiting arms of PSG, but it just sets up for Caps. It's a wombo combo, and Broken Blade just continues to run face first into the back line of PSG. He will not be stopped, he will not be slowed. He'll be charmed, but he will not go down. Oh, he's just having a time of his life. He just does not care. Take notes, baby. He's making it work.
Broken Blade heard us talking about him, said, keep the camera on me. Forced that engage. Huge teamfight win by G2. Caps keeping Junji around, waiting for backups. There's the kill. 4 for 1 on the side of G2, and will grab the Baron on the back end of that fight.
That was not a fight for PSG, and we are quickly starting to realize how strong whimsied Shirelia's wild growth to Olaf is in the context of trying to take out a single fed enemy. Wako, even with the Gale Force, admittedly with no flash, he just couldn't do it. He couldn't burn through the Olaf health bar fast enough, and he couldn't run fast enough to get away from the Viking. So next few minutes are going to be tough. Maybe he gets 3-4 items, it's a different story, but G2 leveraging their strength incredibly well.
Not too much to break down here. Like you said, press all the buttons, run at the enemy, press Q, W, E, and just melt him down. Broken Blade knows how strong he is, has the Radiant Virtue build as well to keep himself kind of healing up through the fight. And then, while the rest of the team was kind of trying to save Wako, they funneled into that choke point there and gave Caps a monstrous engage over the wall, locking down multiple members, blowing them up. G2 grab the Baron, look well positioned to 2-0 this series. If they can close this one out, they're going to be moving on to the main stage of MSI.
Huge to lock it in here. Reminder, if you lose, you have to play a best of 3 against the winners of tomorrow's loser side bracket match. Then that's just to qualify for a best of 5. So it's a long road for anyone who is not able to find a win here. G2 currently in control is Woody. Being isolated, he throws down the ultimate, but it's just not going to do anything. Yike turning into Leona. See if he tries to go for the re-engage, but G2 again focused on the objective in front of them, ready to turn this fight if necessary. Wako, great guns for a fight, but again, will he get the time and space to do anything? Broken Blade just eyeing him out, keeping an eye on that Aphelios so consistently. Yike, follow up, good damage on Aji. PSG just backing away. It's not really an angle here. I think they just have to concede the inhibitor. Be careful not to just lose the entire game in this moment.
Yeah, it's just such a menace. Broken Blade is able to force out so many summoners, gets the bot lane inhibitor for the rest of his team. Also, Hansama quietly having a good game here. Flank engage coming in.
Jump backside. Ulti available. He says the blast cone out to safety, trying to push Hansama. Hansama lines up against the wall. He can maybe try to get something done. Holds it back to the waiting arms. Wako can now go to town. Broken Blade on the backside is big though. Can they burn through Broken Blade? Broken Blade. Ultimate in 3 seconds. He's going to shred through the Aphelios as soon as he can, but his health bar's already blinking. Yubat now leaping forward. He sees you immune, but will it be enough? Broken Blade still standing. Broken Blade still cutting through the entire team. Wako gets turned into a little snowman. He can't even auto, and G2 taking the fight.
For a moment there, PSG thought they had the flank angle. They found Hansama, but that left Broken Blade alive to chase down. And with that kill, G2 are going to punch their ticket on.
Game 1, back and forth, but game 2 has just been about the G2 show from start to finish. PSG, small glimmers of hope, but they're going to have to hope for more than that. On the bottom side of the bracket, G2 taking their time on the win, taking their time on the closeout as Wako finds 1 kill. Wako still autoing. Yike should just end the game, but they can't end the game. Wako is too strong. Wako
work for it.
Continuing to go hard. Oh my God. Call him Wako Flocko Flame. He's going hard in the paint. Flocko. Oh, he holds on. That's a shutdown. What?
Oh my God, somehow this man refuses to lose. You can see him laughing on the screen, finding the kill onto Mickey while the rest of the team was thinking they could just end the game. Not the case there. Gets the cleanup kill onto Yike. Now they're gonna grab a dragon. PSG, no Nexus turrets left alive, but refusing to let the game end.
And they are the I didn't hear no bell team. Like,
face bruised.
Face bruised, standing up,
knees wobbling.
Not even in the right, maybe arguably not in the right weight class. They're still going. You know, they will not stop. PSG and Huaco especially, well played. Of course, you can see in the fight, G2 still coming out on top despite what looked like a promising start from PSG.
Yeah, the fact they used pretty much every ultimate that they had on Hansama to finish him off. Broken Blade, like you said, counting down the time until he had his ultimate back available, able to drop that one. It becomes so hard to kill with all that lifesteal coming through. The Ravenous Hydra doing tons of work. They get the kills there, and then Huaco somehow baits the rest of G2 into thinking that they can just ignore him, which 4v1, I get why you think you can. But here, just so much spray damage done from the blue gun, the flash forward onto Mickey, and then being able to poke Caps and multiple members of G2 low through the minion wave leaves Yike a little exposed for the purple gun slow chase down sequence. You were talking about how usually you don't want the purple gun, but in that sequence,
because the slow usually isn't that valuable, but when you can just walk down an enemy team, it's looking like a pretty damn good gun. PSG. Caps now going to leap forward, instantly trying to lock down the 80 carry, and they should just shred through Huaco, and that's just the game. They're just slaughtering everybody. They don't have any damage left. G2, they're not playing around. That one's going to be it. Ubao taken out. He's running back to the base, but there's just no way he gets out. Hansama will snipe him with the zap. G2 2-0ing PSG, qualifying to the bracket stage. PSG not out of the tournament yet. They'll get an opportunity to come back, but today is G2's day. Have yet to drop a game here at MSI.
4-0 so far in their 2 series. Say cute base defense, time to end this one with no turrets to fall back to. Very easy engage for Broken Blade and the rest of the team.
I mean, you know what, honestly, like, well played to G2. Consistently finding the angles. Broken Blade, again, I think a man who deserves so much praise and recognition, especially in light of, as you highlighted, you know, not being everybody's favorite G2 player after some maybe questionable performances domestically, really popping off internationally, but PSG keeping it interesting. Every time I think they're out, they find a way back in. But today, again, is G2's day. Well played. And now we'll get to see how they match up against the top seeds from the major regions. And, of course, against their fellow teams who will make their way out of this bracket.
Definitely the case. Obviously, a lot of that time was spent talking about Broken Blade ending at 10-1 and 9 in the crazy level 1, but have to give some shout outs to the rest of the team too. The mid-jungle combination of Yike and Caps is looking absolutely on point, punishing these kinds of mistakes that get made up. And then the bot lane for Hansama, I was saying quietly good performance, ended 8-2 and 13, finding a lot of kills on the Jinx.
Yeah, and I think really, ultimately, it's crazy to think now, after a few days of games, we've locked 2 of the 3 slots from this first stage into the second stage. There is 1 slot remaining. It will require you to win that best of 5. And this is a ton of pressure on the remaining teams. Everybody wanted to be in the position that BLG and G2 find themselves in now. This was the simplest path out of this portion of the tournament, and now it is so hard for the remaining teams.
Have to fight for your life. From now on, every series is do or die for the remaining teams of the play-in stage. We'll be back tomorrow to see those best of 3s like you were talking about. But I gotta say, for G2, we're feeling pretty good. I think a lot of teams were wondering exactly how good G2 would be. They have this long history of great international performances. It feels like a lot of people recently have been kind of counting out G2, that it wasn't exactly the same aura and mystique that they had in the Perks Caps combo years with Yankos, and it's a very, very different team than those times, but showing that they still have it. They are incredible players and a team to be feared moving forward, that they have so many threats, so many different ways to approach the game, very flexible drafts.
Yeah, I think a huge strength, especially on, you know, after seeing 2 patches where we didn't see a ton of change come through, where we didn't see a lot of shifts in the meta overall. G2 still continuing to innovate, finding picks like the Nautilus, see what else they can bring as we get deeper into the tournament. And as other teams enter the tournament, a lot of teams we haven't seen yet, a lot of teams not even on the ground in London yet, getting ready to play, getting ready to show us their read on this particular meta, on this particular tournament.
It does tend to change quite a bit between play-ins and the end of the tournament. Things that you thought were OP just hadn't had their counters figured out yet, or were just abusing teams that couldn't deal with it. This Nautilus mid was something that was banned out here, forcing G2 onto their second level strategies, you could say. The Kazakhs coming out, the Nidalee was something that we had seen before. So a lot of different champions that are starting to get the attention of everyone watching at home, waiting to show up for the main stage.
Certainly the case. Now, I'm guessing, it looks like, I think production, we're not quite ready, but you can see there are 2 very, very talented people standing on the stage. We are moments away from talking to them. And the crowd ready, the crowd feeling alive. So let's send it over to the stage where Yinsu is standing by with Caps for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, guys. That's right, I'm joined by Caps right now from G2. Congratulations. Of course, you'll remember last year, PSG talent. Wasn't the best for you guys. I think they even ended your 24 winning game streak. I know the team is different today, but how great is it to kind of get your revenge?
I mean, it feels good for sure. They kind of started a lot of losses for us last year, so yeah, beating them now, making it to the main stage, feels good.
Yeah, you've made it. Also, I'm not sure if you're aware, but you've today finally secured your 500th international kill. Now, my question is, did you expect that you would be doing that on Gragas?
Probably not, especially looking at a lot of the games right now. I think I feel like I'm not getting that many kills, so I'm happy that I got picked up a lot of them on Gragas.
But why Gragas today? We've never really seen you play that champion before.
I mean, Niski beat us with it, right? So I just picked it up, played it. I've always liked Gragas a lot. Played a lot of Gragas in the past, and now it actually feels pretty strong. So.
I mean, you're kind of playing a lot of things you haven't played before. The Nautilus as well. Is this a personal decision or a team decision?
I mean, I think it's a bit of both, right? I think we just try to play what we think is best and what will help us win, and like what is the meta as well. And I think right now this is what we've come up with. Maybe we have a few surprises ready for the main stage, but I won't say anything.
You always do. You always have surprises. I want to say, though, in terms of the 500th kill, only 3 other players have more than you internationally. That is Xiaohu, FLICKR, and your former teammate, Perks. Now, you're 23 away from beating him. Do you think you're going to be able to do that in this tournament and overtake him in kills?
I mean, definitely hope so, because we definitely want to go all the way. And I think we have to play like, what, 3 or 4 BO5s? So if I get less than 20 kills on that, then that will be pretty sad.
You have a lot of opportunities. You have a lot of opportunities. Lastly, you have secured your guys' spot into the bracket stage. I know you always look forward to playing everybody. You're not really scared of anybody. But is there anybody that you would like to face in round 1?
I mean, just because you said that, maybe I would like to play against T1. If we can... If we can knock down FLICKR, maybe I can overtake him with the kills.
Oh, well, he's 200 ahead of you right now. You think you could do that one?
That's a bit of a challenge, but we need to do it one international tournament at a time, right?
Oh, okay, you got to start somewhere. Thank you so much, Kaz, for joining me. Congratulations once again. I'm going to throw this over back to Trevor for MSI cooldown.
Thank you so much, Yinsu, and congratulations to G2 for locking in that bracket stage. We will wrap up today's show and talk about what's going to happen over the next few days in just a moment. Myself, Dagda, as well as Raz will break down the series as well as talk about the ramifications and how that third and final play-ins team will be able to advance to bracket stage. Before we do, though, I do want to take this moment to ask for some help. So, as you know, if you're watching and you're still listening, the MSI format has changed for 2023. So what I would like to do is just remind everybody watching, and in particular, I would love to ask any of our dedicated, hardcore, social media and Reddit-obsessed fans to spread the word. There's still a lot of people out there that don't know the double elim format, that don't know that it's 13 teams. So you can take a look at the link below. I didn't actually notice if it was put up. We've got a YouTube explainer that details all of the information, or if you haven't checked it out, go to youtube.com/LOLesports. Now, let's take a look quickly at both of the groups, and I'll walk you through this right now. Group A has featured the 4 teams on screen. 2 teams are eliminated once they lose 2 games. This is a best-of-3 double elimination bracket. You can see BLG, they won 2-0 against R7, they won 2-0 against Golden Guardians, and that means they advance to bracket. 2 teams that are on the bottom have to run the lower bracket. The same is true for G2 Esports, who picked up those wins today as well as yesterday. Now, this does mean that we have 4 teams remaining and only 1 spot. So over the next 3 days, we'll begin to narrow those numbers down. Tomorrow, the teams that lose are eliminated. The teams that win advance to another set of best-of-3s. And the 2 teams that win there will then play in a final best-of-5 to advance to brackets as the 3rd and final play-in seed. I'm going to show you what that bracket looks like right now, and I'll let Caps know that there will be a minimum of 2 best-of-3s. It's going to be that double elimination bracket. You'll see that on your screen right now, and we'll be able to figure that out and do the group draw once we conclude play-ins. So that is going to be the format. I do want to just remind everybody, please, please, please help spread the word. Let everybody know exactly the things that are new and different and changed. And now let's dive back into some of the games we saw today. PSG versus G2. Immediate thoughts other than throw.
I mean, that's a lot of it, right? You got to look at it and say, I think there was a little bit from G2 where we got to see at least the early game was going their way. We can still see them trying to play through a lot of these dives, but it was kind of the mid-game where they started to fumble a little bit.
Yeah, that may be the case. I still want to focus on the fact that in their last game, those dives were clean. I actually felt like even though the fumbling did happen, oh yeah, the series as a whole, they made them cleaner. I will put that as a caveat. But it's a good challenge. I mean, the fact that they're able to get onto the next stage and really challenge themselves to look back on a lot of the dive attempts that they've made and realize they've really grown throughout the series, it's a positive.
One of the things we did notice about today's series is, especially when reflecting on their debut or their first games, it played out fairly similarly. Both PSG and G2 fairly scrappy, a little bit less, let's say, consistent or coordinated. And in particular, G2's 2 series had the same things. Game 1, very close, very tense, some mistakes that led to tense moments, and then a pretty dominant win in the second.
Yeah, they never eased off the engine, and that hurt them sometimes, where they were like, oh, maybe some teams would play it slower and try and play it by the book. No, they were like, okay, let's go for Baron. And sometimes they're like, okay, we kind of got hurt by that. And then the next game is like, do we learn from that and play it slower? No, let's play that better and play it faster. And it really worked out well for their bot lane dives, the top lane dive that they had in game 2. So I'm excited to see how they go into the next stage, kind of zeroing in on this strategy.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's felt like it seemed to me like G2 were playing with a lot of pressure under them, as if they were like, hey, we have to very quickly end this game. We have to go into play for the Baron, where I don't think they really needed to. I think they could have played it, especially in game 1, a hell of a lot slower.
Yeah.
And then you could see it in game 2 that they were considering, how do we want to take these fights a little bit better, right? And I think a huge portion of that was, okay, let's play it slow. Let's try and figure out how we can actually set up skirmishes. Because Broken Blade has this massive lead. We have this Viego. If we can actually separate these fights into 2 or 3 people, that's going to work a lot better. And they would look for picks onto the mid laner as he was starting to roam out. We even saw Broken Blade where he was setting around Vision in that just the back of Red and making sure that he could then be the forefront as well to find these quick picks, these quick fights that didn't really let PSG talent set up for their team.
The thing is, Dak, it's a bit of a double-edged sword though, because I do respect and appreciate the proactiveness, the willingness to go in, to make the play. It doesn't always work though. It does get punished sometimes, right? So those are the things that I'm a little bit anxious about when I do think about G2 in the bracket stage. I want to move us on and talk about the player of the series, and this was a slightly contentious one. There was a number of potential options, but also there was some challenging decisions to be made. Eventually we landed on Broken Blade. Raz, why did we pick him?
We picked Broken Blade because of how much of a playmaker he was in the Kennen, and then you go into game 2, and he was the reason why they had such a huge lead in off his Olaf play, not just in this level 1 where he's able to pick up a kill. And then when they tried to dive him on the opposite side of the map, he was able to get a trade. And then in the later team fights after Baron, he was the reason why he dove onto the Aphelios and killed him. Like, he is huge so far this tournament. I feel like he's the most consistent player for them.
And that's the big point for me. I feel like he was the most consistently strong across the course of this. His Kennen looked fantastic in game number 1 where he's able to get a bunch of these ultimates off. But coming into this as well, the confidence to go in 2v1 into the enemy jungle and go, come at me, I got this, takes the kill, forces the flash, which then sets up for the extra kill coming in onto the Viego for Yike as well. He was the catalyst that they needed in this early stages to get that lead, to try and get that snowball off of us.
Met Gala does not end with this man.
The question I have is this just exclusive for BB, or did the entirety of G2 do the modeling shoot video footage? We'll have to find out a little bit later. But I do think I want to just dig into this as well.
This man just sees a camera and goes.
G2 Esports have locked in that spot in the bracket stage, but there are weaknesses. There are areas of the game that need to be refined and cleaned up. And I'm going to be very, very intrigued to see whether or not those same mistakes get punished, or whether or not they're able to adapt as we actually get to the late stages of the tournament.
It's funny because you mentioned this, Dagda, that there are times, especially in game 1, where they could play a bit slower, but it feels like a year-long thing with them. Like throughout, this is the first time in my lifetime, and I could be wrong, where it's like the LEC was the bloodiest region in the world. And it comes down to an electric strategy for this team to make plays. And it will come with mistakes. Me and you knowing the LPL, it's like there'll be a lot of mistakes, but you come up with a lot of rewards. And so you just have to live with those mistakes.
I mean, I think you come up with rewards when opponents don't punish it, right? We have to find if they do. Let's take a look at the other series before we start to close out the show. BLG taking on the Golden Guardians. A bit of a surprise 2-1 result, I think, but more importantly for me, the games that BLG did win were fairly controlled. Dagda, what do you think of the series as a whole?
I think this series kind of highlighted a lot of issues that we're actually seeing with BLG, where I think they are a very strong team, but some of the solo laners aren't really linking up correctly. We saw Bin, look, this is a fantastic play here, but honestly, Bin has had a little bit of an underwhelming enter to MSI, I will say. Same way look at Yagao. In the later portion of this game, the RE's charms were coming in fantastically, but some of the crucial ones in the early stages weren't quite working, and it feels like a huge amount of BLG's win game at the moment is, can we get Elk ahead? Can On have these pop-off performances? Because if not, I think this could have been a very, very different series.
Yes, and something that's consistent as we looked across the side of Golden Guardians is that you can never count them out. It happened when they went through the playoff run and they were able to pick up a win when it felt impossible. In this case, it was BLG making mistakes, right? Not being disciplined, but they were able to pick up a win there. But it felt like this was the first real challenge to the bot lane that they had. You know, for GAM Esports, Xin and Style actually kind of suffered domestically. So it's like, okay, they may not be the strongest bot lane. You're going up against Elk now, and then they tend to fail there. So I think that's going to be going into the next few series for them to see if they can shore up the early portions of the game, because later portions of the game looked great, especially for FLICKR.
I mean, very surprisingly so, especially in that second game, down, what, 5K, managed to pull it back almost exclusively because of opportunities that FLICKR had created, as well as the engages from Huhi, of course.
Yes.
So the results of that, BLG are then locked into the bracket stage along with G2, so both of those Pool 1 seeds are now advancing. We only have one spot left, with Golden Guardians losing as well as PSG. They will now be waiting in 2 days' time to face off against the winners of tomorrow's series. So tomorrow, 2 more best of 3s. Once these teams either conclude if they have their second loss, they're eliminated. If they win, they advance to face the remaining squads. It's going to be really grueling. There's a lot of games ahead. What's your take on how these teams are going to perform tomorrow?
I think I'm kind of zeroing in on GAM Esports a little bit because we had a lot of criticisms towards their draft, and we didn't get to see much of them, right? They just got swept in a 0-2 fashion, and so it's like, okay, now they watched these games today. Now they have a better idea of what they want to come in right from the get-go. So I'm looking in on their draft in particular if they're playing the same style that they had coming into this tournament.
I got to look aloud. I think they were absolutely magnificent in their first game against G2. Very, very close game. And I'm really hoping that we get to see them fight their way back in and see if they can actually make it to the qualifying stage. If you can take down some of the Titans like that are coming from LCS like Golden Guardians, that is going to be such a spectacular story for the CBLOL.
I mean, it's brutal, right? This new format that we have, 8 teams come into play-ins. 2 of them have advanced. Of the remaining 6, only 1 gets to go through. So
wow.
2 of these squads will be eliminated from MSI 2023 tomorrow. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, everybody at home. Thank you to the production crew, the events. Thank you to everybody watching. We'll be back tomorrow with 2 more high-stakes do-or-die elimination matches. Have a good evening, and we'll see you then.
May the force be with you.
The Riptail going down is stolen again, and they're going to go straight away. The hostile taker, a decent shun, has taken away the Eclipse onto Bin. They're looking for an engage. Bin with the ultimate of the Aphelios means everybody is turned to dust.
BLG will lead the series 1-0.
You've got Huhi, who has nowhere to be, nowhere to go. One more auto attack, and it's going to be Elk.
No.
Stixie doesn't have himself a flash. He's got him, not going to get the root. One more rocket, and it's 5. Very, very tanky, but only so much. They're going to jump straight in now onto Elk, who gets the wild growth on top of him. FLICKR is trying to jump in with the all-out. Elk flashes away, charmed up, taking it down. You cannot deny guys.
We're doing it.
Jinx! Kill Ari! No, I got Lulu. No, I got flash. We can. Let's go!
BLG putting their faith into Elk, the carry that has done so well for them. Yagao takes out Stixie. BLG, they will join JDG and T1 up into the real best-of-5 challenge.
Right now in trouble, flashing out to safety, desperately needs to get this kill, gets with a W back in return, but Caps is here too. It's a house party on the top side of the map, and this is, if you did not watch LEC meta, Gragas, an absolute menace. Oh, it's the alley-oop. He should just stay as the cause because he does so much damage. It's getting lower, and he takes it! PSG!
Really took really fast decisions. Let's think more. Okay.
Yeah,
good job. Good job. Nice comeback. Okay.
Is he just going to 2v1? He's just unconcerned. He flashes in, the axe is down. Auntie, Rocket Blade does not care. You cannot stop this Viking.
He's hit. I'm really strong. Fast flash. I'm really strong. Yeah, Iron ult. We win this.
Go. but his health bar's already blinking. Yuban now leaping forward. He sees immune, but will it be enough? Broken Blade still standing. Broken Blade still cutting through the entire team. Wako gets turned into a little snowman. G2 2-0ing PSG, qualifying to the bracket stage. Today is G2's day. Have yet to drop a game here in MSI. Chilling, you know, like singing, just having a good time.
We're gone for the summer, and I didn't want to wait that long. Did you love me? I can't remember. I've been dreaming for way too long. Oh, so it goes again, on and on and on. The whispers, they just... Oh, so it goes again, on and on and on. Whatever I say doesn't come out right. Oh, what can I say? I've been dreaming for too long. You're not here to stay. I dream with you, but you're gone. Clouding up my brain. I still want you, I'm insane. You're not here to stay, and I'm addicted to the pain. But you're gone. Nights to remember, and I didn't wanna give them up, but you took me and threw me under. I guess I wasn't enough. Oh, so it goes again, on and on and on. The whispers, they just always take flight. Oh, so it goes again, on and on and on. Whatever I say doesn't come out right. Oh, what can I say? I've been dreaming for too long. You're not here to stay. I dream with you, but you're gone. Clouding up my brain. I still want you, I'm insane. You're not here to stay, and I'm addicted to the pain. Your